Hello everyone and welcome back. Today we're going to build an Instagram clone using latest Next.js, Tailwind for our styling, Prisma for database, and Pinata Cloud for file upload and storage. So on the home page, when we log in, we can see here all of the people we follow and their reels. And down here we have posts of the people we follow as well. For each post, we can open it by clicking on it. Then we can of course leave a comment like, let's say, I like Slack too. Let's post a comment, and we can of course like the photo, and we can add the post to our bookmarks. What's interesting about this pop-up is that when we click outside, the URL will change back to the homepage. So here is the homepage, nothing, and when we click on this, it will change the URL to /posts and then ID of the post. And then if we share this link to someone else and open it in, for example, new tab, it will open as a separate page for this post. But here, if we just click back, it will go back to this homepage where we were. For this, we are going to use intercepting routes from Next.js and parallel routes. Then we have, of course, a search page where we can just search for users and posts. I can click and open any user, then I can follow and unfollow. I can also see all of their posts, open them, add comments, add likes, bookmark if I want. I can put any phrase here, so if I want to search for David, I get this user. If I search for trash, I will get this post. Then the next page is just browse, where we show all the trending posts. Then the next page is profile, where we can see our user, the posts that we have published, and highlights. We have also bookmarked posts, and those are posts that we have bookmarked from other users. So for example, this post from this user. Then the last page is to create a new post. We can add images here, description, and then we just hit publish. On our profile, we can edit avatar, name, and description here. If we go to settings, we can upload the avatar. We can change all of this stuff like name, username, subtitle here if we want to, bio. And here is the last cool thing. We have a dark mode toggle here. So I can toggle dark mode, save it. I can go to browse, and everything is with dark mode. And of course, everything is responsive, so I can make this smaller. And as you can see, the navigation changes to this bottom navigation. And if I resize it even more, it will change to just 2 columns, and the navigation is down here. The whole project is built from scratch, so there is no starter code or anything. I will put the timestamps and the source code in the description. And as always, all I ask for is that you will smash that like button to give me some extra motivation for the future projects. And if you have questions or anything, let me know in the comments. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the code. Alright, so as always, we start from scratch. So here is my editor. Here I have just an empty folder, and here is my Chrome browser. So the first thing I'm going to do is to open terminal here. And as you can see, we are inside Instagram clone directory. Here, no files inside. And the first thing we are going to do is to install a Next.js app. So first, to initiate a Next.js project, you can do npx create next app, and then just dot to install everything in the current directory if you use npm and npx. But for this project, I'm going to use ban because it's a little bit faster, maybe not a little bit, it's much faster, and that's why I like it. So let's do ban, and then here we just do create next app, and then just a dot here. So let's now try to run it. Let's hit enter, and we have some questions here. First, do we want to use TypeScript? Yes. ESLint? Yes. Tailwind? Yes. source directory. Yes, it's good to have everything separated. So I will go with yes here. App router, it's recommended, so yes. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No thanks, I'm good. Alright, so this import alias is if you want the default import to be this @ to be a default import, not on source, but somewhere else, for example, on app or something like this. But we don't need this, defaults are good here. Right, so everything is now installed. I'll make it a little bit bigger. And now, as you can see, we have a bunch of files here. So we have source, installed the node modules, and those files here. Right, so now what do we want to do? First, maybe let's run this app. So if you do use npm, you can run npm run dev. If you use ban, like me, you just do ban dev. And we have our URL here that we are going to use. So let's put it here, and let's see, we have our next app running. I will make it a little bit bigger here. And now let's see, I will hide my terminal so it keeps running here. If you have any backend errors, those errors will be always where you run your next app. So for now, when we develop on localhost, it's here in our terminal that is running our development server, and if it's deployed on the server like on Vercel, it will be on Vercel logs. All right, so now what do we want to do? First, let's hide this terminal and let's get rid of this. So we want to have something like just a white page. So here inside source app, we have this page, and I typically just remove this whole div from the top to the bottom here. And let's just put an empty div. We don't need this image here. And let's maybe put a test here so we know it works. And we have test here, so that's good. Now, it's black with white text, and I would like to invert those colors to get the default white page. So everything is here inside globals. And let's see. Here we are importing Tailwind staff. And then we have this those variables for background and foreground. We don't need this, and we don't need this. We don't need this, and maybe we can keep those utilities to have a better text wrapping functionality if we do text balance. You can Google this. It's an interesting wrapping technology for CSS. Right, now let's see. If I save, you can see that now we have white page with just a black test here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see. All right, so what's next? If we go to Tailwind configuration, which is here, you can see that we are using those variables that we have removed. Here in globals, we had this root, and then we had those variables here. And it was background and foreground, and those are used here inside Tailwind config. So I don't need those, background and foreground. And before I will remove it, I can show you that this means just use variable from CSS, and we are assigning this to the same name for Tailwind. So if we would later do something like this background, it would use this variable from CSS that we just removed. But I'm not just going to remove it. I will put here my own colors that we are going to use for this project. So, but the names here will be red and orange. We're going to need red and orange, specific red and orange color for our Instagram clone. So here let's put orange as well. We have red we specify red color for Tailwind to be red from CSS variables. Same for orange. Now let's go back to our global CSS. And here I'm going to define those red and orange. So let's do first red. You can specify colors like this, but I remember only RGB values, so not hex values. So it will be here 207, 33, and 66. And here let's do orange, and it will be 230, 173, and 77. So we have this kind of red and orange here. And now in CSS, to use those variables, body, you can do something like this: background color, and you can do, for example, variable and red, like this, and it's red. But we are not going to style with CSS. Instead, we are going to use Tailwind. So let's go back to our page, and for this div here, we can add class names, and we can now do background red that we just created, and yeah, it works. So now we have colors that we need, and everything seems to be working. Also, Tailwind has have their own colors. So if we do, for example, orange, we cannot do like two colors at the same time, but they have like red 500. Background red 500 doesn't seem to work. Let's see if we do background blue. Let's do 500. Then it works. All right, then I think this means that we need to specify different names here. So let's do maybe IG red like this, or maybe we can do with a dash here, but then we need to specify like this. And let's do IG orange. All right, and now let's see if the red works. So if we change this to red 500, yes, it works. And can we do IG red? Yeah, it's darker now. So now everything seems to be working correctly, and we can go further and start building our app. All right, so the next part will be actually to start with authentication. So the easiest way to do authentication is to use Next.auth. Next.auth. Yes, and let's open this. On the top, you can see Next.auth is becoming Auth.js, and it's currently in beta, I think. But let's click here. It's not fully stable, but it will be soon, or maybe for Next.js it's already stable. It can become stable like any day. So this is what I'm going to use. I'm not going to use Next.auth.js documentation. Instead, I'm going to use Auth.js dev because this will become the new norm really soon. All right, so let's click here, get started, and let's click Next.js. And as you can see, we have here how to install it. You can use npm. If you use npm, I'm using ban, so I'm going to install this. As you can see, it has here at beta, but that's because it's not fully stable yet, but almost. This terminal thing with our app should keep running, so I'm going to open a new tab here, and let's hit ban add Next.auth beta. And now what's next? Setup environment. So let's run it. Let's run this, and this should create an .env file. So let's see here. Let's hide this terminal. We have .env.local, and it created this random secret for our authentication. That's good. Let's go next step, configure. So here we need to put this file just to have configuration for our authentication. So this needs to go to the root of our app. So for us, it will be source. And let's just name it the same way, auth.ts, source, new file, auth.ts. And here I'm just going to put all of this. Yeah, looks fine. Oops, this looks fine. We are exporting some stuff here. And we have empty providers, but I guess we will fix it soon. Then they want us to create this route for our authentication. So it will go inside app, then API, auth, and so on. So inside our app, we need to create directory API and then directory auth and then directory with this weird name that catches all requests inside auth. So don't forget about those square brackets and this ... And then inside this directory, we need to have route.ts file. I think in most editors nowadays, you can just copy the path and create it as a file name inside app. So let's go app, new file, and I'm going just to paste this. And if I hit enter, you can see that it created this directory, this directory, this directory, and this file inside. If it doesn't do this automatically for you, you need to create the directory API first inside app, and then auth directory inside API, and so on. And don't forget about this square brackets. All right, so we have this route.ts, and we just need to put this inside here. Right, so now what's next? They want us to create a middleware, and the middleware TS. Middleware should go also inside source here. So let's put middleware.ts. Let's put this here, and it's next to our auth.ts. And everything seems to be correct so far. Right, so let's close this and let's close up. So inside source, we have auth.ts and middleware TS, and then we have this route inside app. Whoops, I don't want to move it. API, app API auth, then this directory route.ts. Right, so set up authentication methods. We need to set up providers. Let's go next, authentication. So we have different authentication methods. You can use OAuth, so like social logins. You can use magic links that you send through email. Credentials, that is not recommended, or web auth, and that is not ready for production yet. But this is really interesting technology, and I cannot wait once this will become stable. Why you should use OAuth instead of credentials? Well, because we can do credentials that you create a user with username and password. Okay, but then you need to fix stuff like, I forgot my password, I want to change my password, and stuff like this, sending emails. With OAuth, so social logins, everything is ready. You just click login with Google or login with GitHub, Twitter, anything, and they handle this part where user forgets their password. So I always go with Google in most of my projects because it's the simplest to set up. So let's see, I clicked Google, and as you can see, we need to add some stuff. We need to go to, we need to set up callback URL, and then we need to have those two. And then we can set up provider like this, just Google here. All right, so to set up this, we need to go to Google Cloud Console. So Google Cloud Console, and let's click here. And I'm going to create a new project. So let's hit new project. You can put like, I don't know, Instagram test, or maybe anything. So I will do just Instagram clone for the name of the project. Let's hit create. Now it's creating my project here. Let's click select project. Now we are have this Instagram clone here. So now we need to go to OAuth, and let's go to credentials. So what do we have here? We need to first configure the consent screen, and this is easy. We need to pick external, create app name will be Instagram clone, and support email, and developer contact information will be also just my email. Now I clicked this save and continue, and our consent screen is ready. So what's the next part? The next part is we need to go to credentials, and we need to create credentials for OAuth client ID. Here we select web application, and then we have one thing here that's important: authorized redirect URIs. And for this, here we have callback URL, and we need to select this. Maybe we can select with this origin, but we need to replace it. So origin for our localhost app will be HTTP localhost 3000. So if I change this, then we have HTTP localhost 3000 /API of callback Google. But then if you deploy your app to another domain or to Versa or Netlify, you need to add another one here. We've changed hostname here. So I'm going to create just like this for now. And we have our client ID and client secret. As you can see here in the documentation, we need to save it inside env local as of client ID and of Google secret. Of Google ID and of Google secret. So let's go to env local. Let's put this here, and let's copy client ID, and let's put this here. We can put it like this, or I like to add those ticks, apostrophes. I don't remember what's the name of this, but I mean those ticks here. And now the secret is here, so let's put this here, and that should do the job. So let's see now, let's go back here. So we have this, we have this, we have done this, and now we need to set a provider. So if we go to our Auth.js, you can see that we have all of this here, except our providers is empty. So we need to add Google, and we of course need to import this. So let's do import Google like this, and I think that should work. Let's see, we have also here inside our route, we have those stuff. Let's see, route, and this looks correct. So then we have add sign in button. All right, so maybe instead of this test we can do sign in. Let's see, let's go to our page, and I'm going to keep this test for now. Let's do just break line, and to add a sign in button, let's see, what do we need to do? We create a form with a button of type submit, and this form will have a server action that has this use server, and it will use this sign in method with param Google, and this sign in comes from our auth. And our auth is here. So here we are exporting this sign in backend function. So let's go to our page, and I'm going to try to do this without looking on the code. So first was our form, and we had an action that was an async function here. On the top we do use server, and then here we had a wait sign in, and we need to import it from auth. So let's do it like this with Google as a param. When I hit enter, as you can see, it added this import for me. If it doesn't do it automatically for you, this type of competition, you need to add it yourself. And now we need a button inside this form, button of type submit. And here let's put login with Google. And now this should work, right? So let's see. We have this login with Google. It doesn't look like a button. Well, we can add some class names. Let's do a class name. This is not what we want. We want to let's add border, padding on the sides of 4, top and the bottom of 2. Let's add maybe background of IG red and text to be white, rounded corners of large. Let's see how this looks like. Yeah, much better. Let's hit login with Google. So now I can click my Gmail account here. Let's hit continue. And it redirected me back to this page and I still see this button. That is correct because here we don't have anything that says, okay, if you are logged in, don't show this button. We just show this button anyway, always. So now it would be nice to hide this button for logged in users. To do this, we need to grab a session or a user from our authentication. So to do this, let's do const and here session, and here we just do await and auth from the same file. And as you can see, it again auto imported for me here. This auth added to the import. If it doesn't do it automatically for you, you need to add it yourself. We have an error here also with this red await. This is because we need to change this default home page component to be async. Now it looks fine. So now maybe we can first show what's inside session. So let's do JSON stringify session. So you can see that we have a user with name and email and image and when the session expires and so on. So let's remove it and let's use it. So if we have something inside session, we know we are logged in. So maybe let's show this form with sign in button only if we are logged in. So let's do session and parentheses and let's put this form here inside. Yeah, now we shouldn't see the button, but we still do. Let's see why. If I refresh, well, I still see this button. Okay, that's actually correct. I shouldn't see this when I have session. I should see this if I don't have a session. So now I don't see it because I have a session. And this says if no session, then, and then parentheses, show this login with Google. But now let's do something if we have a session. So let's do and here parentheses and let's maybe do a logout button. So I'm going to just copy this form and let's see. Here let's just put logout. I will keep the styling, but for this form we don't want to sign in. Instead we want to sign out from auth, yes, parentheses. We don't need any param here. And this also has been imported for me here, right? So now, oops, now we have our logout button. If I refresh, I'm still logged in. So that looks fine. If I click logout, I have login with Google. If I click login, I can log in with my Google account. So now we have our authentication working. And the next thing will be, I guess, to fix some kind of profile for our user. Right, so now it would be nice to have some kind of profile like an avatar, name, and some posts for our logged in user. So I think it would be nice to create now a separate route because this is our homepage for now. And I would like to create a separate route for /profile. Like this. As you can see now it's 4 because we don't have a route for this, but we are going to create it. So inside app we need to create a directory and the file inside. So I will go like this. I will do profile and then route ts. Sorry, not route, page ts x because it will be a component, React component. Now, as you can see, it created this profile directory and page.tsx inside. So now what do we want to do? Let's do here export default function. Let's do profile page. Let's code it like this. Let's do return inside, and let's just empty div with maybe profile page here inside. So now we should have profile page. Yes, that looks nice. And now we are going to build some kind of structure for this page. So we will have avatar, name, and so on. And before we will do this, I would like to show you some kind of a trick how to have a better structure here inside the app directory. We have here API routes, then we have layout and page routing for our home page. We have globals here, and then we have fonts here. What I like to do is I like to use I will create directory routes group from Next.js. So if we do just routes with those parentheses, we can just put everything inside routes here. Let's do page layout and the profile and API, and let's put it inside the routes. And why you should use groups? Next.js says, like, for example, if you have routes for specific parts of your app, for example, admin or front page for guests, you can do guest group and then admin group, and then you can have a group for, I don't know, like different departments of a company and different routes inside for those teams. I like to just put routes, so I know I will have routing there. And now we will have an error here. If I refresh, yes, because some paths have changed. So inside layout, you can see that global CSS, it's not inside the same directory anymore. Instead, it's one directory app. So let's just do .globals. And the same with the fonts. So here somewhere we are importing those fonts. Let's do .. So we'll go one directory app, and now our profile page works. So now we have something like this. We have app, then we have routes here, fonts, and those fav icon and global CSS here. Right, so I think this fav icon is not needed, but let's keep it there for now. If I refresh, you can see everything seems to be working. And now we want to have some kind of structure, some kind of content to show. So let's go to routes profile page. And instead of this profile page, we are going to put some more stuff here inside. So what do we want to have there? Well, I think on the top, I want to have a username and a back button and maybe a cog icon to go to the settings. And then we will have an avatar with some description and then some posts here. So first will be this header like for the user. So the top part with a back button with an arrow, and then the username in the middle, and then the button or the link to go to the settings. So first, let's put a div here that will be flex, and let's put justify between. And we'll have three things here inside. First, we'll have a button to go back, and let's do back. Then we will have a name of the user. So let's put a div, and let's say this username will be my name is Johnny. And then we will have also a button with settings that will go to settings. Yeah, something like this. And now, first, as you can see, I would like to have some icons, both for the settings and to go back. So we are going to use Lucid icons. I think it's someone inside the comments that give me this a link to this package. I really like it because they have a lot of icons and it's super simple to set up, much simpler than Font Awesome or hero icons. Hero icons are easy, but you need to copy and paste everything. Here you can just install it once and you can just use it. So let's hit guide here, installation for React. So let's do, they have PNPM, Yarn and NPM. They don't have for ban, but it's the same. You just need to install it. So let's do ban, add, and this. And now we can use the icons. So for the back icon, let's search back. And I think I will use this chevron left. So here, chevron left, like this. And as you can see, when I hit enter here, it auto imported this icon for me here. So we have this chevron left. And now let's search for cog for settings. And I think I will go with this default cog. So let's do here cog. All of the icons have two names. So we can do either cog or cog icon. And it's the same thing. Here we could also do, instead of chevron left, we could do chevron left icon, and it will be the same icon. So now we have a nice looking icons. And then what I would like to add for all of the pages would be just for now some padding on the sides. So on this main layout, here we have body and stuff. I'm going to add some padding on the body just for now. Let's do padding of 4. So we'll have some padding here, as you can see, from the top and from the all sides, top, left, bottom, and so on. Let's go back to our profile page. And right, so we have now something like this. My name is Johnny. Let's style it a little bit more, this top row, right? First thing, I don't know if you can see, but if I select this text like this, it's not centered vertically with the icons. And to do this, we just need to add items center. And now let's see if I try to select this like this, and now it's better. Right, so now I would like to style maybe this username a little bit. So here we have our div that holds this username, and let's make it bold, and let's see how this will look like. Yeah, I think this is a little bit better. I would like to put this check icon for verified users, or I don't know how it's called. So let's put the div here, and here I will put check icon from our Lucid React package. So now we have something like this, but I put this div here so we can make a circle kind of. So let's do size 5 rounded full, and let's add background of IG red. So now we have something like this. We want this check mark to be smaller. So let's do here size of, I don't know, 16. Yeah, and now we want this to be centered. So here, let's do inline flex, justify center and items center. Now it's, well, in the middle, the checkbox in the middle of this circle. Let's also add text white, so the icon will be white. Yeah, and now we want the circle to be in the middle on the same level as the text, not like more to the top. Instead, it should go more down. So to do this, here on this div that holds both the username and this checkbox, we need to add the flex items center. So now it's better. Let's add some gap here, gap of 2 maybe. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Now, what should we do next? Now it would be nice to maybe here show an avatar of a user. We had this information inside our session, but for now I'm going just to put some random images from the internet, and then we can change it to real data. So let's search for a man. Yeah, I don't know which can we search for profile? Let's search for a guy. Yeah, I think this will work. And I will go with this one. So for now, I'm going just to copy image address. And later we are going to use real data from the database, from the session and so on. For now, I'm just going to go with this. And let's put image with this source. And we have this here. We have a lot of divs here. This div is our header, kinda, and this is our main div that holds everything. I think maybe we can put here something like main, use this element. And for this, maybe we can use section. And this doesn't change anything because section and main behaves the same way that div does. So that's cool. This works. We have some watermarks, but that's fine. Now, let's put another section then for our avatar. So let's put this image here. And what do you want to do? Let's add some class names for this image. We want to make it smaller, right? So let's do maybe size of, I don't know, 40. Let's see. Yeah, but the aspect ratio is not respected here. So I think instead of putting this here, we will put it here in a div instead. Size 40, and let's put this here. And now let's see. Yeah, now as you can see, it's not stretched. Let's now crop this. So let's add here aspect square and overflow hidden. So now we have only the top part, and the rest of his shirt and stuff and torso has been cropped. Right, now I would like to make this rounded. So let's add rounded full. And now let's make it maybe, this looks nice. I want to have some spacing though between those sections. So on this section, I will add some class names of margin top of 8. Let's see. Yeah, we have more than enough of spacing now. Now let's make this section flex and let's do justify center. So our div with avatar will go to the middle of the page. That looks nice. Now if I zoom out to the 100%, this is how it looks like on my big screen, but I'm zooming in for you guys. So now there's this cool thing that if you have a Reels, you will have this ring around the user avatar. So this is what I would like to add. So here we have this div with this image, with this avatar. We have this image inside. Now what I would like to do is to add first a white ring, or maybe let's add a colorful ring first. So I'm going to put here a div with empty class names, and this div with image inside, let's put this here inside. Now this div outside will have a size of, let's say 42, and let's do background of red 500 for now. Yeah, now let's make it rounded full, and now let's see. Okay, doesn't seem to be working correctly if I remove rounded. Okay, looks like it's the same size as this thing here, size 40. Let's see, maybe because we need to add padding of 2, or maybe we need just to change this to 44. Now we have something like this. Let's add back this rounded full, and now we have a red ring. I would like to actually add 2 rings because this, I will show you why. Let's add another one. So I'm going to copy this, and here let's add a closing Now we will have 2, but here we need to change it to 48. And here let's maybe change to orange. Now we have 2 rings, but hear me out. First, this red, I want this to be white. So here, let's do background white, or maybe no background. We don't need background. Or actually, let's do background white. So now we have like picture, white, and orange. And now, instead of having this in orange, I will do this as a gradient. So let's do background gradient, and we can do direction here. So I want the direction to go from the bottom left to top right. So let's do 2 top right, like this. And now the colors, we need to specify colors. The first color will be from, I want this from IG orange that we specified to IG red. Now let's see. And now let's look how awesome it looks like. Really, really nice. So yeah, this looks really nice. Now the next part will be description and the posts of this user, right? So let's continue. We have this section with the avatar. Now let's do a section for information about the user, like name and description and stuff like this. So here underneath, we want to have like a name, maybe a title or something like this, or a subtitle, and then description that you can put yourself. So first, let's maybe do H1 for the name. And here, let's do Johnny. And then I would like to have some kind of subtitle or something like this. So here I will put business account. Yeah. And then the last thing will be description that you can add. So for our Johnny, the description will be, let's do an entrepreneur. Yeah, sorry if I cannot spell it correctly. This will work for now. Entrepreneur, husband, father. Something like this will work. For this section, let's add the text center. So the text will be centered. Yeah, so we have now something like this. A little bit of spacing from the top. Let's do margin top of maybe 2. Oops, margin top 2. Maybe more. Let's do margin top 4. And now the journey should be the biggest. So let's make it big. Let's add some class names like text XL. So it will be big. And let's make it bold as well. So we have something like this. Now this should be like a subtitle, kinda. So I want this to be kinda like gray. So let's do text gray, maybe 500. And this should be a regular text. Maybe we can add something more here, like a contact email. So contact, and let's do johnny@gmail.com. Yeah. So now we have something like this. Maybe we could do a little bit spacing between those. And to do this, I'm just going here to add margin top of 1 and margin bottom of 1 from this subtitle. And I would say that this looks really nice. So we have an avatar, just some description and so on. Now down here, I would like to do posts. So let's do another section. Before we will do this, let's see, something looks odd here. So this closes here, but this opens here. So we should move it like this. All right. Let's put another section for posts and stuff. So here, posts and stuff. So here below this description, I would like to do the posts, like, you know, the grid with all of the posts from the user. And to do this, I want to well, show the grid, but I think we would like to have like a nice tabs here. That will be for posts and the highlights from Reels. Let's do posts and highlights. All right. And let's check how to spell it. Entrepreneur. Let's put this here. We wanted to do tabs here. To do tabs from posts and highlights, we would need to make those two links first. So let's import our link from Next Link. And as you can see, we got this imported like this. Import link from Next Link. As you can see, this import differs from those imports because if you don't have those brackets, curly brackets, then this is like default import and from this package. Those imports have different names and are not the default one from Lucid React. Those are like named imports, and this is the default. We could also rename it to like la link, doesn't matter, and this would have the same functionality. It would be the same component, but if you change this to check icon 2, then it would be a different thing. So let's put here link. Let's just keep it simple with just link. And now this link will go to just this profile. Here we will have our posts of this user. We'll fix this link URL later. Then we want also to have a link to highlights. So let's do highlights and highlights. And here highlights. All right, so we have links here for now. Let's see underneath, or let's maybe style those links first. So first, let's maybe add some spacing here. So let's do class names, margin top of 4. So we'll have some spacing. Now those two links, let's put them inside a div. Let's put this div here, and for this div, we want to do flex justify center. Let's add some gap of 4. So now we have those links next to each other. And now let's style those links a little bit. So I want those links to be bold. So let's see, font bold. And now let's see how it looks like. Yeah. But only the active link should be bold. So let's make highlights grayish for now. So let's do text gray 500. Yeah, I think this will work for now. So we have this is black and this is maybe 400. And now down here, I would like to display some posts, right? So let's add yet another section with margin top of 4. And here let's put photos or posts. Yeah. So now here I would like to display a grid of photos. So I think it would be a good idea to put this grid of photos into a different file because this starts to grow a little bit. So let's create a component called the posts grid or something like this. And where to put it? We could put it inside profile, but it's not only for the profile, it will be also for homepage or maybe other pages. So I think maybe inside source, we can create a directory called components. And here we can add a new file inside called posts grid.tsx. Let's do export default function posts and grid, and it will return parentheses. Let's do a div inside posts here and let's try to use it. Let's go back to the profile page, and here let's put posts grid. Yeah, let's see if it's imported correctly. Yeah, posts grid from components posts grid, and it says posts here. Let's go back here, and now First, we will use some temporary images just to put some stuff inside. So I will put here an array of images, and we are going to use Pixum photos, and it's just random images here that you can put like this with the ID and the width and the height. So let me put like this, and let's do maybe here just 30, and then the width will be just HD 7068, I think it was. And let's see if we can display this images of 0. Let's see if this would work. Yeah, and we have an image here. We would need more images, so we would need also like ID 31, and I don't want all images to be horizontal. I want this to be vertical, horizontal, vertical, horizontal. So here on the next one, I will go and change this to another way around. First, we will have 700 something, and then to 1024. And now, if we will just loop through those images, so let's do images map, and for each image or for each source, let's do parentheses. Let's put this image here, and here let's put source. Now we should have two images. The first is horizontal, and this one is vertical. It goes like this. I don't know why it's fit, but well, it's just fit. Right, maybe we can change it. So let's do 22 and 23. So now we have like winter bench here, and here spring. Right, so now I want like 10 more photos. So I'm going to copy and paste 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 to have more images. But now all of those will be just the same images, two same images, because we have ID 22, 32 and 33 all over here. So to fix it, I'm going to do 34, 35, 36 and so on. Right, so now I have like from 32, 33, 34 all the way to 51. Let's remove this empty line, and now you can see we have many different images. So now I would like to display this in a grid. In this div we could do something like this: grid and grid columns of 3 calls 3 with gap of, I don't know, 4, and then we have something like this. Let's get rid of these posts here. We don't need this, we need only images now. Yeah, and this looks okay, but as you can see, the issue is that maybe not an issue, but it doesn't look that good that we have white spaces here, and instead I would like to pull those images if there is white space. And there's a lib for this, and it's called, let me search, React Masonry CSS, and basically it does this thing. So if we click demo here, you can see that this thing is not aligned with this. Instead, there was a white space here, so this have been pulled up a little bit. So if we do, let's do refresh, you can see. So let's go back and let's use it. So I'm going to just copy the name, and I will do bun add this installed, and now we can see how to use it. If you use npm, you can do npm install and then the name. We need to import it like this, and then we can use Masonry, and then we have CSS for this. If we want to do responsive breakpoints, we do this way. All right, so let's start. Let's first import this on the top here above the images imported, and that looks fine. And then we have CSS that they want us to use. first, maybe we can put this masonry. So let's use this component. Let's put this instead of this div. So here inside, they want us to array of JSX items. So let's put this loop here and let's get rid of our div. All right, so maybe I will also put a div for each image. Right, so now this masonry takes class name for the container and the column. And they want us to put CSS like this inside globals, for example. And let's see, class extends value undefined, it's not constructor or null. Something is wrong here. Let's see if I just refresh. No, doesn't help. Let's go posts grid. Okay, I think the issue is that we need to mark this as client component. So let's do use client. Yeah, now it works. And now, as you can see, this pulls the images. This one have a white sky. That's why you may think that this is square image, but it's not. If I pull it here, you can see. But now it works. We have this kind of masonry layout. If we go to can I use, there's something like masonry layout for grid, but it's only supported in Safari technology preview. So it will come soon, maybe not soon, but within a year or two, I hope so. So we would not need to have it as a separate package, but we could use a CSS for this only. For now, let's use this package. This looks fine. Now, let's see, we have those images here or posts, but there's some more information here. We added this CSS to our globals, but instead I would like to put it as Tailwind classes. So let's see, for masonry grid, we need to put, we had those flex, margin left of this, and width auto. So I think we can just get rid of this. Put flex, and let's see what else do we have here. Margin left of minus something, minus margin left of, let's do maybe 4. And width auto, I think it's the default, so let's keep it. For the column, we need padding left of the same value, but positive, not negative. So let's do here padding left of 4. We don't need this my masonry column. And they have this background clip padding box. Let's add it. Background clip. I don't know if it's inside the Tailwind. And we don't need this, I think. Let's get rid of this here. And let's get rid of those two. And let's see if this will still work. Yeah, it does work, except we don't have any spacing between those stuff here, between each post. It was here. So we can simply add it here to the div. Let's add class name, margin bottom of 4. Yeah, and now it looks fine. We could also add like a border of, I don't know, 4. And let's do border IG red so we can see better how it looks like. And it looks really nice. We have this nice looking masonry grid. I will get rid of this border for now. And yeah. So now we have a grid, we have those images looking nice. There was something more about responsive layout because, okay, for desktop, we want to have it like this, but for mobile, we want to have only 2 images maybe. So there is something like breakpoint columns that we can specify. So let's, here we have just 3, but we can put an object instead. So let me grab this object. We don't need to specify this as a separate variable. So default is 4. Okay, let's do default 4. Then we will have 3, then we have 2, and then we will have 1. Let's make that the smallest will be 2 at below 500. We don't need this one. Now let's see. we have 4, that is the default. If we go under 1100 pixels, it goes to 3 and it goes to 2, and the 2 is minimum. Yeah, I think this looks fine. We will also make it a little bit center because I don't want this to go all the way. I think this could start and here and end here. So let's see. We have this class name for the masonry container. Here I will add max width of 2XL, and let's add MX auto so it will be centered. So now if I make it like this, well, it's limited. Let's do 2XL, max width 2XL, and MX auto. Okay, MX auto doesn't work because we have this margin left -4. But let me get rid of those two. Let's cut those and let's put here a separate div with those class names. And let's put this masonry thing here inside. So now if I make it like this, yeah, 4, 3, yeah, maybe we can make this to 1024. So we have, yeah, something like this. Then it goes to 3. Yeah, or maybe we can do like 860. Let's see. Yeah, this looks nice. And yeah, it rearranges, looks fine. So we have this, and now we need to put real data. So I'm logged in as myself, and David, my name is, so here should be my name. This should be editable and saved to the database. And then we also need some kind of navigation to be fixed. But first, let's make it so I can do my own image, my own name, and so on, and my own username and my own description. And so we can upload also our own images and not just display some random data from the internet, some random photos from the internet. So now the next step will be actually to put real data into this profile, the data from the user that we are actually logged in as. So here we can see that we have this logout button because we are logged in. Let's put the data from the session into this profile page. Right, so now let's use real data. So we are logged in and we want to fill all of this information. We have session information from our Google Authentication, but we don't want to use this. Why? Because then to change this name or I don't know, username, you would need to change it on Google, and it's not the way it should work. Instead, we should have a database where we can pick a username, change name, this subtitle, description, and avatar, right? For example, we could take from session data our avatar from Google that we use on our Google profile, but we don't want to put it here, and to change it you would need to change it on your Google profile. Instead, we want to use Google Authentication only to authenticate, and all of this information should be separate from your Google account. So first, we need to have some kind of database so we can put our information into. And then we would need to have a database, a page here in settings, so we can edit all of this information. So let's maybe create this page first. So for now, this cog icon doesn't do anything, but if we go to profile page, you can see that it's just a button here. Let's instead do a link with a ref to, let's say, /settings. All right, and now if I click on it, I will get 44 because we need to specify this route. So inside routes, let's do new file, and let's do settings / and let's do page.tsx. Inside export default function, let's call it settings page, and here return, let's do parentheses div and settings page here. All right, so we have settings page here, and in here we would need an input for username, name, the subtitle here, and description. We can style a form with Tailwind, but I think instead of doing this, we can use a component library like Radix. So those will be styled without us needing to style it with Tailwind. You can do, for example, let's say you can put an input here, and we can style it with class names like border, some padding. Let's add placeholder username, and then a button. So we have as a username here. The border is not even visible. Let's do border black. Yeah, and we have an input here, but I think it would be better to use Radix components as they have all of those extra stuff, like, let me show you, like tab index and all of this. In their components, they have much better accessibility. So for example, if I go to, let's say, an input, let me see, text field, you can see that you can easily add an icon here if you want. You can add, well, different stuff like extra navigation, and they have outlines. So as you can see, if I go back and forth with just tab key, they have this they have this default styling that is really nice. So they have different variants of inputs, and yeah, mostly because accessibility. That's why it's good to use Radix. So I'm going to use it. Let's just see. Let's do getting started, and we just need to add this. So let's do, I would do ban, add, and this, and now we can just use it. So instead of this input, I'm going to do, let's just do form, and here let's do text field, and let's put this like this, text field from Radix UI themes imported, and we need to pass the key, or do we? Yeah, I forgot that we need to put text field root and not just text field. So let's go back here, text field dot root, and now we should have an input. No, we don't. Let's see. Let's add a placeholder that says username, and we have it here, but we don't have styling. So let's get styling. Let's go back to Radix UI, get started, and we forgot to import styles. So let's go back to our layout, and here we have globals. Let's add Radix UI, refresh, still nothing. Let's see. Yeah, I forgot to add this theme to my app. So let's go to layout here, and here let's do theme, and we need to import it, close it, and let's put children here inside. And now let's see if the theme has been imported from Radix UI. Yes. And now, as you can see, the input looks much better. We want to style it anyway more like this. So everything should be more or less centered. And first, maybe we should put the avatar. So let's maybe first center everything. Let's go here, and on this div, let's do max width of 2XL and MX auto, or maybe just, let's do just large. And we have username. We also need, let's see, we have username. Do they have labels for text fields? Let's see. No, only empty inputs. All right, but I would like to add the username. And now I also want another one for name, and like John Doe, and here let's put your username. What else do we need? An avatar, title, or let's call it subtitle, and this would be like graphic designer. And what else do we need? We need bio, and for bio we need text area, and there's no root needed here. So now we have something like this, and it looks fine. I only want to remove those colons, and let's maybe put those into paragraphs. So I'm going to put this like this, paragraph, and close on the paragraph after the text. And on the beginning of each one, I will do a margin top of 2. And let's do maybe bold text, font bold. And now we have something like this: username, name, subtitle, bio. And on the top we will have also our avatar, right? We also need a button, and we can also use a button from here. So just button. Here, let's do import button from Radix UI. Yes, it has been imported, and they have something called the variant. And here we can do classic, solid, soft surface. Let's maybe do solid. Let's see. Yeah, but we need to put some value here inside. So let's do maybe save settings like this. Yeah. Also some spacing, and let's make it centered and more narrow. So here I will do medium, and let's put this into a div, this button into a div, margin top 2. Let's put this button here, and yeah, I think it looks fine. So maybe even more spacing here, and we can align it to the right. So let's do flex, justify end, and now it should be on the right side. Yes, or maybe it should be in the middle. So let's do justify center. Yeah. So now we need also avatar on the top, somewhere here above the username. So let's do a div, and on the left, and this will be a flex, because on the left side I want to have a div with avatar, and on the right side I want to have a button that will say change avatar. And here I will just put nothing. Let's see how this button will look like. We have changed avatar. I don't want this to be blue, so I will use another variant of not solid. Let's do maybe soft. Yeah, so now it's like this. And what else can we do here? Classic, soft, surface. Let's see, surface. Yeah, I like surface. Let's keep it this way. And on this div on the left side, we will have an avatar here. Yeah, for now we don't have any, but we are going to fix it soon. Now, to maybe have an avatar here, we can maybe do something like we have here. Or maybe we will just put an image here. Yeah, let's put an image. Or rounded div. Let's do background gray 400, or maybe 200. Oops, 200. And here let's put your current avatar. And here let's put size of 2024, rounded full. And let's see how it looks like. Your current avatar, just a gray box. And let's do maybe 400, so it's more visible. Yeah, and this button should be here in the middle. So first let's put this outside of this. Let's put it here. So we have something like this, your current avatar. Maybe we don't need this text. And here where we have this flex, let's put items center. So the button should be in the middle. Yeah, maybe let's do bigger gap of 4. And now it would be nice to add some icons, right? So let's see how to add an icon. You just put an icon inside and it should work, right? Let's try here. Let's try with an upload icon. We have something called cloud upload icon. Let's use this one. Yeah, I think it looks really nice. Let's do change here. Change with capital C. And yeah, this looks nice. Change avatar. And yeah, now maybe let's fix this settings page here. So let's remove it and let's put here class name for h1, text to XL, and let's put profile settings. And almost, let's add maybe bold here, font bold, and let's also add margin bottom of 4 maybe. Yeah, and this can be also centered. So let's do text center. Yeah, so we have profile settings. Maybe we can do same type of navigation, but instead of this we would have settings. Yeah, that's something we could do. All right, but maybe later. Now we have username, name, subtitle, bio, and we want to save this information somewhere. So how can we do this? Well, first we need some kind of database. So now let's do this. Let's prepare a database. And this time we are going to use Prisma. With Prisma, you can use any type of database. So if you want to use Postgres, you can go with Postgres. I'm going to go with Mongo database because if you go to Mongo Atlas, it's really easy to create a free database. So that's something I'm going to use. Mongo database with Prisma, but with Prisma you can add any type of database. On Versa you can start a free Postgres database. You can have a free database like MySQL or any database for free on your local machine. I will go with Mongo database. So I will hit here new project on Mongo Atlas and let's name this project IG clone. Let's hit next and let's create this project. All right, so now let's create a cluster. And here you can pick just free M0 and that's it. You can pick location. Let's create deployment. And now we need to create a database user. And for this user, I will just put IG clone. And okay, let's use this password. I'm going to copy this. Let's put this to env local for now as a comment so we don't lose it. Also the username. Let's hit create database user, choose connection method, and let's go to well, we can go with MongoDB for VS Code, Atlas SQL, or just drivers. So here we can do, we have Node.js, and I think Node.js is fine, but we didn't get any URL string there. So let's see. Let's go to database, connect, access your data through tools. Yeah, let's just click Atlas SQL. No, it's still running. Here we still cannot see the URL because they are still creating the database, so we need to wait like between 1 and 3 minutes. But meanwhile this is being created, we can go back to Prisma and we can go to ORM and let's do quick start. And we already have a project. So we can do just npm install Prisma. You can run this, or if you use ban, you can just add Prisma. So I'm going to use ban, add Prisma, and after we add this, we need to initiate Prisma with a data source provider. So let's paste this. We are not going to use SQLite, or you can use any database provider you want. SQLite is just a database, SQL database in one single file. You can use Postgres here. That is very popular. I'm going to use Mongo. So let's see. They have this for, is it just Mongo or Mongo database? Let's see, Mongo. No, it's invalid. It's invalid. So Postgres, MySQL, SQLite, SQL Server, MongoDB. MongoDB. Okay. And now it worked. So now we get a new directory, Prisma, and we have a scheme here. So that is nice. Now let's maybe go to add to existing project, MongoDB, and here we have similar stuff, npx Prisma. We already run this Prisma in it, so that's fine. Connect to your database. So now here, data source DB. We have MongoDB, but we need environment variable of this database URL. So let's go to env local and let's specify this, for now empty. And let's see what we have inside .env. This has been created by Prisma, as you can see, but we don't want to have two env files. So I'm going to remove this .env. And so we just have env local. And here I'm going to put this database connection string. So let's go back here, and our database is ready. So let's do connect. And if we go to drivers, we can see that we have this here that we can copy. So let's put this here. And let's put, we have IG clone, but we need to replace this password. So let's put this password here, and we don't need this anymore. And now let's maybe test our database. So let's go to browse collections, and we don't have anything here, but I can add my own data. Let's put a database name of, here I will put test after the slash. This is the default, so actually I don't need to put it here. And first, maybe let's don't create our tables here. Instead, we can continue with this, and we can just create our own schema here for Prisma. So if you go to introspection, scroll down, you can see how you create models for Prisma. So for example, we have here user, model user. Let's maybe put this here. And this is how we put ID for Mongo IDs. As you can see, those are mapped with underscore ID, which is how it's saved. And then we have only email that is string. ID is always the same for all of the tables in MongoDB. So we need all of this for Mongo IDs. Now, how do we want to save our data? Maybe let's call it just profiles. So let's do modal profile, and let's say that we will have an ID because we have to. Then we will have an avatar, and avatar will be a string, a URL. So that's correct. Now we have username, name, subtitle, and bio. All of those are strings. So let's do username, and let's do string. Let's do also name, string. Let's do also a subtitle, also string, and what else? We had also bio, also a string. All right. So now we have our profile. The name of the table will become profiles because it's plural then. And now let's try to save stuff from here using our Prisma schema into our database. So as you can see, we don't have any collections, but we are going to get them soon. So we are done with the schema, and then we can go and install Prisma client. So Prisma client is just a client to connect to the database and do stuff with your database. So let's do ban add Prisma client, and next is querying the database. Before we will connect to the database and do stuff, we need to do Prisma generate to generate TypeScript models and JavaScript models for our database collections. So for example, for this, we will also get TypeScript typings, JavaScript models, and so on. So if we go now, I run it, and if we go to node modules, and then let's scroll to Prisma, here Prisma, we can go to build, public, somewhere here, Prisma client maybe, generator build, index.js. Now I cannot find it now, but I will show you later in a moment. Now let's go back to our page that we want to save information from. Let's start with username. So source, app, routes, settings page. And let's see, here we have username. We have an input here from Radix. We need to add a name that will be, let's do username. And we also need, I think that's all we need, username. And everything sits inside the form. Let's change this to be action, form action with an async arrow function here. And we are going to use server here. And first we want to use our Prisma, right? We could do like client equals Prisma function, get Prisma client. But an easier way to reuse it would be to go to, let's see, we have app and we have components. Let's inside source, let's also create db.typescript, and let's do export const Prisma equals get Prisma client like this, and let's add a wait. Sorry, it shouldn't be get Prisma client, it should be new Prisma from Prisma client. Let's just make sure querying the database. Let's see. Yeah, new Prisma client, const Prisma, new Prisma client, import from Prisma client, and we don't need Prisma here. All right, so this should work, and we can now use this, import this inside our settings page, for example. So here, let's do Prisma, imported from our DB file that we have just created. And now if I do just a dot, I can do profile here. And as you can see, everything is typed automatically, and I can do all of this stuff. So what I want to do here is to update, right? So I want to update, or we can actually, we don't want to update the profile, we can upsert. And upsert means either update or insert, depending if it exists or not. So here we have an object of params, and first we need to put where. For our where, we need to specify how we want to find this user. And we want to find this user using the email that I forgot to add into the schema. So we have ID of the profile, but we don't have email. So let's add string, and let's update Prisma generate. All right. And now let's do here where email, and let's put the email from the session. So let's grab a session equals await auth, yes, imported, yes. And now let's do session dot user dot email. All right, and then what do we want to update? Information that we want to update. And the information we want to update is actually the information from the form. So here we have username and we have this text field here. This is the data we will get here. So let's put data, that is form data. And maybe before we will do any database stuff, let's do console log of this data to see if it's sent. So here, and now let's see, we have an error. We have, okay, error because we have await here, but I forgot to put async. All right, so now let's open back this terminal and let's put username will be just David here. And let's save settings. And we have form data. And as you can see, we have name, username, and value is David. So this works. Can we get just a username? Let's see. If I save settings again, I have this value here that I put inside the input. So that is nice. Now, the next thing is we don't need this console log. We want to do this. And in here, what do we want to update? We want to put username to be for, data get username. And let's see why it's red. This is red because username could be actually null by TypeScript definition, but let's say it's always a string. Same here. Let's do that default will be an empty string. Let's see what's the another issue here. Looks like email does not exist on profile. Yeah, it's because of the cache on my IDE. Let's continue. Here we also need the create. So why do we need the create property? This upsert function does something like this. It first checks if we have a profile with an email of this. If we do have, then we do update. If we don't have, we create. So if we have an email of this email inside database, we will update only this username to be the username from the data form. If we don't, we are going to create inside the collection, inside our database. And we want to put both the email and the username. So let's put this here. And let's see if this will work. So if I click save, it looks like nothing have happened. Let's refresh our data here, and the data is empty. One thing I forgot is await here for Prisma because it's a database query. And let's try again. Let's hit save settings, and we have an error. Invalid Prisma profile upsert invocation. Where email is this? Unknown argument email. All right. Let's see. Let's go to Prisma. Well, I specified that we have an email here. Let's try to refresh it once again. Here, Prisma generate. Let's put David here. Save. All right. So the issue with this email was that I had to restart my bandev. So when you start your next app development mode with bandev, and then you change something with Prisma scheme, and you do Prisma generate to update the stuff, the typings for Prisma, you need to also restart your local server here with bandev, or I don't know, npm npx run dev, npm run dev. So yeah, that was the issue. Let's refresh here and let's try again. So if I put David here, let's save, we have another error. This time email is fine. We have here argument where needs at least one of ID arguments. Okay, let's see if we have all of the stuff here. This is a string. We have, we mark this as ID. Default is auto. We map it with underscore ID. and yeah, it's DB object ID. So this looks fine. I think I know what's the issue here. For the crate, we shouldn't put the data like this. Instead, or actually we should, let's see, crate. We can actually inspect this like this. Profile crate input. Okay, and we see that's email. Okay, so the issue is where of type this and this needs at least one of ID arguments. Okay, so the issue is that those are all required, I guess, and only ID is optional. So we need to go to our schema and let's see, we can add a question mark here on the avatar, username, name, subtitle, and bio, because all of those will be optional. Now I can go here and do Prisma generate and restart my environment. So now if I refresh and I put David here, let's save settings, we have another error. This looks fine. Let's see if we have anything inside database. No. Let's see if something is missing. We create with email and username. Email and the username. Email is required string, username is a string. Right, so it looks like we have an issue with where. Argument where of type this and this needs at least one of ID arguments. Let's see, inside app routes settings, settings page, where. Let's see what do we have here. ID is optional, email is also optional. Let's see what happens if we add ID and I put David here. Let's save. Okay, I cannot search like this with ID, and if I remove it I have an error. I think the issue is that with Upsert we need always an ID, or maybe not an ID, but actually the issue is that if you do Upsert inside the where, those fields need to be unique. So I will go to my schema and we can actually mark the email to be unique. This way, if we go here and regenerate Prisma client and restart our environment, let's go back to our settings page. The error has disappeared, as you can see. And now maybe we can finally save settings and nothing has happened. That's good because we didn't have an error. But the collections is also empty. Let's see. Let's go to environment local. This looks fine. Collections, it's empty. Let's see here. I don't see anything useful here, so I'm going to restart. Okay, here the operation failed for an operation specific reason. That doesn't say much. Let's try to restart. Let's go back to this page and let's do something like this. We have this await here with Upsert. Let's do that after we will do a redirect. So let's do redirect from next navigation and let's redirect to /profile. And let's see if we go. Let's go back to this page. Let's refresh. Let's put David here. Let's save settings. And we have an error, empty database name not allowed. Yeah, so we used, we need to put after / we need to put test. And let's try again, save settings. And it worked. It redirected. Let's refresh. Now we should have a profile. Yeah, with my email and my username. So that's good. Now I can maybe use and put this username here, right? So to do this, let's go to profile page, and instead of my name is Johnny, let's put, we need to grab our profile, right? So first let's grab a session, await auth, import from this. We need to add async here. And now let's grab a profile. So let's do await Prisma, and let's do profile, find first or for. We can do find first and just find the first record in the database, but I like this find first or throw, and this one will find a record or it will throw an error. And we always want to find something because we want to find a profile if you go to /profile. So let's put here where email is session user email. We need to add question marks just in case it's empty. Let's add as string to assure it's always a string. And now let me put this here. Let's put const profile equals this. We can put this back here, doesn't really matter. And now we have profile. And what do we want to do? With this profile, we want to replace this my name is Johnny, which is here on the top. So let's do profile.username. And if I save it, I have my username here. So now let's do the same thing with, let's see here, name. But before we'll do this, we need to go to settings. We are only saving username. We are not saving name, subtitle, and bio. So let's go back to settings page. And here we need to add name to be name. So we can save also those others, name, subtitle. And for this text area, let's add the name of bio. So now we can access this inside this form data. So first we need to add it to the update. So we need to do name data get name. And we need also subtitle, not subject, subtitle. And the bio to be data get bio as string. And those four will also repeat here. So to make it a little bit more shorter, maybe let's put const user data, or maybe we can call it new user info equals, and let's put those inside an object here. And then we can do update with new user info, and here inside create we can instead of doing this, we can do new user info like this. You may be wondering why here I just do update new user info, and here inside create I do that new user info. And this is because here for update we just need to pass all of this data in an object. And here inside create we also want to push all of this, but we also want to push email. And to do this, we are creating here a new object. As you can see, we don't have curly brackets here. So here we have a new object with an email, and the rest of the fields will come from this. Right, so now let's go back to, now let's see if we can save all of this. So here I'll put David, here I will put my full name. Here, let's put developer, and bio. I live in Stockholm, Sweden. Let's save settings and let's refresh my data here. And let's see if everything has been updated and saved, right? So, we have the same thing actually. We have an email and username. So it looks like this haven't been updated. Let's see why. New user info. Here we update with new user info. And here we create with new user info. So let's see what has gone wrong. I will try to run it again. Let's put some data. Let's save. And looks like everything worked, but if I hit refresh, we can see that it hasn't been updated. But let's try to use it on the profile page. So let's go to the profile, and here we have name. So let's put profile name, and as you can see, it's empty. So something is not updating. So let's go to settings page, and let's see. So the data is not updated. Let's see why. Something's wrong here. Maybe let's don't do any redirect. And let's see if this will change anything. So if I will do, let's maybe also try to change username to David2. And here I will do developer, or maybe just a dev. And now we don't have any redirection, but if I go back here and refresh, okay, then my name have showed up. So the issue was actually with this redirection. So we cannot redirect here. Instead, I think we can do something else. This whole page is the server component. Let's first move this form to a separate component. So let's select all of this form stuff. Let's cut it from here, and let's create a component inside components called settings form.tsx. Let's do export default function, settings form, and let's do return. And we just want to return all of this form stuff that we have here. And now let's go back to the settings page, and let's put this settings form that we just created. Right, so now if we go here inside, you can see that we don't have any session. And to fix it, we actually just need user email here. So let's change this to user email, and let's take it from a property here, user email, and let's put user email that is a string. Right, now here we need to pass user email, and we have it inside session. So let's do session user email. But this can be null or undefined. So let's just put, just in case, empty string. Or actually we could do something like this. We can check it if we don't have it. So let's do exclamation mark, return not logged in. And then we don't need to have those question marks here. All right, so now inside settings form, we can mark this component as client component, use client. And now the issue is that we cannot have those server actions inside here. Instead, we need to put it somewhere else. So let's do this. We have app, we have components here. Let's put maybe file here called actions.ts. And here let's put our action. So let's grab this, not this, Prisma profile upsert, and this info, let's cut it and let's put this here. Actions, it should be actions. Let me rename this, refactor rename, actions. And let's, on the top, let's use server. And let's call this function the export async function. How can we call it? Update profile. And we will get a data that is form data. And let's put all this stuff here. And we also need user email. User email that is a string, right? So now we can use this action function here. So let's do await update profile with this data and user email. Right, so now this should work, right? So if I refresh, no, it doesn't. Because we cannot use server here. Okay, that's fine. And let's see if we can update this to free and this to something else. So let's put David free, and here I will put free as well. Save settings, go back, refresh. Yeah, works. But now, because this is a client component, this form, we can do something like this. Const router equals use router from next navigation. And now here, after we update everything, we can do router push to go to /profile, and then we can do router also refresh to refresh the page and the data inside the page. So now if I go here, let's do David 4, and here just maybe like this with 4. If I save settings, it goes here and everything is updated. Right, so now let's try to save everything once again. Living in Stockholm, Sweden. Sweden. Save settings. And now let's maybe put this dev here and this living in Stockholm, Sweden here. So let's go to our app and routes and profile page. All right, what do we have here? Business account. Here I want to put profile. Looks, as you see, this is what's awesome with Prisma. Everything is typed. So I see all of the columns here. And I want to use subtitle. And here I want to use profile and the bio. Yeah, so it works. So that's nice. And now if I go back here, I would like to those stuff to be pre-filled, not empty, right? So let's go back to settings page. Let's remove all of this and let's go to settings form. And inside settings form, we want to have all of this data, right? So let's go back to settings page actually. And we want to pass profile data here, or maybe just the profile to our form. And we can get this from here. First, we need to check if we are logged in. So if no session, user email, oh, we actually have it here. And then we can grab the profile the same way we did it for the profile page. So const profile equals await Prisma import, yeah, profile, find first of row, and here let's put where, and here we put email to be session user email. And that should do the trick. Here we can just put the profile. We can see that we have an issue here because this is not specified inside settings form. Let's go to settings form, and here let's add our profile, and let's put profile here definition that will be for now object. So this doesn't look good because we don't want this to be an object. We want this to be, well, it's actually a profile object, right? So let me put this here, so we will have more space for typings like this. And let's put this here, and here we can probably do something like this profile, and let's try to import this from Prisma client, and let's see if this will work. Now the profile looks like this inside TypeScript, so that's nice. Everything is typed more correctly with our TypeScript, right? This is what we want to have. So now let's go here to our username, and we are going to use those inputs as uncontrolled. So we will do default value, and here the default value will be profile username. And this works. As you can see, I have David here, and even if I refresh, we have an error here saying that this can be actually null, and here we want only strings. So here I would just do, just in case this is null or something, then put an empty string. Now we need the same thing for all of the others. So let's do default value. Here will be profile name, otherwise empty string. Here subtitle, so default value will be profile subtitle, otherwise empty string. And the bio, let's do default value profile bio, otherwise empty string. So now everything is pre-filled. So I can do living in Stockholm, Sweden, and let's add Swedish flag. Yeah, save settings, and we have this here. So everything works except our avatar. So if we go here, you can see just a gray circle here. So this is the next thing we need to update. We need to have an upload functionality for images, because we will also need this for our posts and also for our avatar. So this will be the next step. So we can upload a photo of us, and we can save it to a database, the correct link to the avatar, so we can display it here. Right, so for image upload, we usually do this with AWS S3, but today we're going to use Pinata Cloud, and the main reason I like it because it's much simpler. So this is the typical code you need to write for S3, but with Pinata Cloud you just do something like this. And also they don't require credit card for a free account, as you can see on the pricing page, compared to AWS S3, where even for the free tier you need to register your credit card. So I have already created an account, so I will just sign in. You can just create an account, and I don't have any files here, everything is empty. But let's go to documentation. So I will show you how is to implement file upload with them. So first we are going to click on Next.js, and then as you can see we need to go to gateways to just copy the gateway. So let's go to gateways. Here is our gateway, and let's save it to our env local. So let's put new line, Pinata gateway URL. Maybe that will be a good name, like this. And now let's see. Now we have this Pinata gateway URL, and let's see what's the next thing we need to do. We are going to implement Files API. We need to install the package. So let's go here, then add Pinata, and we need to add those two. We already have a gateway URL, but we have this without next public, and we need to have this public access to this information as well, just in case we want to use it on the client components. So let's put this here. So we have it as public environment variable, and then we need JSON Web Token. And the JSON Web Token can be created here inside API keys. So let's do new key, admin, and let's name it admin, generate API key. And we have all of the information here. So I guess we just need this JWT, JSON Web Token. So let's put this here and let's save it. Now let's go back to documentation, and first we need to configure the Pinata client like this. You just supply this JWT and the gateway. So let's just copy this. They instruct us to create some kind of utils directory with config.ts. I will put this somewhere here inside source. Maybe I will call it just config here, config ts here, and I'll put this here. So we don't have this, but we can import it. Let's put this on the top, and that should be it. So we have our client, and then they show how to upload files here. So let's see how the example looks like. This is a client component. As you can see, use client. It's a page inside Next. Let's first check the JSX that is returned. And as you can see, we have an input here and on its type file. And when something changes, we do handle change. And with this handle change, we set a file from the input to the state here, to the file state. And then we have a button. On click, we do upload file. And here on upload file, what we do is that we create a new form data. Then we do just a fetch request type post with this data to the /API/files. We also have this uploading true and uploading false to know if it's uploading or not. But basically we just need to send it as form data. So let's go back to our settings form and let's do something similar. So in here, we have this change avatar button. And the first we need is an input of type file, right? So let's save it. But one thing about this is I don't like this input type file here that is shown here. Instead, I want only this button. So there are two ways of solving this. One is adding a reference. So let's try this. And let's do const and file input reference equals use ref, and like this from React. And let's just copy this, and for this we are going to put ref equals this. And now let's see, for this button, let's do something like this. On click, file input reference current, and let's maybe put this into separate line, this thing too. Maybe let's just do console log for now. Let's do arrow function, console log, file input reference. And this can be also put here. So let's do inspect here, console, and let's change avatar. Oops, something happened. This is because this button actually triggers submit on this form. We don't want this, so let's do type button here. And now let's see. Let's clear this, change avatar. We have current input. That's good. So let's do something like this. File input reference current, and we need to specify that this is actually a reference to a HTML file or just HTML input element. So now we can do something like this. Files. We can access files. Maybe we can console log it. Let's do console log. And now let's see if this will work. So let's pick a file, maybe this one, open. Let's click change avatar, and we have file list. That's good. But what we wanted to do is not to print files. We wanted this button, change avatar, to click this one. So let's do file input reference, current, and let's do click. And let's add the question mark just in case it's empty. And now it should work. So now if I click here, it opens this file picker modal. All right, so this works. Now we want to hide this one. So we can add just a class name of hidden, I guess, and it will be hidden. Yeah, so now we can click on this one and pick a photo. All right, so now we have this input that we are clicking, but we also need to handle what happens if we pick a file, right? So let's do on change, and on change we will get an event, and we want to save this file to our state. So let's save it maybe here somewhere. Let's do file set file equals use state from React, and let's type it that this is actually a file. So now let's do set file event target files of 0, and let's see what's the issue here. Set file. Okay, I forgot about the dot. Okay, now it should work. So now we should have file inside this state, and what we can do now is we can do use effect from React arrow function, and here inside dependencies we want to put file, and now wherever the file changes we can put maybe here null by default. This is file or null, and here if we have a file we want to upload this. So to upload we will do const data equals new form data, as they showed here in the documentation, just new form data and a request. So maybe we can just copy and paste it. So let's put like this, and here we have an await. We don't need to have this response here for now. Let's get rid of this await. Instead, let's use then response. For now, we don't need to do anything with the response. We want to only send this file to /API/files. We don't have this /API/files yet, but let's create it. As you can see here later in the documentation, they are creating this app API files route. I will name mine differently. I will name my upload. Let's do upload /route.ts. And here I will just copy and paste this so we can see what's going on inside. First, we don't have this utils config. We just have it as /config. And then we can see that we are handling the post request here inside this function. Before we will do this, we have also configuration that disables the default body parser that Next.js is using. So we can just grab files as they come. So now let's go to this function and see what's going on here. So we have a big try catch here, and basically we get the data, we get the file from the data, and then we use Pinata client to upload this file, and then we get the URL. We can generate signed URL, and this should actually work as it is now. So let's maybe go back to our settings form and let's try this. Here we need to change to upload because I renamed mine. And now let's see. Let's go to here. Let me just pick this image and let's see what happens here. We have upload, it's pending. Let's see inside our terminal. The request action was forbidden. Okay, let's see why. As we can see, it's something with, let's scroll a little bit up, create signed URL. Let's see, upload here. Let's maybe first upload without creating a URL. So here I will just do null. Let's try to upload something here. And as you can see, everything worked. And if we go here, we should go to files and we have both of the files. So that is nice. Let's see why this create signed URL didn't work. So we had this null here, and let's put this create signed URL here. And I think I know what's the issue. The issue is that we have different naming here. And next public here I had Pinata gateway URL and not just gateway URL. So now if I upload, let's just make sure that this looks fine. Let's put this URL here so we will have it inside the response. And let's pick a file, and the upload is complete here. Now it's here, and we have a URL to our image. So that's really nice. This type of upload creates private files that we need to create signed URLs to, as you can see here. It's the same way you're supposed to do this with AWS S3. So you upload the file, and then if you need access to this file, you generate a signed URL to that file. On many projects, where I used AWS S3, I was creating public buckets, and here we are going to create something similar to have also simpler access to the files. So to do this, you can create a group, but you can also create a group from the code. And this is what I'm going to do. So instead of uploading any file, let's for now just put null here, and let's do await Pinata, and let's do gateways, not gateways, groups, and let's create a group with a name of IG photos, and we also want this to be is public to true. As you can see, this is much simpler than dealing with all those restrictions and access rights for buckets. So now we can just do, let's put this maybe here, and let's put info, and let's put here console log info, so we can see if it worked or not. So now we just need to upload some things to run this code, and we get null. And here, if we refresh, we have our IG photos. And here on the bottom, we have info about our group. So we have name, we have ID and stuff like this. Now, what we can do is, let's get rid of this URL that we are creating. Let's just upload the file. Let's get rid of this the creation of the group. And in here, we have also options for the upload. And here we can specify group ID. So for this group ID, I'm going just to put this ID. So let's put this here. We have this upload data. And in the response, let's just do upload data. Right, so now let's go back here. Let's do change avatar. And I will do image 2. Let's open, and the upload is complete. We have this upload data, file ID and stuff like this. And if we go to here, let's do IG photos, and we have our image 2. And this image 2 is public, so we don't need to generate a signed URL for this. I can just take this and my gateway. Let's see how my gateway looks like. So let me copy this gateway /files/ and then the ID of the file. Enter, and we have our file. So that's much easier an easier way of saving and receiving files right from the server. So this is what we are going to use. So we are uploading this here. Let's see how it works. We receive upload data. So now to display this, as you remember, we received this file ID here, but maybe instead of file ID, we can just put a URL here, const file URL equals. And as you remember, it looks like this. So we just need, let's put this here and let's replace all of this. So inside our env local, we have this, our gateway URL. So let's remove this to gateway URL. So let's put $, curly brackets, and let's do process that environment that next public pinata gateway URL, and then we will have /files, and then we will have upload data SID, that is a file ID. So let's get rid of the rest, and now let's try to respond here with this file URL. So now let's see if I refresh. Let's change avatar to maybe something like this. Open. Here is our request. We have a response with the URL. Let's try to open it. Everything works. So now we can display it here. So let's go back to our settings form. And now we want to display it, right? So to display it, here we have a response. We need to save the response, the URL that we have here, into a state so we can display it, right? So let's put it here, and let's do avatar URL, set avatar URL, use state, and empty string by default. And here let's do first response JSON, then we will have this URL from the JSON, and we can set it as avatar. Set avatar URL, and here set avatar URL, here URL. Right, and now let's try to put this avatar URL into this gray box. So let's put here an image of source avatar URL, and here let's add also aspect square, and let's see if I try to upload something. Let's hit open, and it kinda worked, right? Now let's just see. We need to stretch it, and then it will be fine. So if I add some class names here, size 24, then it's fine. But is it stretched? Let's see. No, I don't think it's stretched. It just centered, or maybe it is like more narrow. Let's see with another picture. Yeah, let's try with this cat. Well, I think it looks fine. Let's just make it rounded, full, overflow, hidden. So it will be round. Right, so I think this looks fine. Maybe we can add a little bit of border 2, border gray. Let's do maybe 600. Maybe that's too dark. Let's do 400. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Maybe we can do border of just 1 pixel. Yeah, I think this will be good. We can also change it to just a small shadow, and I think this looks better, but we need bigger shadow. Okay, now we don't have this image anymore, but I will quickly upload something, and let's do shadow black. Okay, black is too much, and let's change it to medium, and let's do gray 200. Gray 200 is not visible at all. Let's do 500. Yeah, I think this looks nice. We can change it to 300. No, 400. Yeah, 400 looks nice. Now if I hit save settings, only the information from here will be saved, not the avatar URL. So this is something we need to fix, right? So let's see, here we are. Here we have this update profile. We have this data, but the data here, the form data, is only from this form form inputs. So we don't have avatar URL. To fix it, I'm going to put here an input that is type hidden that will have a name avatar URL, and the value will come from our state that we have here above. So now if I save it, you don't see this extra input that is, let's see, hidden here, but it's there. Now let's see if we have inside the schema, we have something called avatar. Okay, so let's rename it. Let's rename this input to avatar. Let's save it. And let's go to this function. So here, let's add avatar to data get avatar as string. Right, and now if we hit save settings, and we go to our database, refresh, let's see if this has been saved. And we have our image URL here. So let's display it here. Let's go to our profile page. And let's see, here we have this source. Let's remove it. Let's put profile and avatar. And let's see what's the issue. It can be null. Okay, let's do or empty string. Okay, so here we have the C, and it kind of works. I can change it to, okay, I don't load the default here. So this is something we want to fix as well. Let's see. Let's go to settings form. Here we have an avatar URL. And where is the image? Image is here, avatar URL. So this is a state that is empty by default. And I want to do profile avatar by default. So now it looks like this. Here, the image is kinda stretched to a square, while here it's not. It's cropped. So it should be always cropped. So let's fix it here. Let's see how it's CSSed on the profile. So it doesn't have any class names on the profile. Let's do the same for the settings form here. Where's the image? Size 24. Let's remove it. Okay, now it's also cropped here. All right, now I will change this to a real image. I just copied here and here, so I have images of myself. Let's pick this one and let's see. Yeah, I think this looks nice. If I click save settings, yeah, I think this looks really nice. So now it's saved and we are done with our profile settings. Now we can update all of this information and even our avatar and username. So the next part will be actually to fix that we can upload those images and get rid of those sample images. All right, so before we will get the upload functionality for those photos, we would need to have a button like somewhere here, add, create a post or something like this. So I think we can maybe start by creating a layout navigation. So you would have like home page, I don't know, messages, browse, search, profile and stuff like this. And of course this will be mobile responsive, so maybe for mobiles it will be here on the bottom. So to do this, I will go to our layout. Let's see, let's close those. And let's see how our layout file looks like. So we have a body with some class names here. Let's maybe put this in one line. Then we have this theme provider from Radix Themes. And I think that maybe we can start here by creating a div so we can well, put stuff around here. So this children is the content of the page. So I think that maybe we can start here underneath, and we can do something like this: div with class names of fixed. We will start for like a bottom navigation for mobiles, so somewhere here. And I would like this to be fixed, so let's do like this, bottom 0. Let's put some IG red, maybe color, and let's add some padding, and let's see if we will get anything. So here is a square created now. Let's add also left 0, right 0, so it will be stretched. Yes, so now it goes for all the way. It's behind me, but the bar goes all the way from the left to the right. Right, so let's put here more stuff into this div. So first I would like this to be white. So let's do background white. And now it looks like this. We can make the padding bigger so we will see this better. And now I would like to add some icons here. So home page or buttons, links, sorry. So this is what I'm going to create now. So the first will be a link to the home page. Let's put a link in link, and we need to add, I think, two. Let's see, link from next link. I think it should be ref, so href. So let's do like this to the home page, and here let's put a home icon. So let's do home icon, and let's see if we will get anything. Yeah, we get a home icon. Now I will close maybe some of those tabs here. Right, so we have a home icon. I also want to have more icons here, so we will get some kind of navigation, right? So what else do we need? We need a user icon, so let's do link to ref. We'll go to /profile to our own profile, and let's do user icon. Let's see, yeah, something like this. We will position them in a moment. And what else do we need? We want an icon for search, so let's do maybe here to /search. Let's close this. And do we have a search icon? Yes, we do. And okay, we have those. Now I would like to have some kind of browse icon or grid icon. Let's go to Lucid icons, and let's search for grid. I like this, but I would like this to be without this tick on the right side. So let's search maybe for rows, maybe lines. No, I think grid would be the best. I think I will take this one, layout grid. So let's go here, and let's put a link that will go to browse, and here we'll do grid icon. Yeah, and now let's see how this will look like. Yeah, so we have those icons here. I think I want layout grid icon. So let's see. Yeah, I think this is better. So now we want to position those next to each other. And I also will need one more icon to create a post or something like this. But first, let's try to position those four. So here, let's see. Maybe let's put another div that will be a flex. And let's put those links here inside. And now we have those next to each other. I will maybe try to put this like here, so I will not cover how it looks like. And let's see. So let's add here justify between. I think it should be between. Yeah, and now those are stretched. So this looks fine, but I need a fifth icon here in the middle to create a post. So here I will also do a link. It will go to, let's say, /create. And here I want to have camera. Let's do camera icon. And let's see how, yeah, I forgot to close this link. And yeah, I think this looks really nice. So we have those icons. And well, let's see. This looks nice. We can also make the white 50% transparent. So now it looks like this. And well, while this will work, I would like to actually make it look different. So let's get let's put this white as it was. Or actually, I want to put white on those icons. So let's see. Let's remove this white. And on this div, let's say that all the children should get background white. So now they look like this. And that's because we have this flex and justify between. So this doesn't look that good. So I will put this back. So let's remove it from here. Let's add white here, but I will decrease the padding. So here we have the padding, 8 on all sides. Let's do maybe on the sides to be 8 on the left and the right. So now it's like this, but let's do that from the top and the bottom. It will be 4. So now it looks like this. Maybe a little bit more to the top and the bottom. Let's do 6. Yeah. Now to make it look a little bit better, I think I would like to make, for example, this profile icon active. So and with active I mean more this reddish, this color. So let's see here. Let's do class name and let's do text and let's do IG red and let's see. Yeah, now it's red. So that looks nice. And we could also do the default color for those a little bit more into gray. So let's see here on this div, let's do text gray. Let's do 600. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks nice. So it's not like pure black. And now on this center icon, I want to lift this up a little bit and make it like in a circle. So let's see. Here we have this crate. Let's add a class name and here we will have a gradient to top right, and from color will be IG orange and to color will be to IG red. Now let's see. Yeah, something like this. And now I also need to add some padding of, let's say 4, or maybe size of, let's say 12. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. And let's see. This looks nice, but now the icons are not centered. Even if I center this icon, so I could do like flex items center, justify center. The icon will be centered, but those would be not. So let's try to fix it. Let's go to this div here and let's do that all children will be size of 12 and all children will be flex and all children will have items center and all children will be justify, will have this justify center. So now it looks much better. Now let's go back to our middle icon. Let me maybe put this ref here and class names here. And let's add maybe text white, so the icon will be white. Yeah, and now let's make this more like rounded. So let's do rounded full. here on this middle link. And I think this looks much better. Let's see. Yeah, I think it looks really nice. I don't like how this is placed. I don't know why. Let's see if I click inspect here. Let's put this on the right side. So if I make it like this, let's see. Here we have this browse. Okay, it looks really weird. Align item center. This one looks fine. Okay, I think this is because of this justify between. It places this spacing. Okay. It looks a little bit off. Let's see. The first link, align items center, but the icon inside is not placed in the middle. So let's see. Flex item center, justify content. No, justify center. Now let's see. Yeah, I think now it's fixed. Yeah, now the icons are in the middle. Looks fine, and if I make it a little bit bigger, it looks fine too. Now I would like to decrease this padding from the top and the bottom. So here on this div, let's change from 6 to 2, and let's see. I think it looks nice. Maybe we could make it like 0. Let's see how it looks like with 0. I think we need a little bit of spacing, so let's put 2, and yeah, I think this looks fine. And if we make it more like mobile-ish, it looks fine. Maybe the spacing on the sides is too big. Let's see. Yeah, as you can see, spacing here is the padding on the sides is too big. It's 6. It's 8. I think it should be just 4. Let's see. Yeah, and let's add the max width on this. And we have background white. Let's do max width on this one. Max width here will be large, and let's do MX auto, so it will be centered. And now let's see if we make it this big, then it will become centered. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Maybe we can make it more narrow. Let's do maybe medium. Yeah, I think this looks fine. We can make it smaller, like small here. So it will keep this width as the maximum width. Okay, I would say that this looks just fine. One thing we could do is to pull this icon up a little bit. So let's see. This one, let's do relative. So we can pull it up and minus top of, I don't know, 12. Minus top of 12. And now let's see how this looks like. I think that's too much. Let's try with 8. Let's see. Yeah, I think it looks nice. Would be nice to have a cutoff here from this white thing to have a spacing. And I will try to do this. Right, so first, to make a transparent cutoff here. It will not be easy, but it's doable. I will need to get rid of this white color here. So let's get rid of this background white. And let's add the white color on maybe on 2 groups of those icons. Maybe just on those icons, not on those links. So we have a link here. Let's add that maybe here, that all children will have background white. And let's see. So now we have something like this. It looks okay for now. Let's maybe change it to blue 300 so we will see this better. So this is what we have now. And what I want to do now is to add a white part here underneath this camera button that will look like what I painted. So we are going to do this by adding another thing outside. So let's see, here we have a link in the middle with this camera. Let's put a div here and let's put this link here. Let's see if it still looks fine. Yeah, and as you can see, we have this blue background. Let's add the class name, remove this blue and just place it on all of those items. So let's put this here on those two. Let's put background blue 300. This is just a temporary solution, temporary color, sorry. And on this and on this as well, blue 300. Right, so now here underneath we would also need to have a blue color, right? So let's see, here we have background transparent. What I want to do here is to, let's see, let's make the width a little bit bigger. So let's do size 14 and let's add background blue 300. Let's see. Yeah. Let's make it even bigger. Size 14. Let's do size 24. This doesn't change anything. Size 24, background blue. What if we change the color? Okay. Let's see, we have size 12. Let's try to increase the size even more, 48. This doesn't change anything. Let's see if we make it bigger, still nothing. Let's see if we make it like 120 pixels. Still nothing, and I think this is because we have size somewhere here for all of the children. Yeah, size 12. So instead of this size 12, we need to add size 12 on all of those that have background blue 300. Let's do size 12, and here we can do size, let's see, 14. Now this blue in the middle is bigger. Let's make it even bigger. Let's do 16. Right, and now we also want to do this cutoff here, right? And I think we can do this cutoff with background clip text. So let's see, let's go here, clip text, background clip text, almost there, but we don't want this to be on the icon. We want this to be on this div. Let's see. Yes, what happens if we add the border here, blue 100 and border, let's say 4. Then we have something like this. And now let's make it rounded. We should make it rounded from the beginning. Let's see, rounded full. Yeah, so we have like an empty circle here that is blue white-ish. Let's maybe change this to red 300 for now. And now I want this border to be much bigger first. So let's see, border, let's do 12. No, 12 we don't have. Let's see, maybe I can do like this, border, and let's do 150 pixels. Yeah, this doesn't look good, but give me a moment and we will fix it. Let's put it like this now. And first, let's put just a div that will hold position for this, all of this. So let's do a size of, let's say, 16. Now let's put all of this here inside, but with absolute positioning. Okay, so now we have something like this. And now let's see what happens if we add 150 pixels here. And let's change it back to maybe just 50. And now we want to make it centered, and the border should be only on the bottom. So no top half of this light red. So let's see, we have border 50. Let's do that. I only want to have border left and the border top 50 pixels. Let's do 50 pixels here. So now we will have like, well, we don't have anything. Border left, border top. Let's see. I think it's just border L and border T. Yeah. No, I think this is wrong. We shouldn't put it like this. Instead, let's do just one border of 50 pixels, and this works like this. And now let's make this border transparent on half of it. So the default border is 300, red 300. Let's make that border top will be transparent, and border left will be also transparent. So now we have like this half circle here, you see? And now we just need to rotate it a little bit. So let's do rotate 45 degrees, and let's see what will happen. Yeah, so we have this half circle, do you see it? I'll make it darker. Let's see, 800. Yeah, so now we need to just rotate back this camera icon, camera link here. So let's do rotate 45. Let's see, that's wrong direction. So let's do minus 45 here. That's better. Now we need to just position it. So let's pull this icon up. So first, let's see how this looks like. So we have this size 16 in the middle element. Maybe we can make it smaller as other icons. Let's do 14. Yeah, so now let's see. Inside we have this absolute circle reddish thing. Okay, and then we have this. Let's make this centered. So we can make this centered by making this parent flex. So let's see here, flex, and let's do items center, justify center. And now let's see if this will help. Well, kinda, but we don't have any width here. We do have size. So let's get rid of this flex, and instead I will use top and the bottom here. So to position this in the middle, let's see, we have this link here. Let's make it absolute, and let's do left of 0 and top of 0. And we don't need this top -8 and relative anymore. So now let's see. Yeah, almost there. We have top 0. Maybe let's try with bottom 0. So now it's here. Okay, I think let's do maybe -4 and minus bottom 4 as well. So we can make it, yeah, it's almost centered. So let's see, maybe 6 here and 6 here. Yeah, now it's centered. So now this red thing needs to become white, and we still need this white transparent cutoff here, right? So to do this, let's see how big is this circle. It's 48, and this thing here is also, it's size 16. Let's try to make the content of this transparent. You can see it has this background blue 500. So let's see, we have 14 here. What happens if we do like 24 here? The size of this didn't change that much. Let's see if I remove the size. Okay, so size is not needed here. Let's try with, we have this background blue color, but it's not visible, only the borders are visible here. So let's try to do like something super big, like width of 200 pixels. And let's see, this didn't do anything. Let's see why. If I search here for width, we only have border width. Let's get rid of this width. And let's see what happens if we add a border to this icon. So to this link, let's add a border of 4 and border transparent. Border transparent. Then it looks like this. Let's see if we have anything else about the border. No, we don't. Let's maybe try to put this border into yet another div here, just to wrap things around. So this will go here, and now let's see. So now This thing is really small here, but it should be like size 16, same with this thing. So let's start with this border thing. So let's do size 14 or maybe 16. Let's see. Something has changed, as you can see. We have this kind of here, and now we just need to place this more to the middle. So let's see. Let's take left to just -2. Let's see, -2, let's save it. Nothing have changed. Okay, I think I know why. Let's get rid of this absolute and bottom and left. This is here. This is here. Let's see if I refresh. Something wrong with my environment. I will restart it and let's refresh. Okay, so now this looks good. Almost there. So we just need to make this thing smaller. Let's see why we have this big cutoff here and how we can make it smaller. So here is the size of this and here's the size of it, 16. Let's try to make it smaller. Let's see, 16. Let's do 15. Yeah, I think this looks perfect now. And now instead of this dark red, let's make this dark red white. So here is this dark red. Let's make it white. And yeah. And now I want to place those icons above. So let me see. To do this, I will first group those two icons, those two and those two, into a div. So each of those will have a div. Let's put those two here. And those two will go also into a div. And now it will look bad, but not totally bad. Now, I don't know if we can see this white thing, so I will change this to, let's see. We have this border white. Let's change it to red 600 for now, so we can see it better. And I want to pull this up a little bit. We have this absolute here, and maybe let's pull up this thing, relative, and let's do minus top of 4. Let's see. Yeah, maybe more. Let's do 12. This didn't change anything. Let's see if I inspect here, and let's see, it's here. 14 relative minus top. It's not minus t, it's minus top. And let's do 8 maybe then. Okay, this looks better, but that's too much. Let's do minus top of 4. And we are almost there. So now we can probably get rid of those flex, justify, center. Those are not needed because we are wrapping into a div. Or actually we need those because then everything seems to be a little bit destroyed. Right, so now we have those two divs and we have those blue colors on the icons. I think we don't need those blue and size 12 on those 4 icons. So, oops, let's just get rid of those. And now let's see. Yeah, so now we have icons only here. Now on those divs here, for those two groups, let's do background white. And yeah, I think this looks fine. Now what I want to do is to make a div that goes from the left to almost to the middle, and the icons should be aligned more to the right. And here on the right side, it will be the opposite. So let's try to do this. Background white. Let's do here width of, let's see, the width of this should be automatic actually. Let's see why it's not. It's not because we have this justify center. So let's get rid of this justify center. And now we have this div for the middle part. We need to add justify center there. Let's see, justify center. And let's see, here we have our first div. And if we make it this big, okay, the icons stay more to the right. So that's good. Now for this left side, let's add some spacing to the icons. And let's put icons more to the right. Let's see, we have this div here. Then we have this spacing between those because of this part and this flex here. I think that here, instead of justify between, we should do justify center. So here, let's do justify center. So now those icons are here behind, but we can pull those up a little bit. We can do a relative positioning and z of 10. So it will be above. Yeah. Now we just need to add gap. So let's first go to, let's maybe add some sizing on those. So I think it was 12 on this and on this. And now let's see, yeah. And now we need also to, maybe instead of putting this here, we can do it here. So let's do all children size of 12 and all children will be flex and the items center. Actually, we probably don't need to make it this way, but let's see. Yeah, and let's also add the justify center. All children justify center. Let's see. Yeah, and now we have something like this. Now we can add some more gap here for this main flex. Let's do gap 4 and let's see. Yeah, let's decrease this to gap 2. Let's see, gap 1. Yeah, I think we don't need any gap here. Yeah, that's fine. Now let's see why this div takes only this space. It's because we have this justify center. Instead, let's try to remove it and let's see what will happen without justify center. And then everything is pushed to the left. So we have this div, then we have this, and we have those two icons that are not visible yet. Let's try to make those bigger. So let's try to put with full here. Yeah, and also on the second one here, class name with full. So we will have something like this. First div, and then we have second div here. Now this is too small. So let's try to see what happens if we add width on this. So let's do width of 102 pixels. Yeah, I think it helps. Let's do 120 pixels, 140 pixels. Oops, 140 pixels. Yeah, and this is what we need to do. We need to add the width on this, like 140 pixels. Here, let's add the width of 140 pixels. All right, and now on this, let's do just justify center or justify between. So let's see, justify between. Not what I wanted. Justify between. Let's try with justify. Let's see, justify around. Okay, yeah, this looks better. And now let's see why it's pulled up. It's pulled up because we have those paddings here. Let's get rid of those paddings. Padding 2 from the top and the bottom. Yeah, and now let's do the same thing for the right side. But before we will do this, let's make this corner rounded. So here, let's do border radius top, border top left radius. No, let's see. Border radius, border rounded, rounded, and let's do top right, and let's do medium. Now let's see. Yeah, so now we have this rounded here. Let's change it to XL, extra large. Yeah, this looks nice. Now let's just copy those classes And let's put those classes to this div here. Let's see, we have double with full, so let's get rid of one of those. And this rounded should be top left here on the opposite side. Yeah, and now this red part, let's make it white. Let's see, background red, let's do white. And now we have a nice looking cutoff here. That was really hard and challenging, but it worked, kinda. Here on the bigger size of desktop, you can see that, well, it doesn't work. So I will change the corners, don't look at that good. So I will quickly change this, let's see, rounded top left, let's just change to top, and same thing here, rounded top. So now we have something like this. You probably don't see this because I'm standing in the way, but like this. And of course now we have a desktop, but I will make it, it will be like this for mobile. And then for desktop we will have a different type of navigation. Actually, we could pull this all the way for mobiles, so it should go even here, the white bar. Maybe let's finish this. So let's see, I will do inspect here, and let's see what's the issue here. The issue is that first we have padding on the sides here that we don't need, so let's get rid of padding on the sides of 4. And now we have items center, we have flex here, and it's centered. Something here is centered. Let's see, we have max width here, and that's why everything is centered. So let's get rid of this max width and MX auto, we don't need this. And now it looks good. So if we do like this, well, that's too small, but this is how it looks like on mobile. So if I close this and make it smaller, this is how it looks on mobiles now. Really nice looking. Maybe we could increase the paddings on from the first and the last icon here. So on this div, we can do padding left of 4. Or maybe more like 8. And on the second group, let's see here, let's do padding right of 8, and let's see if this changes. Yeah, so now we have more spacing here. Maybe that's too much. Let's do just 4 here and 4 here. Okay, and I think this looks really nice, but still too much. Let's change this to 2, and here let's do 2 as well. Now let's see. Yeah, I think this looks really nice. That was hard. Yeah, this was really hard. But we learn something new every day, right? So now, if we have a screen like this, I don't want this bottom navigation. Instead, I want the navigation for desktop to be on the left side. So this is the next thing we are going to fix. So we have bottom navigation for mobile here inside our layout file. The whole thing, this is bottom navigation. So inside theme, we have children, and then we have this huge div here. The theme ends, and this huge div is this bottom navigation. I'm going to cut it from here, and I will put this into components to make the layout file smaller. So let's do mobile nav.tsx, export default function mobile nav, and let's do return, and let's put this huge div here inside, and let's save it. Let's go back to the layout, and here let's put mobile navigation. And let's go back here. Now, mobile navigation is visible, as you can see. What I want to change here is that it will be visible only for mobiles. So if I make it, let's say this big, it should disappear. So here we have fixed. What I want to add here is display should be block, but if the screen is medium or bigger, yeah, then it should be hidden. So let's see. So now it's hidden, but if I make it this small, then it's visible. So if I make the screen this big, then we will get navigation from the left side. We could change it for maybe large or maybe not. So this screen is for mobile, and then here we will get bigger screens. Let's try maybe with large breakpoint. So here we still have bottom navigation, and let's see, here we will have a left navigation from desktop. Yeah, let's go with large. So let's go back to the layout, and let's see. Let's add here navigation for left navigation for desktop, so the big screens. So how do we want to do this? We want this to be on the left side. So first let's put a flex div, and let's put children inside one of the children divs. And here I will put desktop navigation, just a text, so we can see it's shown here. Let's make it maybe also blue or something. Background red 500. Okay, so here it is. And it should only be visible, not here, only for big screens, right? So let's see, I will put the text here. And let's make it hidden, but for big screens it should be visible. Yeah, so now if I make this screen this big, it's still not visible. Okay, hidden makes display none. Here we should make large block. I think now it will work. So now we have still bottom navigation for mobiles. If we make it this big, bottom navigation disappears, and we have this side navigation. So that's good. Now we have those big paddings on the body. So let's get rid of this. So I think it's inside globals. No, it's not. Let's see where it is. It's here on the body, inside layout. And now let's see. Yeah, now let's put those paddings only on this main div with children. So let's do class name, let's do padding 4. Yeah. Now for the desktop navigation, we want some padding as well. So let's put here padding of 4. And now I don't see any. Yeah, now I have side navigation. So to make this look better, I want this to be wider. So this side navigation here should have a width of, I don't know, like 1/5 of the page. Yeah, something like this. Maybe it could be bigger, smaller, I don't know. And maybe the percentage is not what we want. Instead, we want width in pixels or something similar. So if I do 48 with 48, we have something like this, and this will not change if we make this even wider, and only the middle part will grow with white space here. As you can see, if I make it a little bit smaller, this white space here disappears, but instead I would like this whole thing to be centered, so space on the left and right should go well, evenly. So on this I will make flex and justify center, and just in case I will make this another div here. And now let's see, this didn't help. Let's see, we have flex here, justify center, and let's see why. We don't need this flex and justify center. Instead, we can just do here, maybe not here. The flex should actually work. Justify around. Let's see. No, doesn't work. Let's see why. I will do inspect, and we need to inspect from the bottom. So let's see. And let's see, here we have our big flex, and here is our div with content. And as you can see, it doesn't go all the way, but if we do with 100%, then it will. So that's the thing that we need to add. Let's see on what div, on the one with the content. So here, let's do with full, and this should do the trick. So if I refresh, everything seems to work. Yeah, and it's nicely centered. So we can go back to our navigation. All right, so now we have this desktop nav here, text. But the thing is that if I scroll, it disappears. I want this to stay there. So I will put this text into yet another div. And on this, I will do top 0 and sticky positioning. So now if I scroll, the text here stays. So that is nice. Now, would be nice to have like Instagram logo here on the top, and then we would have like navigation items, right? So if we search for Instagram logo white PNG, we will get a bunch of those, and let's see which one should we take. I want the text, but I want white text. Let's see, Instagram white PNG. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's see. No, this doesn't work. Let's see this one. Yeah, let's download this one. Download. All right, it's downloaded. So now we just need to place it somewhere here. Let's see, routes, app, components, maybe here inside app. So let's put this here inside app, and I need to rename it. So it will be just IG PNG. All right, and let's go back to our layout, and let's see. We need to import it somehow here. So let's do import logo from, and we want this IGPNG, and let's just make logo with lowercase l because it's not a component, it's just a source of the file here. So first let's put maybe this logo in a, we don't need a div, separate div, we can just put it like this, image source, and let's put logo here, and it doesn't work. Let's see, inside routes, we have a layout and something is wrong here. Maybe we need to use next image component from next image. Let's see. Yeah, and imported, and we don't have any errors. But okay, now it's visible. So that's good. Let's see why we have so much spacing here above. I didn't want to open it. It's because it's kinda a square. Right, maybe then we can do another image, Instagram text. Let's take this one, and let's just link this. So I will copy the image address, and here let's just use regular image. Let's put this. And yeah, but I want the color to be inverted. So let's put class name, and let's see, invert, background invert. Okay, then this will be blue. Let's see, if we do just invert, okay, then it's white. That's much better. Now we can make, well, it doesn't need to be invert for the, by default, it can be black because we are going to change this navigation color to, let's say, gray, 200. Yes, or we can also make just a border. So we have gray 200. Let's add the border right. That's the border right of gray 400. Let's save it. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit too much. Let's do 300. Yeah, so now we have something like this. We could make it a little bit darker, like, let's see, 300. It looks bluish. Let's see, 400. That's a little bit dark. Let's see if I do slate of 200 instead of this background gray 400. It looks a little bit blue for me. I don't know why. Let's see. Hidden. Let's make it back to gray 400. And the border will be 500. But maybe I don't need this border. I think it looks fine without the border. So maybe we can also try without this background. I think it looks fine, but we would need some kind of separation. So let's see if we can do maybe at least a shadow. Shadow, and let's do shadow extra large and shadow black. Let's see how this will look like. I think it looks nice. Let's just make it a little bit more grayish, gray 300. That's not visible at all. Let's do shadow gray 700. Yeah, then we have it. Let's make it smaller, like medium. Yeah, I don't know if it goes all the way up. Let's see. I think so. I think it goes all the way up. And let's make it even more brighter, 400. Yeah, this will work for now. Right, so we have this desktop navigation here. And now let's add some links. Actually, we should do the same links we did with mobile navigation. So those were, let's put like a link, and the first will be to homepage, and let's put home icon, and let's put home as a text. Then another link to, I think it was search, and let's do search icon and text search. Then we have this in the middle to create, but we'll put it as the last one. So let's do link to /create, and let's do camera icon, and it will be create. But this will be as the last one. I also need to browse, and for the browse, I think the icon was layout grid icon, and let's say browse here, and the last should be also here profile to /profile, and let's put an icon, user icon, and let's say profile. All right, so now we have something like this. Doesn't look, it looks almost okay. So we have an image here. Let's put all of those links into a div that will add some class names to. So let's put those links here. And for those links, I want all the children, all the links to be flex, and the items center and gap of 2. Let's see. Yeah, looks nice. Now on this div itself should also be flex, but flex column, and let's add gap of 2 between the items. Yeah, maybe more gap between the items. So let's do gap 4. Yeah, and more spacing from the top. So let's do margin top of 4. And I think this looks nice. Maybe it could be centered. Yeah, center would be nice. If we could center the whole thing. So let's make it inline center, inline flex. Let's see, then it ends here, and I want this to be in the middle. So to make it in the middle, or let's see if we should do this in the middle. Maybe not in the middle, but let's add some margin from the left. Margin left, because we have some white space in the image from the left as well. And I think this looks really nice. Yeah, this looks nice. So now we have our desktop navigation. We could add maybe even more space between the links. We have gap 4, we can do gap 5, and from the top we can do 6. So we'll have more spacing. We can add even more, like gap 6, and from the top we can do 8. Yeah, so we have a lot more spacing here. This looks really nice. And now, what else do we need to do? I think this looks okay. Let's just put it into separate file. So let's see. Here we have this hidden, but large. For large screens, it should be block. So this is the div that ends here. So let's grab it and let's cut it from here. And let's put it into a separate component called desktop nav, tsx, export default function, desktop nav, and here return parenthesis, let's put this, and inside layout, let's put here desktop nav. Let's import this, let's see. Yeah, we have some unused imports, so I will get rid of those. And now let's see. And now we have something like this. Let's see if we'll have this bottom navigation. Yes, we do. And for big screens, we have this. That is perfect. So now this thing looks fine. And the only thing that we will need to add for navigation later is, for example, this right icon is now selected kinda for profile, but for desktop we didn't do anything like this. It's just all the icons look like this, but we will fix it later when we will fix the different pages. For now, we are done with the navigation, and we need to maybe add some more margin from the top, so this arrow will be closer to here. So let's go back to the layout. I want stuff to be more in line. We have padding 4, but let's add padding top to be 8. Yes, maybe we can add even more space here. I don't know. Or maybe that's a little bit too much. Let's do 6. Yeah, I think this will be good. I don't know if I will keep this arrow because it looks weird. But other than this, I think it looks fine. Yeah, now we have a nice navigation for mobile and desktop. And the next part will be to actually fix this crate so we can add photos here, right? So this will be the next page we are going to finally implement. Right, so now I think the most important part, which is upload of posts. So we have this crate here, and we have crate also here if we are on mobile. So either when we click here or when we click here, we will go to /crate, which is not created yet. Before, let's maybe see, we have an error here. Avatar URL. Okay, let's just make or empty string, and the value here, let's also add or empty string. More issues here inside our settings form. Reference says it can be undefined, but it's not assignable to either this or null. So let's see. Let's maybe put null here, and this will fix this issue. Now the only error is this. Let's see. File or undefined is not assignable to file or null. But if we make this or null, then it will be fine. All right, so now let's create page. So routes, let's create a directory crate, and then page tsx. Export default function and the create page. And let's do return, and let's do just create page here. Navigation doesn't go all the way down. So let's just quickly update this here. We have this flex here. Let's do minimum height of screen. And now let's see. Yeah, now it goes all the way. Let's go back to our create page. And in this page, we will have a button to select a photo, and then a description box for your post. So let's maybe split this to two sections. The one for the image and then for the description. So let's put a div here that will have class name of flex, and it will have two children, one for the image and another for description for the image, right? So now those are next to each other, but we can of course add some gap of 4. And instead of this description here, we can add text area from radix. Yes, so we will have a text area like this. And let's add a placeholder, add the photo description, ... something like this. And then for the image, we also need a placeholder. So let's put here that if we don't have any image, so let's add state for this. We cannot add state yet. We need to make it either a client component or yeah, let's make this a client component. Let's do use client, and let's do here const image URL, set image URL, use state from React, and default will be empty string. And here let's check if we don't have image URL, we will have we will put here a div with width of let's see, we will make a width of 24 or maybe size 24, so it will be square background gray 400. And now let's see. Yeah, so we have something like this, and we want this to be maybe a little bit bigger, so let's do 64. Yes, that looks nice. Let's make rounded corners, rounded medium. Yeah, something like this. And I think this looks fine. And here we want to have a button to publish this. So under the text area, let's do a button that will just say publish. And I forgot that here we probably need to do button. No, we do button. And it looks fine here. All right. So let's just make this div flex and flex column and gap of 2. So we have some spacing here. Yeah, this looks nice. Now inside this, I want to have a button to upload. So here, let's do a button that will say just upload, or instead of doing regular HTML button, I will use radix button. So let's do button, and here inside it will say upload, and we want to have this upload icon, cloud upload icon. Let's see. Yeah, so we have something like this, but I want this to be variant of let's see, not solid, surface. Yeah, surface looks nice. And I want this to be in the middle. So let's put flex here, items center, justify center. Now let's see. Yeah, it's in the middle. Maybe instead of upload, let's do choose image. Choose image. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Now this could be a little bit bigger. So let's see, text area. Can we do rows? Yeah, we can do rows, and let's do maybe 12 rows. No. Can we do extra large? No. So let's do just class name, and let's make this height of 12. And this didn't change anything, so let's do maybe 24. Yeah, now it's bigger. Maybe this button should be here in the middle. Yeah. So we have this flex here. Then let's put another div here. And this publish button, let's put it here. So now we of course want this to be centered. So let's do class name flex, margin top of 4, justify center. So it's this big, and let's put an icon inside the button. So we want to have some kind of send icon. And now let's see how it looks like. I think it looks fine. Maybe we can make it a little bit smaller. Let's do size of 14. Yeah, and same with this upload, choose image. Let's do size of 14, and let's see, that's too small. Let's do 16, and same here. Right, so now we want to first upload an image here when we click on this button. So first we need to have an input of type file, right? So let's put input type file, and we need to, as before, have a reference for this one. So let's do const file input reference, and let's do use reference, and the default will be null, or maybe we don't need any default here, but we need to specify that this will be HTML input element, reference of HTML input reference. Let's put this reference here. So file input reference. Now we have an issue here that this can be undefined. So let's put null here, and this will fix everything. And now we have reference, but now we need to fix that when we click on this button of type button, just in case, so it will not trigger any submissions. Let's put this here, and let's add on click, that with this file input reference we will run click, and we need to remove those. Or let's do arrow function, and let's see why we have an error here. Click does not exist on this. Okay, because I forgot it's a reference, so we need to first do current. Right, so now it kind of works, but we need to make this hidden. So let's do a class name hidden on this file input. Now if we click, we get images. Now we need to fix that when a file changes on this input, we will trigger an upload function. So let's do function upload, and or maybe not, or maybe let's do, yeah, let's do function, or we don't need. Let's first do the same way we did with upload for avatar. So we will have state for file, set file equals use state, and here we will have file or null, and default will be null. And here, if this changes, we will grab the event and we'll do set file of event target files of 0 here, or null, just in case. Right, and now we can do use effect and with an arrow function, and with here with dependencies we put file, and this will do that. Here we will run if we have a file, so it's not null. What do we want to do with the file? We want to upload the file. So let's do the same way we did for upload with the avatars. So let's do data equals new form data, and we need to data set file. Let's maybe go to the settings page, settings form, and let's see. And we can simply just copy this. Let's go back here. Let's put this here. And now we don't have any set avatar URL, but instead we have set image URL, and this should work. And now let's try to print here JSON stringify image URL. So now it's an empty string, but if we upload an image, we have a URL. So that is nice. But now, instead of showing this like this, I want to show this inside this part. So let's do if we have image URL, let's do and parenthesis, let's put a div with some class names of, let's do width of 64, or maybe we could put this here inside. So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this if we don't have an image. And this gray div we will show even if we have an image. But if we have an image, let's show it here. So if we have image URL, let's do and parenthesis, let's put image, and here image URL. So now if I upload something, let's wait a few seconds, and I don't see anything. Let's see, image URL, set image URL. Do we have any errors? Let's try again. We are uploading, pending, and it looks almost fine. To fix it, we need to do something like this. Let's get rid of this flex item center and justify center. Let's save it, and now we have something like this. And this doesn't look good. And we have this size 64. Let's change this to width 64. Yes, and let's put a little bit of padding on all sides. Let's do padding of 2. Yeah. Now for this image, I would like to add, I would make this to be also rounded medium. So we'll have rounded corners. And now for this button here, I want this to be placed in the middle here. And we have width here. Let's also add minimum height of 64. Right, and now for the button, let's see. We have button with the input here. So let's put both of those into a div. Let's put those here. And this parent, I will make it relative. And this div, I will make it absolute. And now I can make this to be inset 0, so it will take all the space. Let's see if I inspect here. Let me zoom in a little bit. Here is the image, but then here is the div that holds the input and the button. So what I want to do now is to add flex here and items center and justify center. So it will be in the middle. Yeah, so we can still change image to something else if we want. All right, so this looks nice. Now maybe we could move the description underneath actually. So we have this flex gap 4. If we change this to flex column, then it will be underneath. Yeah, yeah, so it looks like this. We can get rid of this height, or maybe we can decrease it to like 16. Yeah, this looks nice. We have image URL. We can add the name to this text area. So let's do like description. And now let's see, we have everything we need to submit this data. So let's put everything into a form instead of a div. So let's see, here we have this form. Now we need to put this back to a div, and we need to grab even this button. So maybe this here. Let's do form, and here let's do action. And I want to create a form action here. So let's see, maybe first I will do an async and arrow function. And let's see, I want to create, where is it? We have routes here, components, here we have actions. Here I will create another action called post export async function post picture, post, I don't know, how can I call it? Post entry. If you have better name, please let me know. And it will take form data. And with this form data, we need to put it into our database. So let's go to Prisma and let's create a model. So let's do modal post, and we will have IDs. So let's just copy all of this, and we need to know the email of the owner. So let's do string, and it will be required. So let's do okay, it's required by default if we don't put a question mark. So email, and we need to know the URL of the image. So we can do just maybe image, and that will be a string. And then we need to have description that will also be a string. And I think that's all for now. We can also add likes count. That will be a number or integer int. And let's see, and we can add the default to be 0. And what else can we do here? We have likes count, we have email of the person, maybe we can call it author. We can also do created ad. So we will have date, time, and the default will be, let's see, default will be the current date. So it will be no. Oops, no. And I think that's all. Maybe we could also add updated at, and it will be a datetime updated at. All right. And this should be it. So now we should be able to create posts. Let's go to actions. And first we want to grab user email, same way we did it here, but actually we can do it different way. We can just grab it directly here. So let's do auth equals await, or not auth, it will be session and await auth, like this. And here we can do the same. We don't need email string. We can do just session await auth. And then to get user email, we would do just session user email. But this can be empty, right? So let's do something like this. Let's do async function get user email, or maybe get session email, or throw. And we would do this, and I will add the question marks here. And if user email is empty, then we will throw not logged in. And here I will just do return user email. So for the user email, we can do just here await get user email, get session email or throw. Same thing here, const session email equals await get session email or throw. And now to create a post, we want to do await, grab Prisma, and we want to do first we forgot to do Prisma and generate, and we also need to restart our environment. And now we can go back to actions and do Prisma post and create. And let's put data here. And for the data, we need the author to be session email. We need what else? We need the image to be, what the image needs to be from the data get. And let's see how this was called. Upload route, not here. It's inside create page. It was called, let's see, we don't send it yet. We have only state image URL. So let's add here input of type hidden. The name will be image and the value will be image URL from the state. So now here we will get an image and let's put a string. And what else do we need here? Let's see. TypeScript will tell us. So we need description. So let's put description, get description. Let's do or, just in case, empty string if we don't have anything. Empty string. This is string, always should be. And I think that's it. After this is created, we can do post document to grab information and we can return it. So let's see here. Here we just update the data, but here we can just do return post document ID. And now let's go back to settings form, to create page. And here we can do post entry, await, and let's send the data that we get here, data. And from this, we will get an ID of this entry that we can redirect to. So let's do, we need a router to redirect. So let's do const router equals use router, router from next navigation. Let's try to import it again. Yeah. And now let's do router push to, let's do backticks. And here post and then the ID of the post. And let's do router refresh. All right, I think that's it. So if I put text here, test post, and I hit publish, and nothing happens. Let's see if I go here. Let's refresh. Let's see here. No errors. Let's try again. Let's upload this and let's put test here. It's still uploading. Right, so we have an image here. Let's put test here, clear everything, publish, and we got redirected. We have 404, but the URL looks fine. So now we can create posts, and the next part, as you can see now, will be so we can see our posts, a single post, and also that we can list our posts here. So here I should see only one post, the thing that I have just uploaded, and I should be able to click on it, so it will be so it will open the same page that we just got for. So that will be the next part. Right, so now let's do that. We will list our posts on our profile, right? So let's go to our let's see, profile page, and in here, let's see, we have this posts grid, and here we have those random images. And what I would like to do is to pass images from profile page to this posts grid. So how we can do this? We can either fetch those images here, or we can fetch them here inside. Maybe we can create another component first, a server component that will fetch those images, and then it will put those images in, send those images through props to posts grid. So let's create a component here, a new file, and let's do profile posts.tsx, export default function profile posts, and let's say that this will take a prop of an email. And email will be, of course, string. So we will know for what user we should grab those posts. And this will be async first posts for this email. So how we do this? First, we grab our Prisma post, and what do we want to do? We want to find many. Where object, and we want to find where author is this email that we have in props. Now let's assign it to posts equals await this. And now what do we want to do? Let's do return, and let's put here maybe boundary. Is it no, it's not React boundary, it's suspense. I want to put here from React, and here we can do fallback will be loading ... or actually suspense will not be here. Suspense will be outside of this one. But let's see. We have profile it should be posts, not posts. Here we will just do posts grid, and let's send those posts like this. And we will have an error here because this one doesn't have this property yet, but we can fix it. So inside posts grid, let's get rid of those images. And here we will have a posts property. And let's say that posts is an array of posts from Prisma. Right, so now we will have a problem here because we don't have any images. Let's do posts, and for each post we will have post image. All right, now let's go back to our, let's see, profile posts. Looks fine. Now let's go to our profile page. Here this posts grid doesn't work anymore. Let's use our profile posts. We need to specify email, and we have this email. Let's see here, profile. So we can do profile dot and email. Right, so now we have only this one that I uploaded. Right, so this works. Now if I upload, let's say one more, let's maybe upload this. I don't know what this is, but I don't know what's inside, but I like the color of it. Or I don't like when people leave trash in the forest. Something like this. Let's hit publish, and it will redirect me to this post URL that we don't have yet. But if I go to profile, I have this thing here. All right, so now we have two, and of course if there will be more, I will have like a third here, fourth here, and then we will have a nicer layout here. All right, so now we are listing those, but I wanted to put here a suspense from React, and let's put fallback here with loading ... and let's put this here inside. What this does is that when I load the page, it will show this loading ... So let me go, for example, to home and then profile. And now everything loads super fast, but let me see what happens if I go to network, slow 4G or maybe just 3G. If we go to home and profile, I couldn't see this suspense thing. But let's see, here we have a profile page, and let's make this smaller, home, back to profile. It's loading, but I don't see this fallback thing. Maybe because it's still too fast. Let's see if I do slow 4G, home, profile. I think it's because it's too fast. Anyway, let's get rid of this throttling and let's close this. This looks fine for now. Now, the next thing is that when we click on it, it should open this page, the same page that we get when we post something. So here we have profile posts, posts grid. And here, maybe instead of this div, let's do a link and let's put ref. It will go to /posts/ let's put backticks here so we can do something like this, post ID. And let's see what's the error here. Cannot find this. Okay, let's import this. Okay, now it's imported link from next link. And I think this looks fine. Now, if I click on it, nothing happens. Let's see. Now I can click on it. It goes to posts and then the ID. So now let's create a page for this. So let's see. We have components here. Here we have routes. We need to create a route for this. So it will be posts and then ID. So let's do first directory posts, then directory for ID, and then page.tsx. So if you have like a dynamic thing, it looks like this. Posts, then dynamic thing, and then the page. Let's do export default function and single post page. Maybe let's call it this way. It's free to choose what you want to name, default functions or default exports. Okay, in here let's put a div, and well, here we can grab our params, right? Params. Let's try to maybe first display those. So I do JSON stringify params, and as you can see, we have params ID and this. So let's do params. And let's specify that we have an ID inside that is a string. So now we should be able to do params ID, and we have something like this. So this is an ID from the URL, and we can use it to grab this post. So let's do this. Let's do const post equals await Prisma find first the collections of post, find the first or row where, and ID is params ID. Right, so now we need to add the async here, and let's try to put post description here to see. Okay, it says test. If I open this, I don't like when people leave trash in the forest. So it works. Now we want to display it differently. So something like image on the left side and then comments on the right side with description also on the right side. So let's put a div with flex and gap of, let's say, 4. And the left side will have the image. So let's do image and let's put post image here. And now here we can also put post description just to have some extra text. And on the right div we will have, let's say, post description for now inside the paragraph. So now we have something like this, but I think I would prefer to have it as a grid. So same width for both of those. So let's do grid, and grid calls 2, and yeah, now those are 50-50. Now I have the post, but I want also information about the author. So let's do const And for the author, we know only email, but we can grab author profile equals await, and let's do Prisma profile, find first of row, where, and oops, where email is post author. All right, now we can also display the username here. So let's maybe do like h3 and author profile, and let's do maybe name, or yeah, name. So my name here. Would be nice maybe to have also avatar here. So let's put maybe a div here with flanks. The first, the left part will have an image of the avatar. So here let's do author profile avatar, and let's see, this can be null, so let's do just in case empty string. What else do we need? This text, we can fill it with author profile name or username, and we can add the avatar here. So let's put this here, and then on the right side we will have, let's say, this name, and also username, author profile username. So now we have something like this. Let's style this avatar a little bit. So let's do size of, I think it shouldn't be size, because we need to have an outside div to make it square-ish. So let's do class names into a separate div. Let's put this, and here let's do size of 12 or maybe 8, and let's do aspect square and overflow hidden. Now let's see. So now we have something like this. I want this to be bigger, so let's do 24. Yeah, this looks nice, but I want this to be rounded. I also want to see my profile. Yeah. Let's make it rounded and a little bit smaller. So let's maybe do 18 and rounded full. That's too big. Size 18. Maybe there's no 18. Let's do 16. Yeah, 16. This looks nice. Maybe it can be even smaller, but let this be like this for now. All right, so we have this. Now we need to have some spacing here. Maybe, yeah. So I also want to have on this image to be rounded corners. First, some spacing here. So let's do a gap of 2. On this image, let's put some class names so we can do rounded extra large. Yeah, or maybe just medium. Now, this text could be actually also here, right on the right side, and this, my username, could be here, grayish. So let's see. Here we have this h3 with author profile name. Let's put a username into a span with some class names here. I will add @, and let's see. Here I will do text gray 400, and here of course I will do flex and gap of 2. So now we have something like this, and maybe that's too much of the space. So let's do gap 1, and maybe it should be actually underneath. So I will put this here underneath as, let's say, h4. So this looks nice now, and let's make this smaller. So let's make this text SM, and let's make it a little bit darker, 600, and let's pull it up a little bit. So let's do minus margin top of 4. That's too much. Let's do just -2. Still too much. Let's do just -1. Okay, and now this text should also go here. Let's see this paragraph. Let's put this here. Yeah, this should work. Maybe we can put this comment into a bubble or something like this. So let me get a div with background gray of 200 and let's do rounded medium. And this paragraph, let's put this inside. And also we need some padding of 4, let's say. So now we have something like this. Would be nice to have some margin top of 2, let's say. And maybe some border. Let's do border and border gray 300. Yeah, so now we have something like this. And this looks fine. Now we also will need to have a comment field here. So users can leave comments, right? And then we need to list those comments. But before we will do this, let's fix that though this thing will be responsive. So if we are on mobile, this should be underneath. The comments should be under the photo. So let's see, here we have grid. Let's say that those 2 columns should be only on medium screens. So yeah, this is how it looks like if you don't have, if you are on mobile. So then it goes like this. As you can see, this is not visible because the bottom part covers everything. And to fix it, we need to go to layout and let's see. We have this here for the content. We have this padding on the top and the bottom of 4. But let's also add padding bottom of, I don't know, like 16. Padding top of 4. Okay, we don't need those 2. And so this should work. Now we have a lot of space here, so we can show everything. Maybe we need even more. Let's do 24. Yeah. But the issue is now we don't have any spacing on the sides. Let's see. Yeah, I have removed it. So let's do padding X4. Yeah, now we have some padding on the sides. Yeah, and maybe more. Let's put 8. Let's see on mobile. On mobile, it's maybe too much. So let's do padding X of 4, and for medium screens or large screens, let's do 8. And also this 24, the default should be like 8 or 4. No, sorry, the default should be 24 for mobiles, and then for large screens, we should have this 4. So this looks fine. And then let's see, this looks fine as well. And this one looks fine too, because we have a lot of spacing. And then here we have, here it jumps to the side navigation, which is really nice. So everything seems to be working. All right, so now we need to fix comments and likes. So maybe first we can do comments. So let's go here and let's go to post ID page. And well, underneath we should have something like compose comment thing, right? So how we gonna do this? Well, let's create a separate component for this. So inside components, let's call it maybe comments form, or maybe comments section. No, comments form.tsx. And let's do export default function. And I will do async because we want to grab current profile. So let's do const session equals await auth. So we are getting this. And what else? We need to fetch the profile. So let's see. Let's do const profile equals and await prisma. Let's do profile find first or throw. And here we need to do where, and the email is session user email with question marks. Here a string, so we will not have any errors, TypeScript errors. And now in here, let's do just a form, and let's put text area from Radix UI themes. And let's see. Now in here, I can put some placeholder. Your tell the world what you think. ... And let's put this placeholder here. And let's see. We have a form. And now we have also the profile. So I can show the avatar. But let's first place this thing. So let's see. We have this ID page for post. And let's see, what do we have here? Here's the main grid. Here is the right side. So before closing this one, let's put here a div, post your comment, and let's put suspense here. And inside, let's put comment form. And now let's see, comments form. It says comments form. And here I forgot about name, comment form. And it should be comment form. Let's do rename comment form. And let's see here on this ID page, comment form from comment form, and here comment form. Right, post your comments. Let's get rid of this. And now let's see here. I will also add some padding top of 8. And maybe we can even add an HR here, or a border top actually, and margin top of 8. So we'll have some divider here. It's barely visible. So let's add border top gray of 500. That's too dark. Let's do 300. I think this looks fine. Now on the left side, I want to have the avatar of currently logged in user. So let's see, comment form, and let's put a div flex with gap of 2, and left side, right side, and now the text area will be on the right side, and here we want to have an avatar. All right, so now let's see why this doesn't take all the space. Let's see, we have a div here, we have a div here. This thing takes only this, okay. Let's add here class name with full. All right, and for the avatar, let's maybe use this type of avatar. But because we had it somewhere else on this page, here we had this, let's see, this div with avatar. I'm going just to copy this. And let's see, let's create a component called avatar.tsx, export default function avatar, and here we will have a source property that will be of course a string. Let's return all of this, and here let's just put source, and here let's make it empty for now. Now let's go back here. Instead of this, we can put our avatar, and the source will be author profile avatar, and we need to import this thing. So let's import this from here, from my components, and just to be sure, let's add our empty string. All right, so now comment form. Here we can also add the avatar. So let's do avatar, and let's see here. Let's import this from my components, and the source will be profile avatar or empty string. Now let's see what's the issue here. If I save this, okay, I forgot about this closing. All right, so now I just need to have post button. So let's see, here we have a text area. Let's make it a flex column gap of 2, and underneath I will put here a button. Let's import this from Radix themes, and here post comment we will have. So we have this post comment button. It's a little bit too big, but it's stretched because of this flex. So if I just put it inside the div, it will be this small. So now it looks fine. If I would log in as a different user, I would have a different profile picture. But let's try to fix that we can post comments first, even with the same user. So if I want to add a comment, what should I put here? Just a test. And what happens if we click on the post comment? Nothing. And we have a form here, but no action. Let's do action. Let's do async data. And what do we want to do? We want to have an action. So we have actions file here where I have all of my async server actions. So let's do export async function and let's do post comment. And we will have data that is form data. And to save comments, we will need a schema for this. So let's go here and let's do something like this, modal, and let's do comment. And now let's see how we can do this. Let's do ID. We need ID on all of those. We need author. And what else? We need to have the description or comment itself. So text, and this will be string. I want to have a created at, and in case we will update, let's also add updated at. So I think that will be it. So let's save it, and we can now run Prisma generate. And let's see, waveform action. Let's see here, let's go back to this page, not this one. Comment form here. The issue is that if we have action like this, we need to specify it somewhere else, but we need to make this to a client component. But I think we can also do something like this. Post comment like this, and then it will work if we just pass this action. Right, so now maybe let's see if this will work. So if I click post comment, or before I will do this, let's go back to my actions. And here actually we don't have anything, and we don't send any data, I think, from this text area. So let's do name, and let's put just text here. Now let's go back here, and first we want author email equals await get session email overflow, and then let's create a comment. So let's do await Prisma. And I need to restart my environment just in case. Prisma. Let's do, I don't see comment. No, let's see. Let's regenerate here. Comment, yeah. And now let's do create. And let's put data. And what do we do here? For the data, we need to put author. The author will be author email. And we also need to provide the text, which is just form data, or just data, get, and text as string. And that's it. We can return this. We can just return it without a wait. But I want to create another post comment. Let's do function here, post comment. And I will add action here. And the thing here will be the same. We will have form data as a param. And what will we do here is we will just grab the post and from post comment. So from the function above. But here we will also redirect. Or can I actually redirect? Let's try redirect. From next navigation, I don't know if this will work actually. Or no, I don't want to redirect. I want to refresh the current page. So let's see. We need this post comment, and that's it. Let's go now to comment form. And here we have action and we have an error. And the error is probably because we are returning stuff here. So let's just do await without returning anything. And now it's fine. But now the issue is that I need to create another comment form component. But this time we need to create it so we can handle the action. So we have comment form, but we need to have another one. The first one, this one, will fetch the session and the profile, and then it will return the, it will render the form from other component. So this one actually shouldn't be named comment form. Instead, it should be session comment form or something like this. So let's do session here, session comment form. And let's see here in the components, let's see, comment form. Let's rename it to session comment form. And now everything should break. If I go to this post page, because here we have comment form, we need to rename it to session comment form. Here is actually renamed. Let's put this session comment form here, and here inside we can grab this form part, and we can now create a component called just comment form.tsx, export default function called comment form, and we need to return parentheses. Let's just do this, and on the top use client, and here we pass the avatar. So let's just take this as a property. Avatar will be a string, and let's put it like this. We don't need to do or because it's always a string. And here let's do comment form, comment form. Avatar will be our profile avatar or empty string. And now let's see. Now we don't need this import, we don't need this import, and we don't need this import. Now let's jump inside, and instead of doing form action just this, let's do async. Let's grab our form data, and in here we want to do something like this. We want to post comment with this data, and let's see if we can now maybe return this created document. So the const post equals await this. And now I want to use router. So let's do const router here on the top equals use router from Next navigation. Yes, it's imported. And now let's do router refresh. And maybe I don't need to fetch the result from here. Right, so now let's see what happens if I put test comment. Let's click post comment, and let's see if we have any requests here. Yes. Okay, I'm not displaying comments yet, so that's why I don't show anything. But let's check inside the database if we have anything. And we have a comment collection, and we have one test comment. So it worked. We have it inside the database. Now, after we created this comment, it would be nice to clean this text area, right? So I will add a reference. Let's do const area reference equals use ref, and let's do now here reference equals area reference. Let's add here null by default, and after we posted this comment, it should be cleared. So let's put here area reference current, and can we do value here? No, I forgot to type it here. That it's text area, HTML text area element. And now let's see, we can do value equals this. But just in case it's empty, let's add the question marks. No, this will not help. Instead, we need to check first if we have area reference current. Then we can do this. Right, and now this should reset this. But I also want to display all the comments. This is just a comment form. Let's go back to this page here. And maybe let's create here another div with some comments. There's the padding top of, I don't know, 4. And here comments listed. So now it's not displayed, but it should be. If I refresh, comments listed here, and they should be listed the same way. They're listed here. This one is listed. So actually this part with this grid, not with this grid is for the left and right side here. This with flex, gap2 and avatar and so on. Description, we can cut this from here, and this will be actually a comment component. So let's do new file here, and let's do comment.tsx, export default function comment, and let's do return and this. Now there are some stuff that we need to add props for, and this is what I will do first. I will prepare here for typings, and first we need an avatar, and here typing avatar will be a string. Now what else do we need? We need the name, or we can just take profile. So we actually need to have author profile, and we need the post. So we need 2 objects. Let's put post will be here post, and author profile. So here post will be post from Prisma, and author profile will be profile from Prisma as well. Let's see. Yeah, Prisma client. That's correct. Now we can use this comment component here on this page. So first we are going to display the main comment of the author, so description. So let's put comment from my components here, and the post will be post, and author profile will be author profile. And now we can also list other comments here. So how can we fetch them? We can fetch them here. So let's do const comments equals await Prisma comment find the many. I think I know about one thing I forgot about. We have a comment here, but we don't know the ID of the post. So I'm going to delete this one, the only comment we have. And we need to first fix the comment form. Let's go comment form, and we only take avatar. Let's go to this post page. Here we have this session comment form. We need to pass post ID here. So let's do post ID. And here inside we need to add this here. So let's do post ID, and let's type it that post ID is a string. All right, and we will need to pass this post ID here as well, post ID, and we need to specify this post ID here as well, post ID, and post ID is a string. And now when we post a comment, we need to provide to this data our post ID. So I'm going just to do input of type hidden, and I will put a name post ID, and the value will be our post ID. That's it. Now we can go to post comment, and from the data we can add here post ID equals or colon data get post ID as string. But we have an error here because we don't have this inside our schema. So comment, we have author, but we don't have post ID, which should be a string. All right, now let's go back to actions. Or do we need to specify that this is object ID? Maybe we should. So let's add this. And I think that's it. So let's go back to actions. We have this post ID. We need to regenerate here Prisma client, restart our environment. And now let's see if this will work. Test comment. Let's hit post comment. It disappeared. And let's refresh our database here to see if we have it. We have a comment collection, that's good. And we have here post ID and everything looks beautiful. So now let's go back to our ID page and let's go back to fetching our comments. Find many where, let's do where, and let's do post ID equals post ID. So we are searching for comments where the post ID inside this collection, this post ID needs to be the same as actually this params ID, which is the same as this post ID. All right, so now we have comments. Now let's loop through those. Here, let's do comments map, and now for each comment, let's do parentheses div. Let's add the key here, comment ID, and here let's put comment posts, and we need for all of the comments we need profiles of those who commented authors. So here I can just put why do I need comment here? Why, if I put a comment, if I want to display comment, why do I have a post? It shouldn't be post, it should be comment object. So let's change it to comment and comment, yes, and here comment, and instead of post description we have comment text here. Okay, I know what's the issue, because on the main here comment we are passing the whole post object. Let's maybe instead of comment let's put text, because that's the only thing that's there. And here we will have a string, but it's lowercase s, and we don't need this. And here we just put text, and that's it. We should have an error here. Let's go back to ID page, and now here let's put text and post description, and here comment text, let's put comment text. And now author profile, we need to fetch profile for each comment. So let's do const, and here let's do comments authors, and in here we want to fetch profiles of those people that are inside this array. So I want to do await Prisma profile find many where, and let's maybe put this different like this where, and now I want to find where the ID or the email actually. Let's see, what do we have inside comments? Let's see, Prisma comment, we have author, which is string. Okay, I guess it's the email, right? Yes, it's the email. So let's go back here. I need to I want to fetch profiles where email is inside an array, and this array is all author emails from comments. So let's do like this, comments map. And for each comment, I want comment author. And that should do the trick. But here, let's see what's the issue. String array of strings is not assignable to string or string filter. But we can do something like this. Instead of this, I can do in, I think, or $in. No, let's see. Email, string filter of profile. Let's see, string filter. Yeah, I can do in, just in, lowercase in, and then this. And this should work. We should have comments authors. But comments can have dupes of authors, so there can be several comments from the same author. So I would like to have a unique values from this array. The easiest way is to add Lodash and to add just to fetch function, to use function unique. Unique. Let's see if this is from Lodash. No, it's not. Unique. Let's see. Unique. Now I cannot find it. Let's search it here. Lodash. Documentation. Unique. Yeah, unique array. So it's like this. Unique. And let's try to import it manually from Lodash. And unique of this. We can remove those spaces. And now we should get comments authors here. So now here where we need the author profile, we just need to find it inside this array. So we just need to go to comments authors and we need to find where let's see, A as author email is the same as comment author, which also email. Right, so this is not assignable to this, okay, because this can be undefined. So what can we do about this? The error says we need a user profile here, but this can return an undefined. So what can I do actually here is to make it optional and add the question marks here, so it will not break if it's empty. Now let's see, comments listed, but I don't see anything here. Let's save it and let's refresh. Okay, now I see the comments. Test comment, and now it would be nice also to have dates here, right, on the right side. Let's also put test comment 2, post comment. Yeah, and everything is shown. We want also some space here between those. So here, let's put flex column gap of 2. So we have some spacing. And let's see. And the dates and more spacing. Let's do gap of 4. And now here we have this comment thing. I want to inspect to see if the comment goes all the way to the right. Well, the flex doesn't. So this flex doesn't go all the way, but we can fix it. Let's see. We can put everything into yet another div. Do we need yet another div? No, we don't. We just need to make the right side, so the second div of the flex children, go with full. Yeah, and then here where we have the username and the name. So inside this, we have this text here. Here we have the name, and I will put another flex here with gap of 2 and 2 divs left and right side. On the left side, we will have username and name, and on the right, we will have date. So now we have date here, but I will put here justify between. So it will put a lot of space here. And now Well, we can have the date here, but I'm not sure if it's the best position for this. Or we can have the date maybe underneath here. Maybe it would be a better position here to have it on the under the comment. Yeah, I'm going to put this under the comment. So let's see, date here. I don't need this, and we don't need this with full anymore. Let's put empty class names, and instead here I want to have it. So here we have a div with this background gray. I will put this into another div. Let's put this here, and here I put a date. I think there's a element like time that I can use, and here let's put, we don't have any date here that we can use. So let's see, let's put date time here for now, and let's just style it a little bit. So here, let's put this here, let's put the class name, and let's do text small, text gray, 500, and let's do text right. So it will be aligned to the right, but it's not, maybe because we need to make it to a block element. Yeah, now it's better. But we need to make it maybe even smaller. Let's do XS. And I want to make it even lighter. Let's do 400. And now we want to put numbers there. So let's go back here, and we want to go to this page, and let's see, do we have inside the post stuff like this? I think we do. So let's do JSON stringify and post created at, and yeah, we have it. It's like a date string. So let's pass it to the comment. So let's do created at post created at, and created at, it's actually a date here. So let's go to the comment. Let's specify that created at will be here, and created at is a date. Right, so now we want to display date here, right? So how can we display it? The easiest way would be to use a function from another lib called date functions. So I will do ban add date fns date functions, and now here I'm going to use a function called format, and let's import format. I don't think it has been imported. Format, and I want to format date. Okay, I need to import this manually. So let's do import format from date fns. Now we have date here. We want to format this, and here we will put the how we want this to be formatted. So year, month, day, and then hour, minutes, seconds, something like this. And instead of date, we have this created at date. And we have an error that it's not defined. So let's see, created, okay, created at. Now it should be right. Invalid time value. I guess this is because we need to go back here and we need to specify created at here. Comment created at. And now let's see if this will work. Yeah, it works. We have dates here and here and here. So seems to work. Now I think I want all comments to go all the way to the right. So let's open this. Here let's put with full. Yeah, and I think this looks fine. Now we have comments. And I can also go to my different posts here, and I can leave a comment, nice flowers there, and it will show here. Right, so now we can go to profile, we can open those, we have comments. I think the next part will be actually that we will have we need to have likes, right? So this will be the next part. Well, we can have posts, but we can comment on those, but we also need to have likes or hearts. It's the same thing. All right, so now let's fix likes. So I think maybe I can put likes here, like button to like and a text liked of 200 people or something like this. So let's go to our page here. We have an error here, but we can fix it. Let's see. The error is we couldn't find Lodash. And that's weird, because I'm sure I installed Lodash. Maybe that's just a cache. Let's go down here and let's see. Here we have a div for all of the comments. And here let's put a div for likes. So I'm also going to add here padding top of 4 and border top gray 300 to have this border. And I will put likes here for now to see how this will look like. We have too much space here, and this is because of this margin top 8. Let's change it to 4. I think that's still too much. Let's do just 2. Yeah, but now we need to space out here. So it's the margin top 4 from here. Now we have too much space, or maybe too little space here. Let's see, we have padding top of 4. Let's do padding top and the bottom of 4. Now we have something like this. Well, I think maybe we should get rid of this margin top of 2. Yeah, now it's equal to like this post. So let's do a heart icon here, and let's add a text liked, or maybe like 240 people like this. And now let's see, yeah, something like this, but we want also to make it flex and gap of 2, so we'll have some spacing. And this should be clickable. So when I click this, it should be red or something. So first, let's maybe do just a regular button, no styling. And here I will do class name text gray, and let's do 700. So we'll have something like this. And when I click it, nothing happens, but we will fix it in a moment. First, maybe I will add some spacing, or maybe no, it looks fine. Well, let's see. We have a button here, and we can click on this, and nothing will happen for now. And this 240 is faked. It's hard coded for now, but it looks nice. Also here on the right, we could have a bookmark icon, right? So maybe let's put a div for the left and right side here for this flex. And let's put this part to the left div, and this part to the right. We will have a button, regular button, with a bookmark icon. And let's see, yeah, something like this. Now, the thing is that everything should be centered nicely. So here first, let's do items center, and also on those two divs here, on this div we need to add the flex and items center, and also gap of 2. And we don't need gap, or maybe we can leave the gap, but we need to add justify between, so we'll push this to the right side. Also on this div, let's add the flex and item center, so everything will be in the same line. Yeah, and let's make this text gray 700 here to this whole line as default. And now let's see if when we put something here, when we click this, this should increase or decrease depending if it's clicked or not. And if we click it, let's make it red. Let's try to make it red, background red 500. No, not like this. Let's try fill red 500. Yeah, something like this. And the outline, the lines should be also red. But we know how to do this with text red 500. Now, we need to make this to a separate component, this thing. So, or do we? Let's see. We know how many people like this. So let's do post and likes count. And we have 0 people like this because that's correct. And now when I click this button, I would like to make this red and like this post. So how can we do this? Well, we can try maybe with a form action. So let's do form, or do we want to make it like this? Or maybe we want to do a client component. Maybe let's do a client component. It will be much cleaner, so we'll have separate component for this. Components, new file, and let's do likes row, likes info.tsx, export default function likes info, and return, and let's put this div here. Let's cut it from here, likes info, and let's put this here. And now we have likes count here that we are using. And maybe let's just grab the whole post here because we are going to need it. Let's import post from Prisma client so we can type it correctly. And now let's see. Now let's go back here and we just need to pass post to be, post. And now works kinda. Now we can fix that this is client component and we can do something like this. We can make this button, we can add on click on this button, and on click, what do we want to know? On click, we want to like this post, right? So let's put arrow function, and we know what is the post ID, so we can just send a request, right? And we can send a request to API. We can create a route for this, but I think we may be simpler to use server actions. So instead, let's make it to a form. And let's add an action here, and we will have an arrow function here, async with the data that is data, which is form data. And now what do we want to do here? Let's go to actions and let's create action for us. Where do we have actions here? Let's create an action called like post, export async function like post, and we will have data that will be form data. And inside this action, what do we want to do? We want to, maybe let's don't call it like post. Let's call it toggle post, because if we like it, then I want to dislike it. Maybe let's start with just like post, and let's create function to dislike post, remove like, something like this. Okay, if we want to just like a post, we need to have a collection for likes. So we know what user liked what post and when So we will need a schema for this. Let's do modal like, and we need those, we need an ID. For each like, we need post ID. We need the author, which will be string, and created at, and that should be it, right? Post ID, author, created at. I think that's all. Let's go back to actions and let's regenerate our Prisma client typings, restart our environment. And now we can do something like this. Prisma, like, I don't see like yet. Let's see. Prisma, like, no. Let's regenerate this once again. Let's restart everything here. And it says it's ready. Okay, let's do create. And how is it called? It's called like, so it should work. And let's put data here. For the data, we want to put author, and here we can just get a session, email, or throw. We need post ID that we can get from the data here. Let's do a string. And anything else? No, I think that's all. Now let's do await, and this should work. Let's see why we have an error here. Like does not exist on type Prisma like. That's weird. Prisma generate, and I restart here my environment. It should exist there. Let's go to schema like. Yeah, right. Let's just continue. Maybe it will just work and it's just a cache in my editor. Let's go to this page, and we don't have anything here. We have an error about loadash. I guess this is just a cache thing. And now we have likes info here, and we have our action that when we click it. Let's try to do like post, and let's put the data here. Inside the data, we need this post ID, right? So for the post ID, we need to have an input here of type hidden with the name of post ID and the value of post ID. All right, and now we create a like when we like something, but now I also want to recalculate total likes on this post. As you remember, we have this, let's see, Prisma post update, and we want to update stuff where ID is this. So let's put this here, and data I want to update will be likes count, and here I want to count all of the likes. So let's do Prisma like count, and I want to count where the post ID will be same as this post ID. So let me copy this here, and this should work. But now this thing repeats in three places here. So I'm going to extract this. Let's do const post ID, this. And now let's get rid of this from here and here. Let's do just post ID. So now those two names are the same, so we can do just like this. And the same thing here, so we can do just post ID. And then we need to add the await here because it's a database query, and same thing here. And I think that should do the trick. So now let's go back to this likes info. We are waiting for this, but then maybe let's reload the stuff here. So let's do const router equals use router, and like this. And let's import this from Next navigation. Yes, that's correct. And now let's do router refresh, and let's see what will happen. We have this likes count, let's hope that this will be updated. And now let's see. If I click on this, I just clicked, but nothing have happened. I will need to check my database. And let's see if we have received anything. No, nothing here. So, okay, we have button with no class names. We have action here. Let's make this button type of submit, just to be sure that this will run. And I'm going to refresh this page. Let's try again. I clicked and now something happened. We have an error. Data, author is empty. So let's go back here and let's see, author, get session email throw. We need to add a wait here. That's why it throws an error. Let's refresh. Let's click this. Okay, we have one people like this. And if I refresh, it's still here. So that's good. Now, because I clicked this, it should be red, right? And after I refresh, it should be also red. So let's go to likes info. And here we should be able to fetch information if we like it or not. And also we can go back to this page. And here on this page, we should also have this information. Is liked by me. So let's try to get this. Let's do const is liked by me equals await prisma like exists. Do we have exists? No. Find. Let's do find first. Or maybe we can call it my like for this post. And we want to find first where author is me. So let's do get. Let's do await get session email or throw. It's not exported, I think. So let's export it from here. Export. And we don't use this redirect. So let's go back. Get session email or throw. And the post ID should be the same that we fetched here. All right, so let's pass this user like here. So where do we have it? Here, likes info. Let's call it maybe session like equals my like. And let's go here, session like, and let's type it here, session like to be just a like from Prisma. And I don't know why we have this has no member like. I guess it's just a cache in my editor that shows some extra errors. And now I can check if we have it, we can paint this red. So here we have it. Now we have class names here, and let's do something like this. Let's put this here, and in here, let's do that. If we have session like, then I will add here background, or maybe let's start with text red 500, otherwise nothing, and fill red 500. Now let's see. Yeah, so now it's red. Fill red 500 didn't work. I don't know why. Let's see. Let's see why. Okay, because it's a button, not the. If we move this to here, then it will work. But it's a simple object here. Now it's red. All right, maybe instead of session like, I will have a state for this. So let's do liked by me and set liked by me equals use state. And we need to import this use state. And here the default will be bang bang session like, if it exists or not. And here let's change it to liked by me. Right. And then if I click it again, it shouldn't create a new like, Instead, it should remove the like. So let's do something like this. If liked by me, then remove like, otherwise add like. So for add like, we will do this, but for remove like, we will do something else. Also, we want to update the state right away. So set like by me, and let's get the previous value and let's do the opposite. All right, and let's add the function to remove like. So let's add export async function, this like, maybe remove like from post. And we will have data, of course, that is form data, because we need this post ID, same way we needed it here. And now, if we want to remove a like, and we want to do await Prisma like, and we want to delete where let's put this maybe here so we'll have some more spacing, where object, and we want to remove where the post ID is this post ID, so we can just do post ID, and the author is our await get session email or throw. Right, and this will work. It will remove this like, but we also need to update the current number of likes for this post. All right, so and because this is the same thing here and here, I will create a function for this. Async function update post likes count. And and this will take post ID, that is a string. And now I will just post this here, and I think this should just work. So now let's use this function here. So let's do await update post likes count of post post ID, and the same thing here, right? Now let's see if this will work. If I click this, it still says 1 people like this. If I refresh, it's still liked by me. Okay, let's go back to this page, likes info. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not using this function. And let's do await, remove like from post. And let's put the data here. Now let's refresh. If I click here, we have an error. Where of type like where input needs at least one of ID arguments. Okay. Then instead of passing this data here, I can send my session like to send the ID of my like. Yeah, let's do like this. So here, let's see. Or do I actually need this? Let's see here. Delete. Let's see. Prisma like. We have delete and delete many. What happens if I do delete many? If I refresh, okay, then it works. So if you delete only one, you need ID. But well, I can change it to delete many and still delete only one, because there's only one. There can be only one with this post ID and this auto email, with this combination. So I can like this, and I can dislike this. And if I refresh, it should be disliked. And if I click here, I can refresh and still liked. So that is really nice. All right, so now we can like posts and we can comment on posts. So this is nice. Now, one cool thing is that I would like to add to this is to open posts not on a separate page as we do now, but instead in a modal, in a pop-up. So we are going to use parallel routes, And this means that if I scroll here, for example, to the middle of the page, you can see I scrolled a little bit and I open, it will open in a modal, and the URL will also change. But if I go back, it will go back to the, it will just close the modal. So let's see. If we want to open this in a modal, what do we want to do? First, let's see, the URLs look fine, and we have this posts and then the ID of this. Let's see how this, how the routing looks like. We have posts and then ID and then the page for this post ID. But there is something more we can do. We can do parallel routes using @. So let's see, Next.js parallel router, 2 routes at the same time. And this is done with this @. So let's add inside the routes a new directory first called modal. Okay, and what's with the modal? With the modal, we will intercept the route. So, for example, when we are here and we will click on this, the URL is this. But by clicking on this, we are going to use this interception here that we are creating now. So here inside, we need to create the same type of routing that we want to intercept. And as you can see, we want to intercept /post/ and then ID. So this, the same structure that we have here, we need to recreate inside our model. So let's do a new file and let's do photos and then ID and then route.ts. Except to intercept this route, we would need to have it on the same level. But because we put it on the inside model, it's one level deeper inside this route. So to go back here, I will put a dot here. So if we go here, intercepting routes, you can see that we have dot to match on the same level, and then 2 dots to match 1 level above. So we want on the same level because on the same level that we have routes, here we are intercepting with modal. We do photos and then ID. So let's see if this will work. Here I will do export default function and let's call it maybe, sorry, it shouldn't be photos, it should be posts, refactor, and here posts, and post in modal. And let's do return and parentheses, and let's put div and div here, and it should maybe ts, it should be tsx, all right. And let's put modal. And now let's see what happens if I click on this. Well, I have been redirected. Right, let's try again. If I click on this, I have been redirected. And that's why is that? Because we need to go to layout. You can see we always just render only children. But now we have not only children, but we can also grab a modal that we are intercepting sometimes. And the modal will be same thing as children. So let's do modal, React, and React node. And let's maybe put here our modal. And now let's see, if I click here, still nothing happens. Let's see once again here, nothing happens. Let's see if I need to rename this to ... Now let's see, no, and if I refresh, still nothing. Let's check our layout here. We have children and here we have our model. Right, so now I see we get an error. Invalid the interception route. Cannot use ... marker on the root level. So we need to put this back to just 1 dot And now let's see if I restart my environment. Let's refresh. We will go to this post, but let's go to our user profile. And if I click, we get redirected. And I think the issue is this shouldn't be route. This should be actually page tsx. So let's refresh. Let's click. Now we have an error, application error. Let's see what's the issue here. Maybe we can restart here. Let's refresh and let's try again. So if I click here, application error. So what's the issue? We have an error log here, some error boundary. Let's scroll more to the top and check the top level render call using masonry. Warning here. So this is only a warning. Each child should have a key property. So let's maybe go to this posts grid and let's just add a key post ID. Maybe that's it. Let's see if we will have more errors. So let's refresh. Although it was only warning, let's see what will happen now. Application error, a client-side exception has occurred. See the browser console for more information. Okay, so it's in the browser. Cannot update a component or reload while rendering a different component router. Okay, so we were trying to render something, but something went wrong. Let's see how the links look like. So if I go to profile, we have profile posts grid, and then we have a link here with a key, and when we have also graph and goes to just posts and then post ID. Right, and then we want to intercept these posts. So let's see, we have a modal because this is how we do a parallel route, and then we have here posts, then the ID, and then page here. I don't know why it still says rename to TSX. Let's see, I will refresh. No, still the same error. Right, so I restarted my environment just, and I got this error. Wherever I click, I get 404. Even on the home page that we had and on the profile page. And the error I get is no default component was found for a parallel route rendered on this page. So I think this means that, okay, if we are here, we try to render modal, but modal is not intercepting any route here because we don't have any intercepting for profile. For modal, we have only intercepting for posts. So I think that here we need to place a default ESX. Yes, and here we just need to do export default function default, and let's do return null. That's it. And now it works back. We don't have 4.4. We can go here and we can go here. And if I click here, as you can see, the URL has changed, but we are still on the profile page. So let's check this. We are on /profile, but if I click on this, the URL changes to /post/id, and we get here this modal text. So now everything works. Let's go back to our layout, or actually not to layout, but because here we just render this, and here we have this div with text modal. Here we should have show modal for this post. Let's see what params we get here. So let's do JSON stringify params, and let's see. Yeah, we get ID. So ID, and ID is string. But now we can grab ID, so we can fetch information about this this post. So we can do here async function, And let's do const, and let's do post equals, and basically we just need to fetch and do the same thing that we did for the post page, but show modal for post and then the ID. Let's style it a little bit. So first we need to have some kind of backdrop. So let's do background black, 90%, and let's do absolute or maybe fixed and inset 0. So it covers like everything. Maybe 80% will be good enough. Now we need to have a div that will be white. So let's do background white, and let's put this thing inside here. Let's add some padding of 4, and we have something like this. And we need to fix also here that this will be relative, and let's do z of 20, so it will be above everything. It's not yet above this logo here, but let's see why. Let's do that 20 here and 30 here, and let's see. Yeah, now it's better. Now we have this relative, but this model should be in the middle. So maybe on this white, let's do absolute, and let's do inset of, I don't know, like 4 or maybe 8. So no relative. And we have a model that we can click outside. Let's see. This looks fine so far. And then show model for post and then the ID. Let's see why we have an error. ID is not a valid page prop. Well, it actually is, or sorry, we have params here and then we have ID. So here let's do params and then we have ID. And then, yeah, so the ID now works. And what do we want to do? If I refresh, we will see a different page. We should, but let's see why we have an error. We have an error. I don't know why. Something pipe response. Let's just refresh. And if I refresh, I still have the same issue here. Cannot create property digest on string not logged in. That's weird. Let's see. Maybe something wrong with the database. Let me go to my environment local. And we have database URL. Maybe there's something wrong with the connection URL. And let's see. It should look like this. Why do we have this auth-rv? It's not required. Username, password at host. Let's see. Password at host. And then we have database name, and then we have this retry rights. And let's see what they have in the documentation. They have this max poll size. Maybe we can add it. And instead of retry, let's try this with only one question mark. And now let's see. I will maybe restart the environment. And we still have an error. Let's see. Server selection timeout. No available server. Let's see this MongoDB URL. Let's put back this auth-rv server, and let's add also those other params. So retry rights to true and SSL to true. Maybe let's get rid of this SSL true. Connection timeout max poll size, and there's also like rights equals majority, and I can also add app name that we had that was cluster 0. And now let's maybe restart the environment and let's see if this will help. Something wrong with the database string. Let's see. Let's close this thing. It should be SRV, not SRC. So that's what was wrong. Let's restart and let's refresh. Still an error. Let's see what it says. Same thing, cannot create property digest on string not logged in. Let's see if we can open homepage. Yeah, homepage works. And the profile works as well. So now if we go here, this works, but if I refresh, then it doesn't work. So it's only this page for, let's see, routes, posts, ID, and then we have this page. Is it because of this Lodash? I don't think so, but let's see. Does it say anything about Lodash? No, this looks fine. Only stuff from Next. But if I do here just return test and refresh, then it works. So it's something with this page that is breaking. Let's see, maybe if I do return test here, then it still works. But if I put it like this, then it doesn't work. So I think there's something wrong in here. Let's see. We have a return here that is big. We have a session like that. Something's wrong with it. Session like is my like. My like can be null, but session like don't want to be null. So let's add here maybe null just in case. And let's see here. Let's maybe close a few things, so or remove a few things. So here we have comment, likes, info. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of all of this. I will cut it, and then if I refresh, nothing happens. So let's maybe also try to get rid of all of this, and still nothing. But if I maybe refresh the environment, then it should render, right? It's just some empty divs. No, it does not. So it's not those divs. It's the stuff that is above. So if I do here return test, then it works. No, it doesn't. Doesn't work if I put it here, but if I put this here, then it works. Okay, so let's try to put this somewhere in between, maybe here, still works. Maybe here, still works. But here it shouldn't work. And that's correct. Network error this time. Let's refresh. 500. Yeah, so something is wrong with this. My like. Await Prisma like find first where author is this. Post ID is this. Let's maybe grab this outside. So let's do const session email equals this and session email. And let's see what happens here inside if we don't have a user email. Okay, here we have this not logged in that we had here somewhere above. So now I know what's the issue. We are just not logged in. Let's go to the homepage and let's log in with Google. So that was the issue. We are now logged in, and if we go to profile, we can go to this post. Yeah, so everything works as it should. And now if I refresh, I will see this post page. And I would like to get all of this from this page to a separate component so I can reuse it on this model. So let's see, we have post ID page, and here as you can see we fetch all of this data and we render all of this stuff. So it's named single post page. I'm going to grab all of this, I will cut it from here, and I'm going to place it as a component here called post, or maybe single post content.tsx. Export default function single post content. And let's do this. Let's see, single post content. Yeah, we need to add async here. And let's see, Now let's go back here. We don't need those imports here on this page anymore. We will just return a single post content. Single post content. We need to pass those params. So let's do single post content. But in here, we will need the ID of this post. So let's put this as a param, post ID. Post ID will be a string. And now we can just reuse it here instead of params. And if we go back to this page, we just need to add post ID and params ID. All right. So now the post works. And if we go to, let's see why we have error here, because of this weird Lodash thing. If we go to this modal, let's try to put here single post content. Post ID will be params ID, right? Is it correct? No, we can do here just ID. All right, so if I go back to my profile and I click on this, voila, and it works. And the only thing that doesn't seem to work is that I can scroll the background content and not the content of the model. So how can we fix this? Let's put a relative div here, and let's put content inside. Still cannot scroll here. And let's see, let's add overflow scroll here, I think. So we can scroll here. Yeah, and that looks nice. We could maybe do the scrolling the white part on the white background on this. So it will look like this. But then the padding needs to be also moved to here. Let's see. Yeah, this didn't change anything actually, because we have margins from this backdrop. But now what I want to fix is that when I click outside, I want to close it. So first here, let's add on this backdrop on click, and let's do console log backdrop clicked. And now let's see. Okay, let's go back to profile. Let's do inspect here, console, open this. We have an error here. Okay, we cannot have it like this because it's a server component and we need to add use client if we want to have it this way. All right, so now let's go back to profile. Let's open this. Now the issue is we cannot make this client if we are posting this content here, because this is a server component. And if I have server component, if you have client component here, client component cannot render server component. So that's the issue. So to fix it, we have the single post content where we fetch all of this data. And I'm thinking that maybe we can put this as a separate function to fetch all of this data. So we will have only rendering. So we will only render stuff here. That can be both server and client component. So let's put all this to a function, a server function. So let's see. Let's go to, let's maybe first copy this, or maybe cut from here. Let's put this into actions. I know that maybe it's too much already inside this actions file, but I will just put more server stuff here for now. Later, you can actually split this file to several action files, like for posts, likes, and for that database, I don't know. Let's do export async function, and let's call it get single post data. And let's say that we will have a post ID as a param that is a string, and let's put everything here, and let's return all of this data. So post, author, profile comments, authors, and my like, and I think that's it. So this should do the trick. Now let's go back here and let's remove this Prisma. Let's remove this, and in here let's do just how to call it, get single post data with this post ID, and we can fetch it like this with all of this data, but then it will still be a server component. We want this to not be server component. So let's see where this is used, and then we will fetch the data there. Meanwhile here we just need to get rid of this post ID, and we need to specify post, comments, comment authors, my like, and so on. So it's the post, author profile, comments, authors, I think it was, comments authors, yes, and my like, and all of those will be props that will be required. Now as the post will be post from Prisma, we need to specify this, and author profile will be profile from Prisma. Let's see, where is it? Here. Comments will be comment from Prisma. Where is it? Not comment from TypeScript. Let's import this manually here. Comment, and comment is an array. So comments authors will be an array of profile, and my like is just a like object from Prisma. All right, so now what's the issue now? We have two imports with the same name. We have a comment that is component, and comment as a modal. So what can we do? We need to rename one of those. Let's maybe this as comment modal, and here let's do comment modal. All right, now let's see. Let's go to where is it used? Let's see. We don't need any actions here because now it's a client component, or it can be both either. It can be either client component or server component. We'll make it flexible. Let's go to, well, where is it used? On the posts page. So let's see. Let's go to app, routes, posts, ID page. And here we need to grab all of this data. Post, author profile, comments, and stuff like this. But all of this data can be fetched like this. Get single post data. And here we just do params ID, and we will just do data spread like this. Let's see what's missing here inside. Type null is not assignable to type. So something is missing, and I don't want to compare those two. So I will just, let's see, post profile, comments. Let's just grab all of this here. So let's do const, all of those. Let's put this here. Let's put this here. And here, let's do post equals post. Also, I will put this inside parentheses so it will be easier to read. And we need author profile, comments, comment authors, and my like. And something is wrong with my like? No, everything is fine now. So, or maybe not. Let's see, this can be null, and my like here don't want to be null. But let's add that it can be null. Let's see, where is it used? My like. It's used here as a session like. Session like can be null. Okay. Now let's go back to our intercept route. Posts ID here. And we are just passing this post ID. But instead, we should make this async function, get rid of this onClick for now, or comment this. And here we should grab the data. So let's do the same thing we did here on this page. Let's grab all of the data and let's put it on single post content. Grab all of the data from here. We can do just ID, and let's use it to single post content. Single post content, and let's put it here. All right, so now this part of the model, I will put this into a separate component, and I will make it a client component. Inside components, let's do modal.tsx export default function modal, and let's see, and here I will have use client, and let's do return parenthesis. And now let's grab all of this that is modal related, and let's close those divs here, and here we will just print our children. And let's type our children that our children are React node from React. All right, imported nicely. Now we should be able to uncomment this. And now let's go back to this intercepted route. And well, we just need this content, and all of this modal related we can do just modal from here, and let's put this here. And now let's see if this will work. If I click here, it works, and if I click outside, we get this backdrop clicked. But let me clear everything. If I click on here, we also receive the click from this to this. So we need to fix that when we click on the white part, it will not propagate the click event to the parent. So to do this, we need to do something like this. On click, we get the event, and we do event stop propagation. And now if I clear here, if I click here, nothing happens. If I click outside, backdrop clicked. Instead of backdrop clicked, I will do something like we want to go back, right? So if we want to go back, what do we want to do? We need to have router. So let's do const router equals use router, and we need to import this from Next navigation. And then we need to do router back, and that's it. So now let's see. If I click outside, then it goes back to profile. If I click here, I don't like this side scroll. So let's see, overflow Y scroll, not on the X and Y. And this should also be only, I think, here. All right. Now let's see, I can close this. Yeah, almost. This on click, let's put this on this one, stop propagation. Right, now let's refresh. If I open this, click outside, closed. Click outside, closed. Check this. We are on /profile, and if I click on this, it goes to this URL, but if I click outside, it goes back to /profile. I will show you something else that is cool. If we open this and we want to send this URL to a friend, we don't want the friend to see the the profile that is here behind, right? So if he or she enters this URL, refresh, it will show only this specific post. All right, so this works nice. Now we do intercept those routes. Everything looks nice. Maybe we can make those corners a little bit rounded. Here we have this white color somewhere here on this model. White. Let's do rounded medium. And let's also just make sure that we can still scroll here. And no, we cannot. And that's bad. So let's do overflow Y scroll. Let's put it back here. Now we can scroll. But if we make it this big and we make it this short, we will have this weird on the right side, as you can see here. And I need to fix it. So to fix it, I will first do here auto. So I will have the scroll bar only if it's needed. So here, fine. Here I have scroll bar. What I don't like here is that here we have rounded corners, but if I scroll a little bit, it's not rounded anymore. And same thing on here. We have rounded corner here, but this this scroll bar destroys everything. So first, let's see. I will put here another div with class names only for scrolling, and we will have padding here, and the children will be here inside. And then let's see. Let's do this overflow thing maybe here inside. So now let's see. No, now we cannot scroll. We need to put overflow Y auto here. But then I would like to put background white here as well. And rounded corners. So let's put here rounded large. So this works except the scroll bar side, but I guess it's fine. Or we could do something like this. We have here, we don't have any padding, so let's do padding on the top and the bottom of 4. This will do only padding, and the scroll bar will have the same size. Well, I would say that this looks fine. Let's see what happens if we do, let's see, we have overflow with absolute positioning here. Maybe if we put absolute positioning here as well, we can move this overflow to here. And no, let's see. We have absolute overflow Y auto. It worked. The scrolling worked on this one, but not when we moved this overflow Y auto to here. Here it works. The scrolling works. And let's see, maybe here we can remove those rounded, background white. Yeah, the scrolling still works. Let's see if we need this div here. And now we don't have any padding, so it would be nice to add some padding of 4 maybe here. Yeah. So this works. If I change this to relative, this still works. If I put overflow Y auto here inside, then it doesn't work. If I remove this and I put this back here above, then it works. I can scroll. So this means that the div div needs to have absolute positioning. So if I put absolute positioning here with overflow Y auto, then it looks weird. But no, I cannot scroll to the rest of the page. But if I do relative here, let's see if this will help. No. So this absolute and overflow Y auto needs to be here. We don't need this relative div here. And now it works. The only issue is with those white corners, but we can fix it now outside here then. No worries, we can fix it another way. So let's make here yet another background white div with inset of maybe instead of inset we can do like top, or maybe let's start with left 8, right 8, but from the top we will have 9, and from the bottom we will also have 9, and this will be fixed, and the closing will go here. So now we have something like this. We have more spacing, and on this white thing we can do now rounded large to have rounded corners. That's good, right? But maybe we can get rid of those sides now. Let's see if I remove left and right of this, or maybe I should actually do 0 here and 0 here. Okay, then I don't have sides that I can click on. Let's put 8 here and 8 here. Now, instead of inset 0 here, let's see what we will have. Let's do just top of 0 and bottom of 0, and or maybe actually top of 4 and bottom of 4, or maybe, yeah, bottom of 4, and let's see, I think that will be it. So now we can scroll here inside, and as you can see, it starts here, this scroll bar. So that is something nice, nice thing. So yeah, now we can scroll those modals. You can style it a little bit differently if you want. For me, this works fine. Maybe we can decrease here from the top. Let's see, we have top 9. Let's do maybe top 9 is this black part. Here maybe we can remove this to 0. No, let's put this back as it was, but here we can do just on the sides. And now, as you can see, it looks like this. So looks more compact. So seems to work nicely. We can intercept routes, and then we will be able to do the same thing when we will display those posts on the home page and on the search and browse. For now we have only profile. So now we can open and like and dislike different posts. The next thing will be, actually, before we will do home, we need to be able to see other people, search for other people, and follow other people. So we will need to have like a button here, follow, if it's not me, so we can see them on the home page. And we need to fix the search so we can find those people and find the posts. And then we will do search, so we can search for people and posts, and then we will fix the button so we can follow people, see them on the home page, and then we can also fix the browse, should be browse. And let's go to desktop navigation to, let's see, browse here, not browser. So those will be the next steps. So first we need to be able to search for other people, search for other posts like those, follow other people, and fix the home page and browse. Before we will do search and other pages here, let's first fix that we can actually log out and create more users. So here I will go to my profile, and I think we can go and add the logout button here inside the settings. So let's go to our routes. We have here the settings page, And we have settings form. Maybe here underneath, well, let's put a div with a button from Radix. Let's see, button, and let's say logout. Let's see if the button has been imported for me. Yes, it is. And I want this to be variant of, well, let's say outline. Let's see how this will look like. Yeah, logout button. And now let's make it, let's add some class names here because I want this to be centered. So let's do justify center. Let's add some margin top of 4. Yeah, I think this will look, this will work good. Maybe we can decrease the space here to just 2. And yeah, maybe we can add an border top here. So let's add padding top 2 as well, and border top and border, let's do maybe gray 300, 400, something like this. And that's too dark. Let's do 200 and let's increase spacing from 2 to 4. Yeah. So now let's see, we have icons here, we have logout button. To log out, I don't know if you remember, but we can go to this homepage, and to sign in, to sign out, we can actually sign out by going to home. We have this logout button here, so let's just use it. So if we have session, we have this logout button with a form. So let's go back to our routes settings page, and let's put this form here next to this button. So let's go to profile settings, and we have this logout button and this logout button. I want the second one. So this button was styled with Tailwind. We don't want this one. Instead, we want to use this one. Let's put this one here, and just to be sure, let's add type of submit. We don't need any class names. This is just a variant here. Let's put the label here, and now let's see if I refresh, everything is fine. And let's do logout, and then I'm not logged in on the settings. And if I refresh, not logged in. If I go here, I can log in with Google. Right, so now I will log in with a different user. So I'm logging in with my coding with David gmail.com user. Let's continue. And now I'm logged in. Let's see what happens if I go to profile. If I go to profile with my new user, I get some errors, because first I cannot find profile for this user because we didn't save settings yet. So let's see. We need to go to profile route and see. So on our profile, we are fetching this profile from database, but the issue is here that we don't have this information yet. We didn't save it. So what can we do? We can do something like this. If we don't find profile inside the database, we can do maybe just find first, and we can do, if we don't have a profile, then we can do return redirect from next navigation, and we can redirect to /settings. So now let's see. Now, as you can see, we have been redirected to settings because our profile doesn't exist yet. But the settings page fails as well. So let's see, let's go to settings page. And now here, same thing, we are failing, find first or throw an error. So let's change it to find first without or throw. And now we can see we have an TypeScript error here because profile can now be null. And inside settings form, we don't want the profile to be null. But let's fix that. We will make it possible that the profile will be null. So let's put profile here, and let's add the question mark here. So this is optional, can be null or something like this. Now, as you can see, now we have several errors here. On this side, I can see all of the errors. Let's fix first here profile avatar. Let's add here question mark and or null. All right, now let's see. The next error is here, user email. What's user email? Where do we have it? Here. So user email is a string. So what's the issue here? Expected one arguments got 2. Update profile. Okay, so here we should just pass the data and not the user email. We don't need it. So let's put it like this. And now user email is not needed here. So let's get rid of this. And we can go back to our page and we can remove the user email because it's not used anymore. It's not needed there. Let's go back to this settings form. And now let's scroll to the next error. Let's add question mark here, just in case profile is empty. Same here and same for the bio. So here we will have defaults, which will be an empty string. So now I have a brand new user and maybe I could put the email address here so we will know what user is logged in. Or maybe we can put an email as a field. I don't know. I will put this as here, subtitle. Let's go to profile settings. Where is it? I think it's on this page. First, let's see. Still an issue with profile. Let's see what's the issue. Okay. The profile can be either an object or null, but here inside the props we defined and it can be undefined. So let's remove this and let's change this to null or null. And now it should be fine. All right. Now what do we want to do? Let's add this paragraph with some classes. And here we will put just our session email, session user email. And let's do text gray 500 and let's do text XS so it will be small. Yeah, something like this. And let's make it centered. So let's do text center and minus margin top of 4. So it will be closer to this profile settings, but we will also add some margin bottom of 4. Let's see. Yeah. So we have profile settings and this is our email. This is the email of the user we are logged in with. So we know what user we are editing. All right, so now let's add some stuff here. Here I will put coding with David as my username. For the avatar, maybe I will take this one. Or actually I have also this one that I can use. Same I use for my YouTube, I think. So uploading, now it's uploaded. Username, name, I will just put my name here. Subtitle, developer, or maybe let's do web developer and YouTuber. I like to teach web programming. Let's save those settings and now it looks like this. We don't have any posts, so that's why it's empty. But we can add a post if we want. But before we will do this, let's see if we can. I would like to visit my first profile, but now I can't because I'm just logged in with this different user. And so now the next part will be actually fixing the search page so we can find other users and see their profiles. Maybe I will also create quickly a post. So, or maybe let's just go to /posts and yeah, I just remembered this URL or the browser did. And as you can see, here we have a post with test comment, nice flowers here. And I will add hello there. Let's post this comment and let's add a like to this photo. So now we have 2 people like this. That is nice. So now we know that we can like in comment from different users, and we can also like, and everything works. So now the next part will be finally to fix the search and the profiles for our other users, so we can search for people and posts. Right, so let's start by just clicking here, and it goes to /search. So to fix this, we need to create a route for this. So inside the routes, let's do search /page tsx. Inside export default function, search page, and the return. What do we want to return? Let's return a div search page here. And let's see if this will work. Yes, search page here. And I'm wondering why it's centered, but well, doesn't matter for now. We can check it later. Search page here. And what do we want to do? We want to put a search bar here, and something maybe like this, and then we will, or maybe let's open profile. I want to have a search field, and then underneath maybe something similar to those. How many posts, how many users. So let's create a div here inside that will have max width of small, and I will put a text field here. I need to import this thing. So let's import this from Radix themes. And here we put root. And here I would like to add this icon, search icon. So let's do here slot. And inside this slot, I want to add a search icon. Yes, now it is. So yeah, this will work. And now I want also to add some placeholder. Search for posts or users. ... This is too narrow. I want this to be bigger. So let's do here maybe medium. And it's still small, max width medium. Let's do large. I don't know why it's still small. Let's see. So I have this max width medium. I don't know why it's small. Okay, because it's max width. And here we have this flex. So it takes only the space the content needs. Let's do just width large. Can we do like this? No, this doesn't work, but we can do with numbers. Let's do 64. Yeah. So this looks nice. Or maybe instead of with 64, we should do with full, and then, or maybe with full on this on the parent div. And here we can put then back our max with small and mx auto, so it will be centered. So now let's see. This with full still doesn't do anything. I think we need to fix it inside our layout. So let's go to our layout, and here we have our children, and as you can see, we have flex on those parents here. So on this div, let's add a class name with full, and now it's better and correct. Let's see if this will affect other pages. Not this one. Let's check create. It definitely affected this page. So let's go quickly to create page. We have a form with action here. So I'm thinking maybe we can just add some class names on this form. Max width of medium and mx auto. So it will be more centered. Yeah, something like this. And on the image, let's remove this width and let's see how this will look like. Yeah, this will work for now. Let's check profile and the settings. I think this is good enough. Maybe we can make it a little bit more narrow. Let's see, small. Let's change it to extra small. Let's refresh. Nothing changed. I think this is because of, okay, this is search page, not settings page. Here we have settings page. Let's change it to small. And yeah, I think this is better. Now let's go back to search. Let's go back to search page here. We have max width small, and we have a search bar here. So this is nice. Now, when we want to search for posts or users, first we want to search for something here. For example, flowers. But what will happen if we just hit enter? Well, nothing will happen. So we need to fix this. To do this, I will put this inside a form. So let's put form. Let's take this here inside, and let's add a form action. So it will be an async. So we can use server actions here. And basically, I want to do that when you hit enter, it will redirect to the page with this query. So let's maybe grab our router. So let's try const router equals use router, and now we need to make it client component. And this is not imported yet. I don't know why, but let's do use router from next navigation. Okay. And now let's do router, and let's do push to /search query equals, and let's add this query here. We don't know what's the query because we don't have any name on this input here. So let's add name of query. Maybe we can change the name here to query as well. And now we can just grab data here, and let's do data get and the query. All right. And now let's see. Let's also do router refresh just in case. Now let's see what happens if we do test. It redirects us to here. All right. So now what? We have test here. We can search for this test 2, and looks fine. But what should happen here underneath? Well, underneath, under the form, we should show the results. So let's maybe first add a suspense, and with a fallback. Let's see, suspense from React. Yes, it has been imported. And I want fallback to be loading ... And here inside we'll have a separate component for the results. So let's go to components. But actually, before we will do this, I say that this will not work. You know why? Because if we put here a server component, we cannot do this because this one, the whole thing is a client component. So to fix it, first let's get rid of this. Get rid of this use client. And next, what do we want to do? We want to do make this a server component. So let's add async here. And now let's just get rid of this form and let's put it as a client component, only this part. So inside components, let's do new file, and let's do search form.tsx export default function search form, and let's do return, and let's just return this form. So we don't have a router here that we need to have, so I'm going to cut it from here, put it here. Now we have everything, and we don't need those 3 imports here. Here on the before suspense, we will just do search form. Let's import this one, and for the suspense loading ... we will create another router. Let's see, we have another component. We have an error inside search form. you are importing a component that needs use router. It only works in client components. Yeah, so here we need to add use client. I forgot, sorry. Now back to search page, and here we want to have a component for search results. So let's do new component here, and let's do search results .tsx. Export default async function because I want this to be a server component, and let's name this one search results return, and div results here dot. And now let's use this component here. So let's do search results, yes, import, and now let's see results here. Okay, looks fine. Now we want to show results for tests. So for example, we search for test results here, but I need to get the query first. So let's go to search results, and let's take all of the params, and let's see if we can print them here. So let's do JSON stringify params, and let's see everything we have inside params. Well, looks like it's empty. Our params is empty. All right, but let's check if we have anything inside our page. So let's do params, or maybe props. I think this is more correct name. Let's do JSON stringify props on our page, and we can see we have search params query test. So that is what we need. So let's put this here, and let's type this thing. So we have here search params query that we will need. So here inside search params, and inside we have query, and now we need to type this. So let's do search params, and inside we have query, and query is a string. Now we can pass query here, query equals query like this. And now let's jump inside, and let's specify that here we will take query, and we need to type it. So let's do query is a string. Right, so results here for query, and let's see if we will get results here for test. If we put test2, then we have test2 here. So everything is fine. Now we want to search for users and the posts. So first, let's maybe search for users, or actually profiles. So let's do const profiles equals await Prisma. Let's import Prisma profile find many. And inside find many, we want to specify where we want to find the profiles where. Let's search by username. Username is, do we have like? No, but we can do regex, right? Let's see here inside username, string nullable filter. Let's see what can we do here inside. We can do contains. That is really nice. So let's do this contains and our query. All right. Instead doing just username contains, I will do something else. Let's cut this, and I will show you. Let's jump inside where to see how this where needs to look like. We can do or, and this is what I'm going to use. So or, and here an array, and whoops, not array, I think it should be an object. And now we have either username, or let's see how this needs to look like. Or it needs to be an array. Okay, so let's go back and let's cut this, and let's make this to an array of objects like this, I suppose, where username is this, where username contains query, or let's do name contains query. So one of those two. So we can search both by name and username. Right, so we should be able now to fetch profiles. We have results here for query. Let's maybe print it a better way. Let's do an H1 with text large, and let's put this here, results for, and let's put this in like this, and results for test 2. Let's do maybe search results for test 2. Let's add some margin top, let's add some margin bottom, and here underneath let's display our profiles. So let's do that for each profile, profiles map. Maybe before we will show them, let's do an H2 with just a label profiles. So let's do profiles, and let's add some class names like text small, or I don't know, maybe no, nothing here. And underneath here, let's do profiles map, so we can map through those for each profile. Parentheses, let's put the div. And here we want to do, what do we want to do? We want to do profile and let's say username. So we can just list everything. So profiles, and it's empty. Let's also fix this. So if profiles length is empty or null, then let's do div no profiles found. Let's see, no profiles found. I want this to be like grayish, so let's do class name text and gray 500. Yeah, no profiles found. And now let's maybe do the same thing, or maybe let's try to find the user. If I search for David, I have 2 profiles, David and coding with David. But let's make them look better because we have avatars and everything. So for this div, we can add some class names. First will be flex, because I want to put on the left side avatar, and on the right side I will put this username. So here let's do avatar. Avatar, we had this here, and let's put source to be profile avatar. All right, and let's import avatar from our components here. And here it's not source, I think it's, yeah, it's source. But this avatar can be empty, so let's add our empty string just in case. So now we have our users here. I think it looks fine. The avatars, we just need to add here for all those profiles. Let's put them inside a flex div. So this closing should go under this loop here. And let's push this to the right. And now I also want, let's say I will do grid instead. I will put grid columns 2, so we will have 2 users in the same row, and let's add gap of 2. So now we have something like this. Now I want to make links out of this. So we have this div flex for each profile, but I will change this to a link. And I need to import this. So let's see. Is it imported now? Yeah. Import link from next link. Let's add ref, and it will go to /profiles, or maybe /users. And then let's change this to backticks, and let's do profile dot and ID. No, username. It will be better. So here we need to, I forgot about those here. Yeah, so now we can click on those and we will go to this page here. So let's see, let's put this ref here and the class names here below, and I will add more class names that will look better. So let's add the gap of 2. Let's maybe add gray background. So let's do gray 200. So we'll have some background, yeah. And let's add border as well. So I want to do border color, border to be gray 300. Let's see, yeah, something like this. Now we can see that there's no enough space for the username, and we don't display name yet. So let's see. I will add a little bit of padding 2, and rounded corners for medium. So now it looks like this. I don't know if we should display 2 in the same row. Maybe let's do just 1. So grid columns 1, or we can just remove it. So now it looks like this. Right, so this, or maybe we can actually make it a little bit wider. Let's see. Here we have search results. Let's go back to our search page and let's change this to medium. And let's go back to search results and let's put back grid columns of 2. Yeah. And now this looks fine. But maybe we could make it rounded even more. So let's see how this will look like with rounded full. Yeah, and now maybe we can make those usernames and names centered. So here we have username, but I also want to have a name. So let's put profile name. And the username, let's put this inside H4. Let's put this here and text gray 400, and let's add an @ sign here. So looks like this. Let's make it darker, so 700, but smaller text, small. Yeah, maybe a little bit brighter, 500. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Also would be nice to make the avatars a little bit smaller. So let's see if we just manipulate this outside div. Let's do class name and let's do max height of 6. Let's see what will happen. Okay, then it will be avatar will go outside. But let's see how it's built. We have size of 16. Can we do max size of 16? No, then this will not work. Can we do then max width of 16? Let's see. No, this will not work. All right, so we have size 16, and let's go back here. Instead of max height 6, let's get rid of this. And why those look differently now? Let's refresh. And I don't know, but let's go back to avatar. Okay, because we have max size 16, we should have size 16. All right, so now I will add for avatar a property called size. So we can have different sizes of avatars. So let's do size, and the default will be medium. And here I will do size, and well, actually, I think we have an avatar component inside Radix. Let's try to use this one instead. So instead of using our avatar component that we created unnecessary, then I will import an avatar from Radix UI themes. And let's see, yes, it has been imported, but now we need to put more stuff into it. So fallback, I guess it's just a text avatar. Let's maybe say user avatar. Okay, let's save it. Let's see how this will look like. Okay, not what I wanted, but let's add variant. Do we have a variant? And we have soft and solid. Let's see, can we do circle format? No. Let's see maybe here inside what properties we have. So avatar, we have style radius. Okay, radius full we can do. So let's do here radius, and let's do full. And now let's see how this looks like. Think it looks better. Do we have something like size? Yeah, we have size, and it's an enum number from 1 to 9. Let's try with 4. Yeah, looks nice. What about 5? Yeah, The page generally looks like this for big screens, but I zoomed in and thinking that, well, I think it looks fine. Now let's see, maybe we can put back 4. Yeah. All right, so we have profiles here. I can open a profile. It will not work, but the link does work. Now we also need to show results for posts. Before we'll do this, maybe we can just get rid of this profiles title. And we will also get rid of this no profiles found. We will just list the profiles and the posts. And all right, so here we list profiles inside this div. Now let's list our posts. So to find posts, let's go here to the top. Let's do const posts equals await Prisma post, and let's find many. We want to find many where, and also we have where here, but let's also add, can we add a limit? Let's see, find many. Let's see what we can add here. Let's see, profile find many arguments. We have select, order by, cursor, take, and skip. Then we need to use take. And let's do take, and let's do .max 10. All right, so find many posts where description is, description contains query, right? And that's it, I guess. And here let's also do take 10, or maybe now here let's do take 100. And now we can list those posts. Let's see, posts, and we have profile posts and posts grid. Let's use posts grid, and let's pass those posts here. So now let's see, if I search for David, there are no posts. We can maybe get rid of those posts. What if I search for flowers? Nothing. What if I search for, I don't remember what I wrote there, trash? Yeah, then we have this one. Can I search for, I don't remember what was the second one, but we can open this one, and well, we see comments and everything. We should also be able to search for comments, but this is something you can add yourself. Also, if we search for empty query, it will just find everything, so that is nice. I also would need to add some spacing if we find both users and photos. So let's do this. First, maybe those shouldn't be, those shouldn't look like this. Or maybe we should add around the photos as well. Let's see on the profile. I don't have any photos here, but well, let's search for empty. And well, we need to add space first. So let's see, for our space, here we have this posts grid. Let's add a class name, margin top of 4. So now it looks like this. And let's see, on this one we have grid here. Let's add margin top of 4, and we can delete this margin bottom 2 from the one above. All right, so this looks fine. Search results for empty string. Here we have some photos. Those are not rounded with corners, but we can fix it. Let's go to posts grid, and here we have an image. Let's add some class name. So let's do rounded large. So those will have rounded corners now. Right, so if we just go to home page and then search, we get search result for nothing. We shouldn't see this. We should see empty page. So let's go back to our search page, and I want to print this query. So let's do query JSON stringify, and I want to print here query. So nothing is displayed here. If I refresh, still nothing. JSON stringify query. That's weird. That I don't see anything. Let's do div and div, and let's do background thread 500 and some. We don't need any padding for now. Let's see. Still nothing. Why it's not visible? Let's put test here inside. Okay, so test is shown, but query is not. Maybe it's because, let's maybe put it as an object. It's then an empty object. What if we do type of query? It's undefined. Okay, that's why it's not displayed. Let's add a thing here that we will only do, we will only show the results if the query, type of query, query is not undefined. Then let's do end parenthesis and let's show results. We don't want to find results for empty page. So we go home, we go search, we need to search for something. It can be empty and then you find everything. You can find like David and you will find only David users. You can do flowers and flower, no trash or nothing. Let's search for nothing. Let's see what was here. Okay, test. So I should be able to find the test. Okay, and trash, yeah, and nothing, yeah. Back to search results. I want to see, we don't need all right. We get, if I search for trash, I have a lot of spacing here, and this is because we are rendering this one but empty. So here I need to check if we have a profiles length that is bigger than 0, then parenthesis, and let's put this div inside. All right, let's add question mark just in case. And now the spacing is better here. All right, so this looks fine. We can also open with those modals. So if I search for empty, I can open this, I can close it, I can open this, I can close it. So everything works nice here. And the only thing that doesn't work for our search results is that when we click on our users, it will go to /users/ and then the username, but we get 404. And this will be the next thing that we need to fix. So our search page works, but now we need to fix page for dynamic page for user profiles or just users. So basically I want to make it look like this, exactly like this one, except this settings, right? So if we are on another person profile, we shouldn't see the settings because we cannot change others' profiles. So I'm logged in as this user now. And when I click on this one, I should see this user profile and the posts and the button to follow this person. That's also important. So this will be the next part. Right, so to fix users' profiles, we are logged in as this user. So let's open this user. And the username is users David. If I click this one, it's users coding with David. So let's open this one that we are not logged in as. And let's first fix the route. So we have here all of those routes and we need to fix another one. So let's do a new file here. Let's first create a directory called the users. Then we have this username param. So this needs to be another directory inside, and then we need page tsx. And let's do export default function user profile page. Let's call it this way. And let's do return parenthesis. Let's put div and hello. Now here inside we can specify search params, right? So let's do that search. I think it was search params. And inside the search params, we will have, I don't remember if this was params or it was something else. Let's see on posts. It was params, just params. We have params on the URL and then search params, which is query params. Okay, so let's go params, which is part of URL. Here we just do params, and we need to specify typing for params. Params is an object, and aside we will have a username, which is a string. Right. Now, when we have this, we can fetch the user. So let's make this to an async. Let's fetch the and let's do await Prisma. Let's do find, no, first Prisma, sorry, first profile, and then find first or throw, and where username is params username. You may be wondering why sometimes I just do directly and sometimes I just do params.username. This is because if you put here a colon and then a username, you can just use here username. You can extract params. I will put this into separate lines so it will be easier to follow here like this. And now let's see, we grab this profile and we can do hello, or maybe we can display just profile name. Okay, so this is the name of the user. And now what we want to display is actually all of this. So let's grab all of this from our profile page. And let's see what we have inside our profile page. A lot of stuff here. So maybe we can put this as a separate component. So I'm thinking we can just grab all of this main element and we can put it as a component. Let's go to components and let's call it just simply profile. Profile page content.tsx. Export default function profile page content. And here I need to rename it as well, the file name. But first let's just do return parentheses and let's paste everything. And here let's just rename it, the file, to content. Now back to our, before we go back, we need to specify the props. So we need profile information and let's do that profile. Profile is always profile from our Prisma. Profile from Prisma client, yes. Now let's go back to our profile page and here we will just do, how was it called? Profile page content. Yeah, profile page content, and the profile we are fetching here above. So now we think it looks nice. We can get rid of those, some of those imports because those are not used in this component anymore. And we are on our profile, but if I want to open this one, I can now also use this thing as well. So let's see, let's go to routes and the users and the username page. And now let's see if I just paste this, does it work? Yes. So now I'm on this user and here is this user. Okay. And this works. And but we get this settings icon and we shouldn't see this if we are on not our user because I'm logged in as this user. Here I shouldn't see this cog icon. Let's jump inside this and this icon is here. And what can we do? We can grab information if it's our profile or not. I will put this as a param to this thing. So let's put this here, this here, this here, and this here. And now I'm going to add is our profile. That will be false by default. And here is our profile. It will be Boolean optional. And here we will show this link to settings only if maybe let's first put this link into a div, but we will only display it if is our profile. Let's do end parenthesis and let's put this link. Let's cut this from here and let's put this inside. So now I don't see this cog icon, but if I go to my profile, I still don't see this because we are not passing this property anywhere. We need to go to, let's go routes, profile, page. And here on our profile page, we can do is our profile to true. Okay, because profile always shows our profile. But I can go to this user and then I don't have this icon here. All right, so that's nice. Now we can visit our profile and we can search for other users and we can open those users, but we cannot follow them yet. And this is something that that we need to add here. I would like to add a follow button if it's not our user. So let's go profile page content. And here we have all of this stuff. We have bio here. Here we have posts, link to posts and highlights. Maybe here above, I will do a section. Let's do section with some class names. And here follow button. So let's see, yeah, follow button, but this should be only visible if it's not our profile. So let's do not is our profile and parenthesis. Let's put this section here inside. So now this should be visible, yes. And let's put flex, justify center, and let's change this button to be, I don't want this to be blue. I want this to be in those colors. So maybe let's actually use button from Prisma. Sorry, not from Prisma, from Radix. It will say follow. And maybe let's also add an icon here. So I want to add, do we have follow icon? No. Can we do user add icon? User icon. Let's see, user check icon, user minus, user plus icon. Okay, let's do this one. Let's see. Yeah, follow. Now I'm going to add some class names here to make it more orange-ish with Tailwind. So first we want to background gradient to top right, and I want to from color IG orange, I think it was, to IG red. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks really nice. Also, I want this to have more spacing, the whole section. Let's do margin top and the bottom of 3. Let's see. Yeah, it looks nice. Now I would also like to pull this color a little bit. So let's do 2. Can we do from, and let's see what this 40% does. Okay, it shifts this to be more orange. I want this to be from minus 40% or minus 20%. Can we do something like this? No, but we can probably do to 60% or 70%. Then it will be more red. So that is nice. We can do maybe even more to 80%. Yeah, and this looks really nice. Now, what do we want to do with this button? If I click on it, my user should follow this user, right? And we need to save this information to the database. So I think this will be very similar to the like button, that we have on in here. So we need to put this as a separate component, a client component. It will be a follow button. Let's do components, new file. Let's do follow button.tsx. And let's do export default function follow button. And inside, let's do return parenthesis. And let's put our button here inside. Let's cut it from here. Let's put it here. And let's use it here. So follow button imported, yes, nicely. And now here on the top, I'm going to first do use client so we can add some on click and stuff. And now it will be very similar to like and dislike. So first we need to know, first we want to fix that we can follow this person. So how can we do this? We will need an on click, right? Or let's see how we do this with like button. It's called likes info. We have it as a form with action. All right, so let's do the same way here. Let's do form. Let's put this button inside. And for this form, let's add action. And I guess we will have an async function here. And now we can do something like this. We can create an action to follow this person. So let's go to actions file, and we have an error here somewhere. Let's see, what's the issue? It's Lodash. Okay, never mind. So let's create action to something similar to like post. So we will need to follow person, follow user. So let's do export async function follow user. And we will need to have data. That will be form data. And inside form data, we need to have user ID. So let's grab a user ID, or actually profile ID. So let's do, maybe rename it to follow profile. Profile ID, let's data get profile ID. Here we should have get. And now if we want to follow a profile, we need to save this information to, I guess, follows table. Followings. Yeah, let's call it followings. I don't know if this would be a correct phrase. You can also name it like, you can name it friends table or something like this. Let's go to our Prisma and let's add modal for this. So modal and the following. That sounds weird. I think we should do either follows or followers. Maybe let's do followers. So let's do follower because it's singular. And maybe we could call it subscription. So this user subscribes to this user or something like this, or connections, relationships or something like this. Maybe I will call it connection. That's not, this doesn't sound right. Let's do follower. All right, and let's add the same stuff actually that we have in for likes, except we will not have post ID. Instead, we will have followed profile ID, and we will have also we want to have also the ID of the profile that is following. This doesn't sound correctly. Following profile and follow the profile. The following profile sounds weird because it can be both. So let's do maybe source profile. I want to name the profile that is following someone. Okay, let's do following profile. Following profile ID. I don't know if we should do ID of this profile or the email. Let's do maybe ID. Following profile and follow the profile. Let's do string here as well. And let's do DB object ID. DB object ID. Now let's see. This looks about right. So maybe we can also save following profile email, just in case it will be just string. So the source user will be filled in those two fields, and the email will be unique. Now, email will not be unique because one user can follow many users. Let's go back to actions. We need to go here and regenerate Prisma. We need to restart our environment. And now to follow a profile, we just do Prisma, follow, what was the name of this? Follower. And we need to create here with data, what the data should be. We need to, of course, add a weight here. And for the data, we need following profile email will be await get session email of row. We need also ID of this user from the profile. So let's grab it, const. Let's just do, we have profile ID. I don't like this name because here the profile, let's maybe name it session profile equals, and then let's do await Prisma profile, and let's do find first of row where email is the email from here. So let's take this and let's put here. Now let's put here session profile email, following profile ID will be session profile ID, and we also need followed here. Sorry, it's wrong. Following profile, and here followed profile ID. And here let's maybe rename it to profile to follow. So let's do profile ID to follow, and let's put this here, profile ID to follow. Right, now let's see how this looks like. So we grab profile ID that we want to follow from form data. Then we also grab profile of the currently logged in user because we want ID from here and the email. Then we create inside follower collection with data following profile email from session email, following profile ID from session profile ID, and then what user we want to follow. So profile to ID to follow. Everything is saved, and I think that will be it for this. So let's go back to a follow button, and here we can do await and follow. Let's see, follow profile. And maybe instead of grabbing the data like this, we can specify that we want to grab this instead. So let's put that this needs to be a string. All right, and then now let's go back here and follow profile. Here, as you can see, we need profile ID to follow. And this we need from our form, input type hidden. And let's do profile ID to follow. And the value will be from our properties that we don't, from our property that we don't have yet. But let's type it. So also here, profile ID to follow or unfollow should be, but let's keep it simple just like this, and it will be string. And here we can pass it profile ID to follow, so we don't need this input type hidden actually. Right, now we are using this on our profile page content. So here we have error now because we need to specify profile ID that we want to follow. And we can grab it from profile object, profile.id. All right. And now we have some error here. Find first or throw. Server selection timeout. None of the servers suitable for criteria, something blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see. Let's go to homepage and let's see if the homepage will work. Yes. If I go to search and if I search for something, it works. If I go here to this user, I can follow it. Okay. Let's reopen follow button. And now we also need to know if we are already following this person. Or maybe let's first try to actually follow this person. So let's click this button. I clicked the button, but nothing happened. Let's see in my database. We have comments, follower. Here we have followers. And you can see that coding with David.gmail.com is following user with different ID, because this is coding with David user ID, and this is different. So it works. Now, if we refresh, we shouldn't see this follow. We should see unfollow or something like this. So we should know on this page if we are following this person or not. Let's go to users username page, and here it's a server component because it's async. So we can do we can check if we follow this person or not. So here we grab this person's profile, but let's also do is followed by us, or maybe we want to name this record from the database our follow, or how can we name it? Let's name it just follow, or maybe session follow, our follow. Let's do our follow. And let's do await Prisma follower, and let's find the first without throwing where, and now let's do something like this, where, and we want to find for our session email. So let's see, email following profile email, and here we want to do await get session email or throw. We don't want to throw, actually. You don't need to be logged in to see the other users' profiles. So I need to have another function that doesn't throw, or maybe I can just, yeah, let's make it another function. Export async function just get session email, and it will do the same thing. It will just grab it and it will return it. So here we can just do await get session email to just reuse it, and we don't need this part. All right, so let's go back here and let's see, get session email or throw. We can actually type this better, that this is a promise that returns a string, and same thing here, but this can be string, null, or undefined. So let's do promise string, null, or undefined. All right, so here we should actually do just get session email without throw. We need to import it. Here it's imported now, but we don't need this thing. So here we want to check, okay, we are doing this, but let's do maybe or empty string just in case. And followed profile ID will be profile ID from the profile we are fetching with this username. And username is a param that we get from the page. All right, so now profile page content. Let's pass here our follow equals our follow, and our follow can be either an object of this following or it can be null. All right, so let's go here inside and let's add it. So here we want to do something like this, profile page content, how was it called? Our follow, and let's do null by default. And here let's specify our follow will be optional, but it will be a model of follower from Prisma. right? And now we can also pass this to our component here, following button. So let's pass our follow to be our follow. And this again can be, well, now it says it can be only an object. Let's see here. No, it can be an object or null. So let's see here. Our follow can be a null or an object. Yes. Let's jump here. Let's specify here as well our follow. Let's do null by default. Here our follow will be follower model or null. Right. And now this needs to be imported. Let's import it from Prisma. Yes, that's correct. And now we can do something like this. If we know we follow this person, so if our follow, then we want to unfollow, and otherwise follow. Let's put this here. So here we want to follow, here we want to unfollow. We don't have function for unfollow, but let's fix it. So it will be very similar to follow profile, but it will be named unfollow profile. We are grabbing session, and here instead of creating, we are going to delete many. Where? Let's do here where our email is this, and the profile we want to unfollow is we can just do ID. That's it. Now we can go back to follow button, and here we can do unfollow profile, and profile need to follow or unfollow here. Let's do await, and after both we can refresh the routing. So let's do const router equals use router, and use router from next navigation. Yeah, imported correctly. Now after we are done, doesn't matter here, let's do router refresh. Doesn't matter if we follow unfollow, we always want to refresh the router. Now here we have this follow, and this should be actually renamed to if we have, let's put it back for now. I want this to be this in state. So if I unfollow or follow, I can update this button right away. So let's put a state here. Const is followed and set is followed equals use state as the state from React. Yeah, now let's see, use state from React. Yeah, and the default will be our follow. I made this bang to convert this to a boolean. So here we can just do that this is a boolean. And now instead we can do with our follow, or we can just do is followed. Is followed is better because this will be updated later when we follow or unfollow. So if we follow someone, we can do set is followed to true. If we unfollow someone, we can do set is followed to false. And this will work, but there's also an easier way of doing this. We can, of course, also put it before we run this function, so the button will change faster. But an easier, better way of doing this, if you are a pro programmer, would be to do this with one line. So let's get rid of this. And here, before we will have this if, we can do set is followed. We grab the previous value and we return with arrow function the opposite of the previous value. And I think we did the same thing for likes. Now we have this is followed, then we unfollow, if otherwise we follow, and then we refresh. Now instead of saying follow, we will do is followed. If it's followed, then we will have unfollow, otherwise we will have follow. All right, so now let's go back here, and I have unfollow with plus icon here. I don't want this to look like this. And so we have this user plus icon that we also need to add some if statement for. If it's followed, then we want to do, if it's followed, let's do user minus icon, user minus icon, otherwise, so colon here, otherwise user plus icon. So now we have user minus, and I don't like this user minus. Let's see, user minus, we have user minus 2 icon. Let's see, this one. This one is even worse as the user minus icon. And maybe we can make it bigger. So we have a size here, I think, on those. So because this is radix component, so we can do size 3. And I think this looks much nicer. Now we can unfollow and follow this person. Follow, unfollow, follow, unfollow. Let's see if it works. Now we are not following this person. And now we are following this person. Let's refresh. Everything stays the same. And now we have this nice looking, those nice looking colors. I would like those colors to be only if we follow. If we want to unfollow on this to be more grayish kinda, or let's maybe do border. So let's put this as a string like this. And now let's put this here and this here, so we will have more space. And let's do is followed. And if it's followed, we will have this. Otherwise, we'll have this. Let's put this here, and now let's do background red 500 if it's followed. Yeah, so we have something like this. But we can change it to, can we do border gradient? No, I don't think so, but we can do background. We can do maybe just border 2 and border IG red and text IG red as well. So now it's blue. Let's see, let's remove it. Let's remove the background to be transparent. Yeah, so we have something like this. I don't like this. Maybe we can put the same thing but with a little bit shifted colors. So let's do maybe 280. Let's change it to from 80. Okay, so now we have something like this. And another thing that we can add, let me cut this. Let's put this inside parentheses. And let's add plus here to add more stuff. And for more stuff, I will add here transition. And let's see if this will change anything. Not really. Let's see, transition. I think we need to do transition all. And now let's see. I think it doesn't work because we re-render the whole thing. So let's get rid of this transition all. We don't need this. Right, so let's maybe put this here, and this works nice. So we can follow and then we can unfollow. Let's maybe shift this a little bit to the, like from 50. Yeah, so we'll have a little bit more red. All right, so we can now follow and unfollow. And now the next thing is that, for example, if we follow this user with this user, we should, we follow this, so we should see this person on the homepage. This person reels and the posts, right? So this will be the next part. All of our friends, we should see their posts on the homepage, right? So, and their reels. So this will be next step, homepage with posts from our friends. Right, so now on our homepage, we would like to list people that we follow here in the first row, and then there are underneath posts of those people that we follow. So how we can do this? We first need to go to our route. So let's see maybe first if we have an error here. No, our route inside routes, it's this page, and here you can see that we have just login and logout buttons. So let's remove this logout button because we don't need this anymore. We can log out from our profile settings, and we don't need this test. And here we will have a login button, but here we also need to know that we actually have a session, because stuff that we are going to display here should be only for logged in users. What do we want to show first? This first row with our friends or people we follow. So let's put a div with flex, and here we want to just loop through all of the people that we follow, or that we follow. So I think maybe let's do a new component out of this. I will copy this or cut this div flex, and let's create a new server component here inside components. Let's do a new file, and let's call this one home top row, home top row.tsx. Export default function home top row, and I'm going to put async here because this will be a server component. And now first we want to fetch people, or maybe before we will do this, let's put people here, and let's use this here. So let's do home top row. So we will use we'll use this on our homepage. Now let's go back here, and people we follow, let's fetch them. So let's do const, and let's first fetch our follows equals await Prisma. Let's import Prisma, then follower, find many, and we want to find many that were our user. So following profile email. So our email is, let's do await get session. Let's see, get session email overflow. All right, because this will be rendered only for logged in users. So we have follows, but now we need the profiles of those people. So let's do profiles equals await Prisma profile, find many, and find many where, and we want to let's see, find many where ID in, or is it like this, in let's see how it was here. Let's see where ID string field, yeah, just lowercase in, and we need IDs. So those IDs are here inside follows. Let's do follows map. For each follow, we want to grab follow and follow the profile ID. All right. Now we have those profiles here that we can list. So let's do profiles. Let's do map. And for each profile, we want to display avatar. So let's maybe do first a div, and let's use this avatar component. And I'm going to use the one from Radix UI. Fallback, it will just say avatar. And we need also source will be profile avatar or empty string, just in case. And now let's see, let's save it. Let's also add here gap of 2, just in case. And we have one avatar. Let's make it bigger. So let's do size of, Let's see, maybe 6. And let's do radius of full. And let's see, yeah. So now it would be nice to have even more users. So I will create a new user. So let's first log out from this one. Log out, log in as a new user. Now I'm logged in as another random user that I created. So let me just pick a photo. Yeah. And let's put David2 here. There will be a lot of users of me. Test bio. Let's save it. And now let's search for all of the users. So now we have 3 users. I'm logged in as this one, but I think I will log in back to this one. Or it doesn't really matter. I can be logged in as this one I will follow, and this one I will also follow. So now both of those are visible here. And it would be nice to put those reels circle. As you can see, we have it here. Same we have on the profile. So let's see, profile. Where is it? It's somewhere here, profile page content. Yes. And then where is our avatar? Here. And then here we have this ring. First is this colorful, and then we have this white ring. So let's go to home top row, and we have avatar. Let's put it inside those 2 divs. So this avatar should go here, but most likely we need to change this to like 24 and 28. Something like this to be smaller. Let's go to home. Yeah, and those rings can be also thinner. So let's see, we have padding 2, size 28. Let's do maybe here 22 and padding of 1. Yeah, maybe we can get rid of this size. Let's see. And here as well. Yeah, this will work. Now let's just change this to padding 1. Yeah, and I think this looks nice. Can we do padding 0.5 to make it thinner? And I think this looks nice. Maybe we can do like 1.5 here. That's too little. What if we do padding 1 here? Yeah, I think this looks nice. Well, maybe let's change it to this to 1 as well. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe we can decrease this to 0.5. Yeah, let's keep it this way. All right, so we have 2 users here, and if we click create, it will be to create a post. But here on the beginning, we should have a button to create a story. So let's see. Here we have our flags. The first div will be a button. Let's do maybe regular HTML button with a plus icon. Yes. And let's import this one from Lucid React. And yeah, for this button, let's put some class names just as a text here. And I want this to be kind of gradient. So let's do gradient to top right and gradient. Is this correct? No, it should be background gradient to top right. It tells us, and now background, no, just from, and from IG orange to IG red. And now let's see, yeah, but now we want this to be, the color to be white and big. So let's do here size of, I don't know, 24, something like this. And text to be white. Yeah, something like this. Now let's try maybe 22. And no, there's no 22. Let's do 24 then. I think this will work. Should be a little bit smaller. So let's use pixels then. 100 or maybe no, 64 pixels. Let's see, that's too small. Let's do 84. Yeah, something like this, a little bit more. 88 pixels, more. So it will be like 90 or 92. Let's also add rounded full, so it will be rounded. Yeah, and now the plus needs to be bigger. So here on this icon, let's do size. And here we can do, let's see, I don't know, 24, something like this. That's not big. Let's do 64. Yeah, that's too big. Let's do maybe 30, 32. Let's see. Yeah, and now let's make it in the middle. So let's try with text center. If this will work. No. But we can do flex and items center and justify center. Then we know it will be centered. Yeah, maybe a little bit bigger. So well, let's maybe do 42. Yeah. And now maybe more spacing between each. Let's do gap free. And under this plus button, I would like to have a paragraph with new story. So we'll have a text here, but let's make it centered. So let's do class name, text center, and let's do text gray 400. Let's see. Yeah, maybe it could be a little bit smaller as well. Let's do text SM, so it will be smaller, and the same text for, we will do the same text for people. So let's copy this, and here under each avatar, but not directly under, because here we have those rings. Here, let's do profile, and I don't know if we want to have name or username. Let's do maybe username. So now we have something like this. This doesn't work if, as you can see, the username is long, because then it will stretch those rings. And this is because, let's see, this is because here we have this orange red ring. Let's do that this will parent for each avatar, for each head or profile will also be flex. Let's add justify center here. And now let's see if this will help. No, because then we have, okay, next to each other, we don't want this. Let's add flex column. And well, then it stretches this thing. But we can do something like this. Let's just put an empty div, and those rings, let's put them inside here. Still nothing. What if we remove those flex stuff? No. Let's see why. I will inspect here. Let's see. Here we have this flex, and then we have this thing. And why it takes all of this space? We have a div here. Why this div takes all of the space? We should do like with, let's see, here let's add with auto. No, didn't work. Let's see. So this looks fine, but this doesn't look fine for the white part. Let's see, with auto, or maybe let's do here inline block. And now let's see, it should be inline block, but nothing changed. Okay, now this white is correct, but here let's also add this on this orange part, orange red. Okay, and now it's correct, but now the text is not centered. Let's see. So we just need to add back here flex and flex column and justify center and items center. So everything will be nicely centered, and this looks nice. A small issue here will be that bigger, longer usernames will push those things apart. So to fix this, we need to make fixed width here. So let's do like width and 24, and let's see what will happen. Yeah, now it's better. So even if the username is a little bit longer, then it will stick out for now. But the spaces will be the same. All right, so now, because we follow those people, we should see their posts here, right? So this will not be inside home top row, but this will be inside our homepage. Let's go back to our homepage. Here, inside routes, we have home top row, and then let's also add, can we do a div here? No, because we can have only one child here, but we can put something here. So let's call it just posts. Let's put posts here, and yeah, this looks fine. So here we will do posts. And how do we want to do this? Well, we want to first fetch posts of those people, and we already know what we already fetched those people here. But the issue is that we don't want to fetch this twice on the same page, right? So or maybe we do, because we can load them separately. No, in the perfect scenario, we don't want to do this. So this is our homepage. And as you can see, if we don't have a session, we show a login button. If we do have a session, we show this home top row and then posts and stuff like this. But it's a little bit messy because we have here for not logged in and for logged in. It would be nice to split it to like home, not logged in, or something like this. So I will create first now a component called home or user home. So we know that it will be a home page for logged in users. So let's do new file here inside components, and let's do user home user home.tsx. Export default function user home, and let's do return parentheses, and let's say that in here we will have this looks a little bit weird because it should be here. Here we'll have a prop about the logged in user, or maybe session. And session will be our session from our authentication. So let's do this from next auth, I think, yeah. And this will always be a session. So it will have a user, it will have stuff like this. Or maybe we can just grab the user. So let's do user, or maybe let's just keep it simple. So it will be session. And in here, first, let's put just a div. And now let's go back to this page and let's cut this and let's put this here. We don't need those double divs. We can have just one. And in here, we will do user home. User home session will be our session, and that's it. Let's see. Yeah, it works. Now, inside our user home, we have this home top row, so it's this. And then let's hit show inside. We have people we follow and their profiles. So, and similar thing we will need for posts. We will need the people we follow and their profiles, and then their posts as well. So so let's grab this from here. Let's cut this from here. Let's put this to user home. Let's make this async, and here on the top Let's put it like this. And now let's just pass this data here, follows, and profiles. Let's see why we have an error here, because it's not specified. Okay, let's go back here and let's specify everything. So first we will have follows, and then we will have profiles. Here, same thing, follows, which will be follower, an array. Let's import this from Prisma client, and the profiles, which will be profile from Prisma client, and this is also an array. And now let's go back here. We have everything, it's still rendered, but now as you can see, this stuff we fetch here, we can also use it for posts. So let's create components, a component called home posts. Let's do home posts.tsx, export default function home posts, and let's make it async. Let's do return, and let's do a div here. And now, how do we want to fix it here? How do we want to do this? First, we will have those follows. Actually, we don't need follows. We need only, or actually we need follows, because we need to know what posts to fetch. And we will have follows, and we will have profiles of those people. So let's put this here. This should go here, and let's also now add typings. So follows will be follower from Prisma, and profiles will be profile from Prisma. And those haven't been imported for me automatically. I don't know why. Yeah, now it's imported. Now let's import this one, profile from Prisma client. All right, and now we want to first fetch posts. So let's do posts equals await Prisma. We want to do from Prisma post, and we want to find many. And now first let's do where author, and here we will have author is actually an email address. So we need to do in, and now here we need to have an array of email addresses from profiles. So let's do profiles, and let's do map, and for each profile we want email. All right, and then we also want to do order by. We want to order by created at, and how can we, let's see how to do order by created at, and it's sort order. So we can do type of sort order, so just desk. Okay, let's go by created at desk, so it will be from the latest to the oldest, because we sort by created at descending order. And here we will do take, let's say 100 latest for now. Later we can fix pagination. Also we can check pagination in my other project. I think I've made a gallery with infinite scroll, where I used Unsplash gallery in one of my earliest videos when I was doing Unsplash gallery, where you can search for images, photos, and then it has infinite scroll. So you can scroll, it will fetch more and more. Right, so here inside, we will just loop through those. So let's do posts. Let's do map, and for each post, let's do parentheses, div, and now for each post we want to, let's add a key here, post ID, because we will later need to add those keys for all of the loops. And now let's display the image maybe. So let's do image, and let's do post, and let's see image. And here maybe we can add some class names for this div. So let's do a class name, and I don't know, max width, medium, something like this. And why I don't see any posts? That's weird. That's weird. Let's see here maybe. What if I do posts count, or not count, length? Okay, we are not using this yet. So let's go to user home, and here let's do home posts, and just pass follows and profiles. Right, so now we have some posts. That is nice, but would be better, I think it would be better to make it centered and to make it also rounded, the images, and we want also some icons and avatars and stuff like this. So let's go back here. For this image, we want to add some class names. First, we want this to be, we don't need to do this post length. For this one, let's do max width medium, and let's do MX auto so it will be centered. Here we don't need this. And for the image, let's do rounded large, so rounded corners. And also for this one that holds everything, let's do flex column and gap of 4, so we'll have some spacing between posts, maybe even more. Let's do 8. Yes. And now let's go back to the user homepage, and let's do spacing between those two sections. So let's do flex column and gap of 8 here as well. So we will have here some spacing. Now I think I would like inside home posts that each post will have a little bit of shadow. So let's do shadow medium, and shadow black of like 50%. It's not this div, so not here. It should be here. Yeah. But now I put this shadow on the div. It should be on the image. So let's put this here. Yeah, so now the images have a little bit of shadow. That's nice. Now, what I would like to fix is, I don't like that when I scroll, you can see here we have nice padding, but then I scroll and the padding is decreased. So let's quickly go to the sub navigation, and we have the sticky top 0, but we have this padding of 4. Let's do here, let's see, I think it's this padding 4. What happens if I remove it? Then it's the same. So let's do padding on the sides of 4, padding on the bottom of 4, but here I will do top 4. And now let's see. Yeah, now it's the same padding. Let's go back to our home posts, and now under each post, first maybe I want to increase the gap even more, and then under each post, for example this one, I want information about this post. So let's see, we have an image here, and let's make it block just in case, and under let's put a div with flex, because we want to show, for example, avatar of the person who created. So let's do avatar from Radix UI, yes, and here let's just put avatar, and here I want the radius to be full. Whoops, full, and I want the source to be from profiles. So we need to find this profile. I can do like profiles and then find it for this specific post, but because we are going to do this also for the profile name, for this username and username, I'm going to fetch it only once. So let me show you. Here we have this parenthesis that holds the main div here for each post. I'm going to cut this, and instead I will put here curly brackets and then return and then paste those parentheses. This doesn't change anything, except before return I can write some JavaScript to prepare some stuff. So I can do profile, and I can do from profiles, please find where profile email is the same as post author of this post. And this way we can do just profile and avatar. In case it's empty, let's add question mark and or empty string, and this should work. So now here we have our avatar. I want this to be bigger, so let's make size of it of, let's do 6, and let's see. Yeah, now we also want this to be a little bit smaller. Let's also see if I zoom out. This is like 100%. So and this is zoomed in to 150%. Now we want to have some spacing here, of course. So let's do margin top of 3 at least. Yeah, and maybe 4. All right, we have avatar. I also need to put name of the user, and let's make the avatar a little bit smaller. So we have here flex. On the left we will have the avatar, and on the right we will have the name. So let's do profile name with here a question mark in case profile is empty. Yeah, something like this. But well, let's add here items center, and let's also add small gap of, I don't know, 2. Maybe 2 will be too much. No, I think this looks fine. And maybe the avatar is too big. Maybe we can make it even smaller. Let's do 3. Yes. Now it's a little bit blurred, but this is because this image is not a square, so that's why it looks a little bit weird. I'm going to fix it in a moment. But before we have this name here, and I want this maybe to be a little bit more, I don't know, bold. And then on the right side I will have like icon and like icon, and then also icon to bookmark this post. All right, so let's first put this like stuff. So let's see, we have this. Now let's put this div here, and to put like info, I think it was called likes info. Now here we need to pass the post, so we can do just post and session like. We don't have any session like, but we need to send information if this post is liked by the currently logged in user or not. We don't have currently logged in user here or those likes, but we can fetch those. So let's do const likes equals, and let's do await prisma like find many, and where, and where, let's see, where, and here do we have author? Yes, we have author. I don't remember if this is now profile ID. Let's see, like author is a string, so I guess it was an email. So let's do author will be await get session and get session email or throw, and post ID in, and now IDs of those posts. So let's do posts map. For each post, we want to grab a post ID. All right. And now we have our all likes for all of those posts. We have those likes here. If we liked them, if we liked those posts. So now let's see. We have here likes info. We pass this post. We also need to pass our like for this post in case it exists. So to find it, we will do likes, and we try to find one like where like post ID is the same as ID of this post. So post ID. And now let's see. One people like this, two people like this. And now if I click, it will be 3 people like this. Now we have an error here because the result of find can be null. Is it right? Yeah, I guess so. So let's see the issue here. Yeah, it says it can take undefined but not null. So let's go back here and let's specify that it can be, well, let's then change here that or null, and then we will not have TypeScript error. All right, and now we have this 3 people like this, but I would like to have this heart button without 3 people like this. So I'm thinking maybe here inside we can have a param that will get rid of this text. So here we have all of those props. Let's put those props and typings here so it will be easier to follow. And oops, let's put this here. No, not removing. Let's put this here. And now I will add a property called show text. That default will be true. And here I would do show text will be Boolean, and it will be optional. And this will be only shown if show text is true. So let's do show text and parenthesis this. Maybe we can put this as a paragraph. Yes, so let's put this here. And so we have 3 people like this. But if we go back to home posts, we can do show text to false, and then we will have only the heart icon. All right, so now let's add the bookmark icon. So here just a regular button with bookmark and bookmark icon. Let's see, let's import this one, bookmark icon, yes. And yeah, now we need to put those next to each other. Let's see. So we have this and this inside this div. So let's make this div flex gap of 2 and items center. And now let's see. Now those are next to each other. Now we want to put here as much of space as possible. So those 2 will be moved here to the right. And then we also need to have a place for those texts for the description of this post. But we will fix it in a second. First, let's see. So we will basically have 2 groups. The first on the left will be this, and then on the right will be this. But we have 3 elements inside this flex. This is the first avatar, then the name, and then the buttons. So we just need to put a div here and put avatar and the name to just group it together. And now we can add justify between. All right, so this works, but now we grouped those with a div, but it's not flex. So let's do flex and gap of 2. And let's also add the items center. Right, so now this looks fine. Maybe we can make the avatar smaller, like 2. Yeah, and this looks fine. Maybe we can make this profile name bold or something. Let's put this as a link. and let's put href. It will go to /users/ and then the username. So let's do profile username. Let's put this here, and we need to import this link, or it's already imported. Let's see. Yeah, link from next link. All right, so let's see. This looks fine. Now we are not using follows. Let's see why. Okay, we are not using follows because we are using profiles. I guess that's fine, because we have profiles only of people that we follow. All right, so we see now latest posts of people we follow. And now what I would like to do is to fix that we can open those posts and see the comments. And of course, I forgot to put the small description. So let's see, home posts. Here we have this flex under the image that holds these icons and avatars. Let's put another div underneath. Let's maybe do it a paragraph. And here let's put post description. Right, and yeah, this looks almost good. I will add a little bit margin from the top. So let's do class name margin top 2. Also, I wanted to make username, the name of the user bold. So let's do font bold on this link. Yeah, so we have something like this, but more grayish. So let's do text gray, maybe 600. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe a little bit darker, 800. That's too dark. Let's see, 700. Yeah. And this text, I would like this to be also grayish. So let's do text. Maybe let's do slate and 600. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Let's see if I zoom out. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Now maybe this name could be bigger, or the avatar, I don't know. This looks fine for now. Now, one important thing is that the images should be clickable, so we can open and see comments. So let's see. Where is the image? Here we have avatar. Here's the image of the post. Let's do link, and link will go to /posts and then post ID. So let's close the link and let's put this image here inside. And this means that when we click on it, nothing happens. Oh no, we actually get the pop-up. So it works. And if we open the second one, it opens as well. Let's zoom in back to where it was. Okay. And yeah, I think it works fine. Yeah, works really nice. So we are basically done with the homepage. It will look much nicer once we have more users here, more people we follow, and yeah, images look nice, and here this looks nice too. Maybe if we have something like this, we could make the image centered. So this could be pulled down a little bit, so it will be in the middle. And then, of course, we have this URL here, and if we just enter this URL, it will show page for this post. That is nice. So everything works nice. We can now go to homepage. We can do search. We can search for users and posts. And we have our profile. We can create a post. And now one thing that we need to add will be another page browse. And I think we can do something similar to this, except it will be just a grid of different posts. So we can have like just a grid of latest posts. I think it will look nice. When we fetch those posts, we can also sort them by most liked or trending or something like this. And yeah, so this home looks nice. We should just get more friends here to the right. And this looks nice. We can like and unlike posts. And for these bookmarks, I'm sure you will be able to fix it yourself. It will be the same way we did likes, except it will be separate table, separate collection, and then you can just list them under, I don't know, profile somewhere here, settings, or separate page, so you can see your so you can see what you saved. This looks really nice. We can open, everything looks nicely. If we move to make this to just mobile navigation, it looks really nice too. So yeah, we can go to home, we can go to search. Browse is not done yet, and we need to fix that this will be colored only when the page is active. For now, it's always active. Right, so next part will be to fix this browse page. For now, it gives 4.4, and then maybe we can also fix the bookmark, because it will be kind of easy. You should be able to do it yourself now, but I think I will do it anyway. It's very similar to the likes. And then we can maybe, if you go to profile and it's your profile, you will have saved stuff here. But first we will do browse, because for now it gives us 4.4, and that's not a good user experience. So to create this browse route, this should be easy. We just need to create inside routes our browse directory, and inside we need page tsx. Let's do export default function and browse page. Let's do return parenthesis, and let's do div browse page here. So now we should have browse page here. Nice. If we go to home, we see this, then we go to search, browse. Yeah. If we go to browse and reload, if we go then to home, it's a little bit of delay, but we could actually add this, not suspense, but I think we have it on the profile page content, and let's see. So, yeah, it is suspense. We have an issue here. Let's see what it is. The issue is our follow is missing. Why is it missing? Well, we need to add it. Let's do our follow, and this can be null, so let's put null. And now to the home page, let's add the suspense here. Suspense, and fallback will be loading ... And now let's put user home here. And looks like this haven't been imported. So import suspense from React. Let's add it. And then home. As you could see, it says no. Let's go back to browse, refresh. If I click home, it will say loading ... for a second while it's loading. So that's a good thing. Now for the browse page here, let's go back to browse. And what do we want to show? We want to just show latest posts for now. So let's do const posts equals await, and let's do Prisma, and we want to do post. And because we have await, we need to do async, so we make this to a server component. Find many, and inside find many, we will not have anywhere. We will have only order by, created at desk. And we will do take, let's say 100. Here it will be also good to do a pagination when you scroll. And I've done this in a project again, where I had like a photos search project in React. with Unsplash API. All right, here we have posts now, so we can display them. So let's do here posts and grid. Let's see, posts grid, and let's just put posts here, and let's see. And yeah, we have 4 posts. We have just 2 posts. Maybe we can add like h1 here, browse, and let's add a paragraph saying check latest, or maybe trending posts and find some inspiration. Yeah, we don't have anything similar for search or for profile. Let's see, but let's do this here. So let's add some class name to do text extra large, and for this let's add text gray, I don't know, 700, and let's make it even bigger. So I will do 4XL, and let's put this inside the div so we'll have some spacing. So div with margin bottom of at least 4. Let's put those headlines here. And I think this looks nice, but I want this to be also grayish. Let's do maybe slate 600, and here let's do 500. And also I want this to be bold, so let's do font bold. Let's save it, and I think it looks nice, but it's too bright. Let's do 800 maybe. That's too dark. Let's do 700. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it should be black. Let's see, 900. Yeah. I think this looks nice. So here we have homepage, here we have search, here we have browse. Maybe it would look better if we just got rid of those headers, and then just put more posts here. But for now, this will be it, and here we should be able to also open it. One thing I noticed that when I open it, let's do refresh. If I click, it takes sometimes a few milliseconds to load everything. Let's see how this modal looks like. Posts, page, and here we are fetching all of the data, and I guess this takes some time, but I think it would be nice to put like a preloader or something, or a suspend, so it will say loading. So let's add it. It should be inside modal, so let's say it will be modal content. Modal, yeah, here we would put suspense from React. Let's see, yeah, with fallback saying loading ... and let's put this here. And now to make it work, we would need first to import this, of course, from React. The loading part needs to be somewhere here. So either we will need to have a separate server component here also inside, named something like modal post content, or modal post content. Let's copy this for now. Let's put a component new and modal post content.tsx export default function, or actually async function, modal post content, and let's put return parentheses. Let's not paste it here, we need to paste it here before the return. And we need post ID, as you could see. So let's do post ID is a string, and let's use this post ID here. Now we need to grab all of this and put it inside return. So let's put this here. Now let's go back, and we don't need this here. And here we will just put modal post content. Post ID is just our ID here, and this is not needed, and this is not needed. Now let's see. If I refresh, let's click here. Yeah, I got this loading ... for a second. You could see it. Click. Okay, I need to reload. Now loading, and then we see this. Maybe I can make this, I can throttle the network so you can see. Let's do 3G. So now if I click, let's do maybe 3G is too slow. Let's do maybe slow 4G. And this will even take some time to, okay. Now the page is loaded. If I click here, it have opened the post. It shouldn't. I don't know why. Let's go back and let's change to fast 4G because this is like very slow. All right, so now everything is loaded, and maybe now if I click this, it opens this, and I don't know if you could see, maybe not, but let me close this and open this, and we had this loading. Okay, that's not that important. Let's disable this throttling. Let's go back here. This looks nice. We have now our browse page working, and it looks okay. We just need to put more posts here, and then for the homepage we need more friends. Yeah, and then we can also fix those bookmarks. So now I created some more users, and there are a few bugs that I would like to fix. The first is no spacing here, and to fix it we need to go to let's see, the same problem should be here on the browse page. Yeah, let's go to posts grid, and here we have links, but we need to make them block, so they will have those border margin, sorry, not border margins, bottom margins. All right, so now I have a bunch of users. I can show you. So I tried that. I'm logged in as this girl here, and I will try to follow everyone to see as many posts as possible. And well, this looks fine. Another thing that I've noticed is also broken. Let me show you. I will log into another profile. I will log in as codingwithdavid@gmail.com, and now if I create a post, let me pick an image. I will take, for example, this to some new Samsung memory, and let's publish this. And as you can see, we get 404 because this is the wrong URL. It says /post/ and then URL ID. It should be / and posts, as we have it here, posts. So let's go. I think it's inside components, and it's something like post form, profile post. No, I cannot find it. Let's go here. So we have create, and here we have this post entry, and then we redirect. Let's redirect to posts. So now I will post something more. I have this MacBook here. Just got my new M1 MacBook Air. What apps do you guys recommend? And let's publish, and then it should open a modal. Yeah, that's good. Now let's see. I need to follow more people, so I will search for just everything, and let's follow everyone. So I will follow her, and I will follow him, and I will follow him. I already follow him. Now if we go to homepage, let's just refresh. That's not good because I see only him, and I'm sure I followed more people. If I go here, I can open her. No? Okay, let's follow here. Let's click follow. Let's jump here. Yeah, I can unfollow her, and I'm already following him. So I don't know what happened. Let's go back here. Okay, now I see all of them. So this looks nice, and we have some more photos here. Looks really nice. The latest photos are posted on this profile, so that's why. And nice view. And let's try to post this. Let's add a like here, and let's see if I refresh, will I get this? Yeah, we have 1 like here, so this looks good. Now another thing I would like to fix is that when we upload something, for example, let's go to create, and I will pick a photo, for example this one, we are not seeing that it's uploading, and it's good to have this type of feedback. So let's go to create/page, this one, create page, and let's see, is it client components? Yes, it is. Where we are uploading, here we have an image, here we have an input of type file, and on change it sets this file to state, and then if this file changes, we run this use effect. What I want to do is I want to add state is uploading, set is uploading, use state default will be false, and here I will do set is uploading to true, and after it's uploaded I will do set is uploading to false. And then where we have this button, here we have this button to choose image, I will do something like this. I will do blocked or disabled, and disabled will be only if is uploading, And also for this text I will cut this, and is, if it's uploading, then it will say uploading ... otherwise it will say this, choose image. And also this cloud upload should only be visible if it's not is uploading. So let's do end parenthesis, let's put this icon here. So if I choose something, for example this, let's open, it says uploading, so that's something good. Now we would like to do the same thing for avatars, but I'm sure you can do it yourself. It would be the same way. We haven't changed avatar here. When it's uploading, you set the state to is uploading to true. Then when it's done and replacing the image, you set it to false, and you block the button. All right, so this looks nice. One thing we could fix here is to put those in the middle. If we could have more friends, we would have more circles here. But for now, we can put those in the middle. So let's go to let's go to home page here. Let's go to user home. And then let's see, we have, we are using here get session email throw. We don't need to use it. We can use it from session that is unused here. So let's put session user email. Like this. Let's add or empty string just in case. And now let's go to home top row. And now let's see, here we have this flex. Let's add justify center. And now those are centered. I'm not sure if this is better or worse, but well, it works for now. So we have now those photos. They look nice, and now we fixed small glitches. We have some posts here. Another thing that we could fix is to have some preloader, because if you see, we can go, for example, let's go to browse, and if we go to home, you could see we have this loading ... and sometimes it's better with something moving like preloader. You could see that in other projects. I'm using this yarn React preloaders. So you can just install this and yeah, like this, React preloaders. And then here you have a list of cool preloaders you can use. So you just import this and put it as a component. Yeah, so now let's see. If I open this, I got this loading ... Maybe we can put, we can add it here. So let's do ban add React preloaders, and let's do React preloaders. And let's see what we can choose from. I think I will take dots, or maybe zoom. I think I like zoom. So let's go to modal, post, and here instead of preloader fallback, I can do zoom, and let's see if it's, yeah, no, it's not this zoom I wanted. I wanted import zoom from React preloaders. Import zoom from React preloaders. Let's see, React preloaders. Let's just copy and paste this. Yeah, this should work. Let's see what's the issue here. Do we need to use those instead? Doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Let's do zoom here. And I like to increase the speed to 2. But why I don't have any typings here and help. Let's see. Let's try with another one. Let's try with lines. Lines, and let's use lines here. React preloaders. Ban add React preloaders. Let's see. What are the options? Let's go to GitHub page. And here are the options: color, time, animation, custom loading. I think there's also another one I really like. There is, let's go to yarn, React spinners. Yeah, 1.6 million. And I think this is the one I usually use. Let's ban add React spinners. And then you can just do like clip loader. Let's see all of the available spinners, and I really like let's see, scale loader. So let's get rid of this, and here let's do scale loader. Yeah, and now it's important, and let's do speed multiplier to 3. And do we have a size? No, but let's see how this will look like. So we have home page here. We can also add it. Maybe we can put this as one preloader that we will just reuse. So let's take this. Let's cut this from here. Let's add a component. I will make a shortcut here. Just a component preloader, and it will create preloaded. It created preloader TSX with all of this here. I will just paste this here with import. Let's go back here, and here let's just do preloader. We don't need those spinners, and we don't need this. And now let's see. Something is off here. Let's see. Preloader. Suspense, fallback, preloader. No, okay, no closing here. And let's see. Here we have loading ... But if we go to, let's maybe fix also for this. Yeah, this should be imported. Let's see. Yeah, import. And now let's do the same preloader for our homepage. Here we have homepage, fallback. Let's change this to preloader. So let's do preloader, import, and now let's save, and let's do refresh. I don't know why it's not moving. Let's see. I will just restart my environment just in case. All right, so let's see if I open one modal, it's not moving. I don't know why. Let's maybe choose something else. Scale loader. Or what are the props here? Speed multiplier. Okay, there's loading true. Let's go to preloader. Let's do loading to true. And now let's see, let's open another one. No, it wasn't moving. Let's try with something else. Sync loader. Let's do sync loader. Yes. And now let's see if I open, for example, this. That was too fast. I think I need to add use client here so it will be moving. Now let's refresh. Let's see, let's open this. Yeah, it was moving. So we can move back to scale loader as it was. And let's save it. Let's see if I open, for example, this. Yeah, that was working nicely. You can test with different here preloaders. They have really nice examples here. This should work. I will make it even faster, and you can do it everywhere with this fallback. So we can just do search for suspense, and for example we have suspense here. We can add the fallback and the preloader. It has been auto imported for me. Let's see more. Here we have loading ... on the search page. Let's do the same. Let's do preloader like this. Let's find more. Here is the last one. So we can do just preloader. That's fine. So now we can do like search for something and we will see this preloader. That's cool. Now we can also go to home page and we will see the preloader. So yeah, so this works. And on the profile, we don't have any preloading, but we should. Let's see how this looks like. If we go to profile page, we have just this profile page content. And here we are fetching all of this. Let's see if we are fetching anything here inside. No, we just are displaying. And I guess it's the same thing if we open users. If we open a user, then it's a delay, small delay, because we are fetching stuff. So let's go to routes and let's see. We have users here, username page. Here we are fetching some stuff, but we don't have any suspense here. Before we will do this, there is one more thing I forgot about. One bug. Here is my user. I'm logged in as coding with David, but I can also find it here and I can open it. Now it's not /profile and I can follow myself. This shouldn't be possible. So we need to fix it. Here we have users, username page, and we know what profile it is. And we should also have like, is our profile here to false? Or this should be dynamic, right? We should check if the username is the same as our username, or actually the profile email is the same as our email. So await and get session email, this. So let's maybe put this here, const session email equals this. We can put now session email here, and we can put a session email here without any await. So now we shouldn't see this follow. That's correct. Another small bug that we just fixed. Now the rest looks fine. Maybe we can also make sure that it's responsive, but it looks like it is. Now maybe for mobiles, this should be scrollable, and smaller heads, or maybe heads can be this big, but let's make it scrollable. So top row, home top row, and here we have those profiles. Here we have this plus. Here we have this flex with gap. Let's do max width of full, and overflow on X, overflow X will be auto, so we will have scroll. Let's see. Yeah, kinda, almost. Let's see. This looks fine, but this doesn't look fine. Let's remove justify center, and let's see if this will fix everything. Yeah, now this looks fine. And yeah, so now this looks nice. Maybe we can do that for extra large screens. It will be justify center, so it will be centered. Let's refresh, or not extra large, even for large screens. Yeah, so this looks nice, and then we will have a scroll here. Right, so this looks nice. The homepage is responsive. Let's see if we can add some comments on the pop-up. Yes, we can. It looks fine. Let's check more. Let's go to the search page and let's search for just everything. This is not responsive, so let's fix it. Let's go to users and profile page content, not here. It's on the search page, right? So here, search results, and we have this grid. Let's do that 2 columns will be on small sizes only, and 1 column will be here. And now we have 2 columns, so that's good. And now we have, yeah, this looks fine. I'm thinking that maybe we don't need 4 columns for posts. So same here, we could have just 3 columns, but never mind, this works too. Now browse, here we have, it looks nice. If I make it smaller, it's responsive, no issues here. Profile, I think it is responsive, yeah, looks nice. If I make it, if I go to settings, this is responsive as well. And everything works nice. So most of the app is complete. What's left is fixing this save to bookmark a post, so you can save to your favorites or something like this. And then another thing I would like to fix is to have a dark mode. So maybe a toggle here to toggle dark mode. That would be nice. Right, so first let's do this add to favorites. Maybe I can close other tabs here. And let's see, for now we have this icon just as a random button, and same thing here. What I want to do is I want to do something similar that we have with likes info. And something similar we have also for follow. So basically I'm going to copy likes info, everything, and in the same directory in components I will create a new file called bookmark button.tsx, and I will copy everything here. Let's now rename this to bookmark button, and it will take some properties, as we can see here. Let's move it to the left. Now we have post. Yeah, we need post. We don't need this show text because we will never have any text next to this bookmark. Instead of heart icon, we will have bookmark icon. Let's use this one. And what else? Let's remove this heart icon. We will not have session like, we will have session bookmark. So let's use this. Let's put here session bookmark. Instead of liked by me, we will have marked by me, and here set bookmarked by me. And let's do here set bookmarked by me, and here just bookmarked by me. Here also bookmarked by me. Now if it's bookmarked, we will fill it with red color, and maybe instead of doing this, we will fill it with let's say gray 700 for now. All right, so now let's see, we are still using those functions, remove like from post and like post, and those are from actions. So let's jump into actions file and let's create something similar but for bookmarking. So let's do export async function and bookmark post, and it will take, let's see here, function, it will take post ID, that is a string, and that's it. Now first we need to grab our we want to grab our email, const session email equals await get session email or throw, and then we want to create a bookmark inside database. We need Prisma scheme for this. It will be similar to like, so I will just copy this and let's do bookmark. I think the rest will be the same. ID, post ID, author, and create that. Yeah, so everything will be the same. Now here we can do something like this. We have session email. Now we need to do Prisma generate, and we need to restart our environment. Now we can do Prisma and of course await, because this will be a database query. Prisma and bookmark create, and data, and inside data we need to put author will be our session email, and post ID will be our post ID. So just post ID is enough. All right, so this will work. Now we want to remove bookmark. Can we just name it unbookmark? Yeah, let's do unbookmark post. So we get email, and then we want to, let's say, delete many, and here where author is our email and post ID is post ID. And this doesn't seem to work, but I think it's a correct word, so let's keep it. So now let's go back to our bookmark button, and here we need to do bookmark post, and we need to import this from our actions here, yeah, and we need to pass our post ID, and here we want to do, okay, here we should have unbookmark post like this, and here we will have bookmark post ID like this. All right, so this should work, and instead of remove like, remove bookmark, and here add like, not add bookmark. All right, so this should work. Now we can use this component inside modal and on the home page. So here, let's see, let's home posts, and let's see, where is our bookmark icon? Here, let's remove it, and let's do bookmark button. Let's see, let's import this one. Let's put post here, session bookmark. We don't have any session bookmark yet, so let's put null for now. But we need to pass it. We need to know on this page which posts of those we already bookmarked. So to do this, we have posts here, likes. We need to do the same thing we did for likes. So let's do bookmarks equals, and basically same thing here we did for likes, but for bookmarks. So let's do here bookmark, find many, and now to find the bookmark we will just do something like this. Let me show you. Similar to the likes, to find this specific bookmark, if we bookmarked this, we just do find where bookmark ID, no, yeah, bookmark ID, no, bookmark post ID is the same as post ID of this current post, or just in case null. So now let's see, let's try to click this one and nothing happened. If I refresh, nothing happened. So let's see, let's open bookmark button and let's see, we have this post ID here, we have bookmark post, unbookmark post, everything. Okay, now it worked. I don't know what happened. Let's try again and let's make it more darker. So let's make the fill darker, like 800. Yeah, now it's bookmarked. So if I click, it's unbookmarked and I can click and bookmark. And now it would be nice to display all of my bookmarks, right? So let's go to profile and we have those posts and highlights. And let's go to profile page content. And we have this is our profile. So here maybe before or after highlights. Let's do if is our profile. Let's do end parenthesis and let's add a link to /bookmarked and here bookmarked, and it shouldn't be active. So let's do text gray 400 on it. Let's do copy, paste, and if I click on this, it should show the same page, except instead of those posts, it should show the posts of other people that I have bookmarked. So how can we do this? As you can see here, we have profile posts, and instead we should do, maybe we can do like /profile and then /bookmarked. I think this will be better. Let's change the link to bookmarked. Sorry, no, I said profile and then bookmarked. And then let's see what will happen if I click on it. 404. Yeah, that's good. Not perfect, but well, it's all right. Let's see, profile. Inside profile, I need to have directory bookmarked. So let's do new file, bookmarked. And inside, let's do, sorry, not route, page, tsx. And let's do export default function. And let's do bookmarked page. Let's do return, and here let's do bookmarked posts here, ... but let's put this inside a div. All right. And now we want to have the same stuff that we have here. So how can we do this? We can do this by taking this part, including the navigation, outside to a separate component. So let's see. That part was called, it's inside profile page content. And we can maybe call it like profile page info or profile page, yeah, profile page info. And what do we want to include? Everything up to this line. So this, so header navigation, and the last part will be the bio. So let's see. Here we have a section and we have posts. Here we have a section and its follow button. Should this be included? Yeah, I think it should be included, the follow button. So let's take it as well. Section with bio, yes. Section with avatar, yes. And here we have section with navigation. Let's cut all of this. And let's create a component inside components. And let's call this component profile page info.tsx. Export default function profile page info, and let's do return parentheses. Let's paste all this. No, first we need to put a div to paste everything. Now we need all of those props. So let's prepare for this. So we need to put this here, and now let's do profile. We will need is our profile or not, and something else, our follow. If we are following, our follow, that will be null by default, I guess. And this, I don't know. All right, so maybe we can remove it here as well. So profile, it will be of course just profile object from Prisma client. Then we will have is our profile, that is a boolean, and our follow, which will be just a follow from also Prisma client, follower, sorry, from Prisma client. And now this looks fine. Now we can use it. So let's go back to profile page content, and here profile page info. Let's use it. Let's put profile is our profile and our follow. And now let's see, let's put this here, let's put this here and this here. Let's see what the error says. I think the error says that this can be null, but here inside it cannot be null. So let's do or null here. So now it's fine. And now let's fix it even more. We have this profile page content. We have profile page info, which is everything above here. And then we have a section with navigation, and I think we can cut this as well. And even for this, inside components, we can create a component called profile nav.tsx, export default function profile nav, and return parentheses. Let's paste this, and this will take only one param, is our profile, and is our profile, and that will be a boolean, and the default, let's say, will be false. Now I will make this to a client component, because we are going to use path here. Use path name from Next. Let's import this. This didn't import automatically for me. Now we have a path name, and thanks to this path name, we can know if a link is active or not. So we can do something like this: class name, and let's see, maybe let's start with this one, highlights, or maybe with bookmarked, or maybe actually with posts. I will prepare everything here. So when this one will be active, let's do const book marked active, will be when path includes this string. So let's just do this string. Yeah, and for the highlights, it will be similar. Highlights active, highlights active if we have highlights. Highlights. And now let's do for posts active, and this can be a little tricky because this is empty, but we can check it by just saying none of those two are active. Bookmarked is not active, and highlights is not active as well. Let's do here and all right. So now we can do something like this. Let's take this class name. Let's put this for posts, and let's change this to a string like this. And now we can do like this: posts active. If it's active, we are going to put text gray, and let's say 800. Otherwise this. Now let's put this here, and this here, and let's copy this. Let's put this for this and this, and let's also move this down here, And let's see, let's also put those labels. Oops. Let's put those labels down here, and closing will go here. All right, and here will be not posts active, but highlights active, and here we will have bookmarked active. All right, so now we don't see this navigation yet. Let's put this back here. Profile nav. Let's import this and put this here. And is our profile? Let's just pass it. And if we click bookmarked, we still land on this page. But now we can just put this info. We can just put this and navigation to our page that we created here. Before we will do this, let's fix those unused imports. Let's remove this, and let's remove this, and let's remove this link. And now, because for profile page, we are fetching session and profile, and we will also need to fetch, and then we are displaying this page content. So we are displaying this page content, profile page info, and profile nav. We can do exactly the same thing for our bookmarked page. So first, let's copy this. So we'll fetch session and staff, session and profile, and we need to make this to an async. Now we can, instead of copying all of this, we want to take those two, and we want to put those here inside. So only navigation and profile page info. Our profile will be true, and our follow, let's put null. And here is our profile is true as well, because it's our bookmarked page. And now, as you can see, we can go between, we should be able to go between posts and bookmarked. Let's see why we can't. It's because posts link is empty. To fix it, we need to check first if it's is our profile. If it's our profile, the URL should be just profile. Otherwise, we need a username here, right? So let's put this here, and this here, this here, and this here. Let's put username equals no, and here username just a string. And now, if it's not our profile, we want to do like username, and then just first /username, and that's it. So we need to pass username. Let's go to profile navigation. Let's see where it's used. It's used on this page, on bookmarked page. Here username, which is required. Let's just put profile username, or let's add here, or empty string. Let's put this here and this here, so it will be nicer. And we also use it here inside profile page content. And here, let's maybe first put this here. The username will come also from profile username or empty string, just in case. So now we should be able to go between posts and bookmarked. Posts, bookmarked. And if we open another profile, for example, this Dan, we can unfollow and we can see highlights, not yet, but there are no bookmarked stuff. If we go to bookmarked, let's go to our bookmarked page. We should do here just display posts and grid. And we need to put posts, and posts are just, we need to find them from our database. So let's do const, and first we need to just find those post IDs. So let's do bookmarks equals await Prisma bookmark find many, and we want to do where author is our email. So session user email as string. And now we need to fetch those posts from those bookmarks. So let's do const post equals await Prisma post find many where and where ID ID in, and inside bookmarks we need to map through all of those, and for each bookmark we want only bookmark post ID. Okay, and now we should be able to do posts here. And now let's see. Yeah, I think this is the only post I have bookmarked. This doesn't seem to work, but let's see on the homepage. Yeah, I have bookmarked this, but let's fix it on the pop-up on the modal as well. So let's go to the modal posts here, modal content. Let's open, and here we are fetching my like, but we are not fetching my bookmark. So let's do this. Let's see my like here, and let's do const my bookmark, and this will be the same as it is for my like, except it will go to a different database collection called bookmark. So instead of like, bookmark, and the rest will be the same. We just need to export it here inside the return. Maybe we can put this to separate lines so it will be easier. Yeah. Now let's go back to modal post content, and let's also grab my bookmark. Let's pass it my bookmark. Now it's red because it's not defined here. There's also another place where we need to do the same, and it's here inside posts. So let's do here, let's add my bookmark, and here my bookmark, and now let's jump here inside single post content component. Let's add my bookmark, and here let's specify that my bookmark is either a bookmark. Let's import this. This is imported from Prisma client as well, or it can be null just in case. Now let's scroll to the bookmark icon. This is just a plain icon, doesn't do anything. So let's do here our component called bookmark button, and here we pass the post, and the session bookmark will be my bookmark, and that should work. So now it's selected, marked, bookmarked, however you want to call it. And if I open, it's bookmarked, and if I refresh, it will open the page for this post, and as you can see, it's bookmarked as well. So now I can see my bookmarked stuff, and yeah, let's also bookmark those waves. And if I go to my profile, I go to bookmarked, I see that those waves are bookmarked. We should probably get some spacing here. So let's go to the bookmarked page. Let's see here. Let's do div margin top of 4, and let's put this grid here inside. Yeah, so we have some spacing. Now let's see if we have any errors here. Modal post content, no, looks fine. Actions, inside actions we have only this weird thing with Lodash. And maybe it's because we don't have types for Lodash. So let's fetch them. Types Lodash. So let's do ban add types Lodash. Yeah, okay, that fixed the issue we had with Lodash, this weird error. Right, but everything seems to be working. We can like, we can comment, and everything works. And our app is complete. One more thing I would love to put here is a toggle for dark mode. And we are going to use Tailwind for this. So Tailwind dark mode, there are few ways of doing this. The first way to toggle dark mode is, well, to style with dark mode, is to use what your system is using. So for example, if you visit this website with your mobile and you have your scheme or mobile set to use dark colors inside apps, then the website will be also dark. But I think a better way of doing this would be to have a toggle, so we can toggle between those two. And so here we have descriptions of those different methods. So basic usage is actually just to use this dark cooldown, and then you do stuff. Inside Tailwind config, you can specify the strategy, how you want to do this. It's either media, which is what your device is using. For example, I'm using dark mode. As you can see, for example, here, my windows are dark, but then you don't have a toggle inside your website, and instead you need to toggle inside your system preferences, and that's maybe not that cool. So the other is selector. And what it means is you define a selector somewhere on your page, for example, on body. If body has a class of dark, then dark mode will be activated. So this is what I'm going to use, dark mode selector, and let's try to make it work. Let's close source for now. Let's go to Tailwind, and let's see where to put this. Module exports, Tailwind config, yeah. Config, yeah, and let's put dark mode selector here. And now let's try to go to source and up, and let's see globals, or maybe not. Let's go to our routes and layout. We have this body stuff here going on, and let's add that for dark mode we will have background black, just to see if this will work. For now, nothing have changed because we need to specify the selector. And they have like this type of toggle, data toggle on element. So this would work. Then you need to also save this inside local storage. So if the user visits the page again, it will load the theme. All right, so let's maybe try with this data mode dark. Let's go to Tailwind and this to an array where the second will be data mode dark. All right, so now let's see what happens if we go to layout and we do data mode and dark. Is it mode? Let's change this to theme, data theme, and let's go here and let's do here theme dark. And I probably need to restart my environment, so let's do restart here, and let's refresh, and nothing have changed. Let's see here inside we have body, and maybe it did work, but we just don't see any difference. Let's see, maybe if I will add also dark text red, and I need to do text red 500. And let's go to home page. Did it change anything? No, I don't think so. Let's see why this text is not dark. Okay, I know why. Let's go maybe to profile, and let's see this text. So here we don't have any color specified, but let's maybe try with this text first. So let's do to profile info, and let's see where we have our bio here, paragraph, and let's do dark, and text, let's do blue 600, and now it's blue because we have dark mode. All right, we will fix this in a moment. First, let's fix the main parts. So first, maybe our desktop navigation. Here we have this white color somewhere, or do we? Let's see, we have it here. Here we have our navigation, and let's see, this is sticky. We need to add for dark colors, we need to add, let's see, maybe first let's move from layout this data theme to HTML. And let's see if this will change something with the body. No, it doesn't. But let's then move back to this navigation for desktop, and let's do that. For dark, we will do background, slate, and let's do, or maybe, yeah, let's do slate and 900. Yeah, and it's dark. Let's also add for dark, we will have text and gray 200. Yeah, something like this. And then we have this logo here. And for dark, we want to invert the colors. Yeah, so this looks nice. Now this slate is kind of blue, so I would like this to be actually gray. 900. Let's do maybe 950. 950. And now also those text to be little like 400. Yeah, maybe 300. Let's see. Yeah. Now the main part, so the middle part. Let's see. Let's go back to our home page or layout. So layout, we have this thing here, and the thing we added to the desktop navigation, maybe we can put it here. So let's get this and those colors. Let's cut them from here and let's put them here. So now we have something like this. The shadow looks a little bit off, but well, that's fine. And this is almost good. This is fine. Bookmarked. Let's see what happens if I click here. Well, I don't like the modal, but we can fix the modal if we go to modal TSX. Here we see that it's white background, so let's do dark. Will be background black, and dark will have, let's see if I just save it. We need to fix the texts as well. But the texts are inside modal post content, single post content, and we have, for example, comment with different texts. For example, here we need to do that dark will be text gray 300, not 600, so it will be more visible. And also those bubbles here and the usernames, we need to fix all of this. So let's see, here we have this text inside the bubble. Let's change the background color to background gray, like 700. Let's see. Yeah. And let's remove the border. So let's do dark border 0. Yeah. And the text inside, let's see. Dark should have text gray 400. Let's see. Yeah, I think this will work. Now the username or the name of the user, it's here, author profile name. Yeah, I guess it's there. Is it name or username? Let's see. Username looks fine, but the name doesn't look that good. So let's do here dark text gray 300. Yeah. Looks nice. Maybe this username here can be a little bit darker, like 500. Let's see. Yeah. Now let's fix those lines here. I don't know if you can see them, but oh no. We have white border lines here, and those are here. No, not here. Those are let's see. Here we have only common stuff. We need to go to the single post content, and here we have likes, info, and bookmark button. So here we should have border gray 300. Let's do that dark border. Border color will be gray 700. Now let's see. Yeah, that's better. I changed only for the top. We need to set the same thing for the bottom. Here we need to change for both. And where is the border? Here we can change to this, and now let's do dark border gray 700. Yeah, this looks fine. Now the icons for like and bookmark. So let's go first likes info, and now let's see. For the likes info, we need to fix the heart, and let's see. If it's not liked, we need to add dark, will be text white, and let's see if this will fix it. Yes. And now for this will work. Let's go back to the bookmark icon. For the bookmark button, let's jump here. And if it's not clicked, we will do dark, and let's do text white, and why doesn't work? Dark text white, and let's try if it's bookmarked, because it looks like it's bookmarked. Yeah, let's add here dark, and we want to do text white and dark fill gray 300. Yeah, so or maybe fill white. Yeah, so now it looks better. Now back to this likes info, because the text here is also styled with this gray text that we get from, let's see, paragraph is not styled. So something styled in single post content. Let's see here, text gray 700. Let's do dark text gray 300. So now 0 people like this. Okay, let's maybe do like 500, so it will be more grayish, or maybe 400. All right, so this will work. Maybe we can leave the inputs as they are, and instead of having inside this modal, we have this black backdrop, so it's hard to see where the modal ends. I will do lighter backdrop. So let's go to modal, and here we have black 80%. Let's do that for dark colors. We will do white 80%. So now it's like grayish, but let's decrease it to like 30%. So it's this gray, or maybe we can make this like let's say gray, dark gray, but not let's do gray 500, and let's make it 80%. So something like this. I think it looks nice. Maybe we can make it even darker. Let's do 700. Yeah, I think this looks nice, and we can click outside. Yeah, this looks really nice, and it doesn't have to be pitch black here. So let's do background gray 950, as it is for other pages. So this looks nice. Pop-ups look nice, and let's do home. I think it looks nice. Let's search for users, and those don't look that good, and the rest looks fine. So let's fix those. I think it was search results that we need to fix here. So here now, let's see, search results, and we have avatar here. Here we have some border gray, and we need to fix those usernames. Here we have text gray 500. Let's do dark text gray, gray 300. So there will be more visible, or maybe not because of this background gray 200. Let's do dark background gray and 700. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. We don't need this border anymore. We can make this border look different. Let's maybe change this to 800. And for the border, here we can do actually dark border gray 900, or let's do 700. Yeah, so we have now something like this, and I think this looks fine. And here we have posts, and for the profile we have also like 4 lines. let's see if I search again for a user. This navigation doesn't look that good. So let's do profile navigation. And let's see, we have this text gray 800 and 400. So for all those that have 800, 800 is when it's active. So we need to add, before we will do this, let's put this into new line, and also this into new line, and then also this into new line, and this will go here. All right, and now for all of those that have text gray 800, we will add the dark mode, that text gray, this will be active. So let's do 200 or maybe 300. And now for those here that are inactive, let's do dark mode, text gray 700. Now let's see how this will look like. Yeah, posts and highlights. Maybe that's too dark, I don't know. So 700, we could change this to 600, so we will know it's clickable. Same thing on our profile, bookmarked. We should, yeah, now we see bookmarked, posts, looks fine. And now one thing that we probably don't see is the preloader. So let's go to preloader, and here let's do div, and let's put this preloader inside. Let's do text, it will be text black by default, or maybe let's do gray 300. If it's not, and then if it's dark, we will do text gray, text gray 300 here, and to make it dark, text gray 700. So now let's see, if I open this, I couldn't see anything. Let's see, profile, no. Search, if I search for something, no, I couldn't see anything. I think it's still dark because we need to fix the fill, and the fill will be the same here, and then dark will be fill, and gray, gray 300. So now let's see, let's go to profile and refresh home. No, it was still dark, black. And okay, fill will not work because fill is only for CSS. And I think we should actually place it here. Let's do class name. And now let's try with those fill parts. So this dark fill here and light fill here. And let's do browse. Let's go home, profile. Let's refresh. Let's open this. No, I still couldn't see this. Let's display preloader on the home page. Page TSX inside our, let's see, inside app routes page here. On the top, I will show the preloader. Preloader, and now it should be visible on the top. If I, yeah, it's here. It's barely visible. It's dark. I will do something like this. Instead of those colors here and those colors here, I will put a color here, a param that they have here. Well, but this will not work because we need to have this if it's dark for Tailwind. Let's see. Let's maybe add color inherit. Color inherit. Will this work? No, but let's see why. Background color inherit. Okay, let's see here. Fill gray. Okay, do we need background to use background color then? Let's copy those here, and instead of text, let's do background. And no, but probably we need to put those into here. No, still nothing. All right, but then to make it simple and not sit too long with just this one thing, I can do a color that will be visible everywhere, just like AAA or something like this. Yeah, and this gray will be visible everywhere. So now let's get rid from the home page. We don't need this. And let's get rid of this. And now let's see if I open. Yeah, looks fine. Yeah, the preload has been shown. Now for the home page, we also need to style those texts here. So let's go to home posts, and here let's see where we have this text gray stuff here. So let's do dark and text gray and 300. Let's see. Yeah. And now let's do for the text. Here we have text slate 600. Let's do dark text slate 300. Let's see. Yeah, let's make it a little bit darker, maybe 400. Yeah, and let's make it gray, not slate. Gray. The slate is a little bit bluish. Yeah, I think this works nicely. So if it's bookmarked, it's white. If it's liked, it's red. Everything works. Maybe one thing more that we could fix would be this white background around the circle. So we have this inside top row. Here is this, let's search for white here. Let's do dark, will be background black for dark mode. Yeah, and same thing for the profile. Let's go to profile content, or actually profile page info, and let's search for white, this background white here for this ring. And let's do dark background black. All right, and now we are golden. So we have bookmarked posts, our posts bookmarked, and now we are almost done with this dark mode. The last part will be actually a thing that will allow us to toggle dark mode. Do we want this bottom navigation to be dark as well? Maybe yes. So let's go to first mobile navigation, and in here we want to do, let's see where we have colors. Let's search for white. We have a lot of white. All right, here first we have white, so let's change that dark background black. Okay. And now the next thing will be the same for the other group. Let's see, background white here on the right side, and that looks nice. Now for the text gray 600, we need to do here text gray and 300. And let's see, we have the same thing here, or do we? Let's see. No, this looks good. Now this white in the middle here, border white. Let's change to black, border black for dark. Screens, yes. Let's see, but now we have this circle here. So border white, dark, border black, border top transparent, and let's do same thing for dark, border top transparent. Yes, and the border left transparent. Let's do dark, border left transparent. Let's save it, and now it looks correct. And yeah, so maybe this is like too short a little bit. Let's do 144 pixels. See what happens if I do 134 pixels. And this doesn't change anything. 140. What is this? Okay, this is the middle icon. Instead, I want to see those groups here. This is the first group. Where do we have the size of those? Let's see, 140 is this middle part. Okay, let's keep it this way. So this looks nice, and now let's see, let's go to the home page, search, everything seems to be working. Now let's fix this toggle. So on the mobile, we need to put this toggle on, maybe let's put it on the profile page. So settings, and then in here we would have a toggle between dark mode and light mode. So let's see, we have this logout button there. I think it can stay there. If we go to the home page, I don't know where we can change this. Let's change this inside settings. So let's go to our settings page, and we need here, we have a button here for logout, but I think we need to place it inside settings form. And here maybe dark mode, or maybe under change avatar, or I don't know, maybe the last thing under all of those fields. Let's see. Let's do here, I think it's radio button. No, I think it's called switch. And now we can do just switch from Radix UI themes. And then here, do we need a root? No, we can do just like this. And let's see if this will be visible. Yes, it is visible. But can we do like dark mode here? Let's see, do we have a variant here? No, we need to toggle like this, but Radix dark mode, Radix like this, Radix dark mode. Here we have dark mode. So we just need to add appearance dark to the theme provider. If we go to layout, we just need to add here appearance to dark. So now if we go here, everything looks much better. But we need to toggle this depending if we have this theme or not, data theme. We will fix it in a moment. Let's first fix this switch, and let's put a label here maybe, or maybe text here. Let's put the div saying dark mode colon and then this switch. Let's put it like this, dark mode. Yeah, I think I could put this inside a span. And for this div, let's put a flex with gap 2 and items center. So we will have, so it will look better. Same with margin top of 2, so we will have some spacing. And now this is not clickable. Let's see why. So also with dark mode, they have this with next themes. You can set attribute to class. So let's see. If I copy this and I put this, and I put this inside, where's theme provider? Should be here. So let's do attribute class. No, not here. Theme provider. Okay, it's because we need to use theme provider. We don't have theme provider. So let's skip it for now. Let's go back here and let's scroll to toggle or switch. Yeah, and let's see how to put some text here. Just a text after this. And then we can click on those texts. So we have a flex, and then it should work. We have switch here, and it needs to be wrapped with label. So instead of div, let's change this whole thing to a label. And now we should be able to change this. All right, so now what do we want to do with this? When we toggle this, we should toggle, let's see if this is a client component. Yes, it is. We should toggle this thing. Let's do here on change. Let's put this here like this, and let's put arrow function. Let's do event. Let's do console log event, and basically we need to toggle this thing that we have on HTML, this attribute. Let's see what happens if we click on it. Nothing happens. Let's see why. Let's go here. High contrast, default checked. We don't need this, or actually we need. So let's do default checked to false maybe, and or maybe on checked change. Let's toggle this, and then it's false. Now it's true. So we need to toggle this value on HTML data theme. So is dark. So now let's do document HTML, or maybe document get query selector HTML and data set, and let's do maybe attributes and set named item, and we want to set, or maybe we can actually do with data set, and then we will do, how is it named? It's named theme, and it will be dark only if it is dark, otherwise it will be light. So now let's see, let's put this question mark here. Why we have an error? Okay, let's go with attributes set named item and theme, and the value will be here. So let's do like this, and let's see what's the issue here. Expected one arguments. So this doesn't work. Let's see why. Now back to data set. Data, let's see, data, let's cut this. Data, not attributes, just data set. And do we have something here? No, we just need to do theme equals, let's do test. And here let's add question mark. This doesn't work. Let's do first const HTML equals this. And then let's do, if we have HTML, then we will do this. So we will do HTML and then data set. Let's see, HTML, is HTML element or null? If we have HTML, we should be able to do data set and do theme equals, and then dark. If is dark, then dark, otherwise light. And this should work. Let's see, if I toggle, yeah, it works. Only for the bottom part, but well, it works. So that's nice. We should also save it inside the local storage, right? So let's see, local storage theme, let's save it. Let's do like this, local storage set item theme, and let's save this. So let's first do const theme equals, and let's put this here, and let's put theme here, and we can also put theme here. Now we have this default selected that we can change. So let's do here default checked, and this will be only checked if local storage get item theme is this will be checked if it's dark. Okay. And also when I change this, I will do window location reload to reload the page. All right, to reload the page. And then we need to go to our layout, and this should be dark only if we should set it dark from some client component that we will put here, for example. So let's call this thing theme watcher. So let's go to components. Let's do new. I will quickly create theme observer, and let's put use client, and let's put this theme observer here, and we will remove this dark data theme dark from HTML, and here we are going to do something like this. We will add a use effect, and this use effect will just run once when the uploads, and it will check if window local storage get item theme is dark, and then we need to import this from React, and then it will do document query selector HTML. It will do first, let's do const HTML equals this. If we have HTML, then we will set this to HTML data set theme equals this. All right, let's see what's the issue here. This can be null or empty. So let's do or light in case it's empty. So now let's refresh. Everything is dark, even though it shouldn't. I don't know why. Let's go to homepage. Why is everything dark? Let's see on the layout, appearance dark. Let's get rid of this. Okay, now it kind of works. Let's go here, settings, dark mode. Now everything is dark. Let's go to here, and we have dark mode. If I refresh, we still have dark mode. Now let's go to profile and settings, disable dark mode. Really nice. Let's go back here. Everything works. So everything works really nicely. We can go to profile and we can toggle this dark mode. So this is nice, and we can untoggle, and it's remembered. So we can go here, toggle dark mode. Really nice. We can untoggle dark mode. If we toggle dark mode, we can go to home page or search page, and everything will just work. We can go to our, let's say, profile. We can refresh the page and it will be dark. If we go to home, it will be dark. If we open, it still will be dark. But if we go to profile settings and we will remove the, disable the dark mode. Let's go to home, open a post, then it's light mode. So now this works nicely. And I think that will be it for this app. That's all for this video. I hope you learned something useful, and if you did, please click the like button and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this one. Have a nice day and see you in the next video.